Kanagi Minato always dreamed of gaining the power of one of the legendary heroes. He wanted strength that would allow him to defeat an entire army with a single wooden stick, or cast spells with a mere thought. But reality is cruel, and when Minato entered the Hunter Academy, it turned out that he was a loser among losers, unable to pass the qualifying test. Everyone made fun of him, but the best student in the class, Hisaki, behaved the worst. For him and his friends, the best entertainment was beating up Kanagi Minato. They did this every day, and even took all his money. But everything changed one day when Hisaki and his friends decided to rob an ancient mausoleum of heroes, and dragged Kanagi along with them. They began stealing ancient treasures. Kanagi tried to stop them, but they just beat him half to death and threw him into a lake to die. There in the depths, hundreds of ancient legendary heroes appeared to him, and offered him a choice to gain the power of one of them. He could become anyone, a swordsman, a mage, a summoner, an archer, an alchemist, or something else entirely. But our hero had endured too much in this life to limit himself to just one kind of power, so he confidently chose everything. They told him it was impossible, too dangerous that his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. But he didn't care, and so he gained the abilities of 1,000 ancient heroes. When he emerged from the water, he was no longer the Kanagi Minato those bastards knew. They were shocked that he had survived, like a cockroach that refused to die. Kanagi silently picked up a stick from the ground and swung it in front of Hisaki's friends. Of course they just laughed. Meanwhile, Hisaki lost his patience and ordered his men to deal with Kanagi once and for all. His friend and A-rank swordsman rushed forward confident it would be easy and immediately paid for it with his life. Another friend, a mage, began to cast a spell. But while he was chanting his long incantation, our hero struck him with lightning from a single finger, frying him on the spot. Now only Hisaki remains. As he approaches, Hisaki struggles to accept the reality before him, that Kanagi has absorbed the souls of the founders through the crest of nothingness. Inside Kanagi, the founders express their joy and excitement, marveling at the freedom they now experience after centuries of confinement. They eagerly discuss who will take control of Kanagi's body, treating it as a competition. Among the founders, the great swordsman Hinoki Raichuru addresses Kanagi. He inquires about Kanagi's plans, dismissing Hisaki as insignificant, and directing Kanagi's attention to something far more ominous behind him. Kanagi, now focused, turns to Hisaki, who stammers in fear, warning Kanagi not to underestimate an A-rank hunter like himself. Without hesitation, Kanagi delivers a powerful jab to Hisaki's face, sending him flying through the air. Kanagi then turns his attention to a mysterious bag emitting a dark aura. As he focuses on it, a surge of immense power blasts out from within, catching him off guard. Hinoki, however, remains calm with a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in the city, a three-headed wolf monster is wreaking havoc. A man calls out to Kisaragi, urging him to handle the beast. Kisaragi swiftly engages the creature and strikes it with a waterfall impact attack from above. The crowd erupts in cheers, amazed by his ability to instantly defeat an A-rank monster. Kisaragi, an S-rank hunter, humbly accepts their praise. As they prepare to file a report and grab a drink, a deafening aura engulfs the city, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Panic spreads as people collapse, and even hunters struggle to withstand the force. Kisaragi turns to see his team in distress. Realizing that A-rank and B-rank hunters are unable to stand against the source of the pressure, it is clear that an S-rank monster has arrived. On the streets, people collapse under the immense pressure that is emanating from the mausoleum of the founders. In the jungle, Hisaki, trembling and struggling to sit up, stares in shock as a massive monster emerges from the bag before them. He mutters in disbelief, questioning if it is a demon and what it could possibly be. Kanagi explains that Hisaki's actions have undone the seal, releasing one of the boss monsters from the tower that has been sealed away. Hisaki, observing the unfolding disaster, understands immediately what has transpired. The act of removing the relics has undone a powerful seal, allowing one of the tower's dormant monstrosities to break free. Hinoki, analyzing the beast with precision, recognizes it instantly. It is the embodiment of emptiness, classified well above S-rank danger. According to Hinoki, it can kill numerous humans within a few kilometers with its poisonous aura, and was quite common during their era. Panic takes hold of Hisaki, who abandons reason and flees in desperation, convinced that staying means certain death. Kanagi, however, understands the predator's instincts and warns that movement will only invite disaster. The warning comes too late. The moment Hisaki breaks into a run, the monster reacts with predatory precision. It attacks Hisaki with its massive tentacles. Hisaki barely has time to raise his blade in defense before the tentacle strikes, piercing his chest with ease. Though he once slew a dragon with that very sword, it proves utterly useless against this ancient beast. The creature wastes no time spreading onto Hisaki's body and draining his very essence. His agonized screams echo through the streets. But Kanagi, having foreseen the inevitable, merely observes. Hinoki, standing beside Kanagi, takes advantage of the moment to place a hand on his shoulder. He proposes that he seeks complete control over Kanagi's body. He asks if Kanagi wants to see his one-handed sword style, but before the offer can be fully entertained, other founders intervene, grabbing Hinoki by his hair, accusing Hinoki of attempting to claim such a powerful vessel for himself. Caught in the act, Hinoki seeks to defuse the situation, though it doesn't help. It is Kanagi who disrupts the dispute, presenting his own terms. He will not grant control to a single individual. His body will be shared among them all. According to him, he will surpass them all and ascend to their level, proving his worth through strength alone. If they seek to use his body, they will need to show him what true power looks like. Hinoki, bewildered by Kanagi's audacity, readies his blade. Then, seizing the opportunity, he takes the first step in merging with Kanagi's body, rallying the other founders to do the same. As Hinoki lifts his sword, shadowing him, Kanagi does the same and targets the limbs of the monster. Hinoki's blade, guided by the expertise of another founder, severs one of the demon's arms in a single decisive strike. The beast retaliates with another violent swing, but Kanagi, now infused with yet another founder's mastery, evades with inhuman agility. Strength upon strength layers within him, each founder taking turns in controlling his movements. The old master's influence grants him the ability to seize the creature's own tentacles, using sheer force to slam the monster into the earth. The monster is sent flying by the attacks, as Kanagi grabs a bow from the ground, allowing him to pierce the monster. He then uses every skill at his disposal, including whirlwind, fire breath, and ice attacks. Hinoki, seizing control once more, picks up Hisaki's broken sword from the ground, just as the demon attempts a surprise attack from below. Kanagi's eyes glow yellow, as the great wizard within him takes over, electrocuting the creature mid-strike. With a powerful leap, Kanagi positions himself above the monster, and Hinoki, now in control, executes his signature one-handed sword technique, the Gekirutachi wave-cutting blade, slicing the demon in half and ending its rampage. A victorious smile spreads across Kanagi's face as the demon falls. Meanwhile, perched on a nearby tree, a raven observes the entire scene. Somewhere in the city, a man standing on a tower answers his phone, shocked to hear that the monster has already been defeated before he could intervene. He inquires if there are any strong hunters nearby, and the person on the other end reveals that, according to footage from the Raven, it is a student from the academy who has accomplished the feat. The man, Shihara Midori, the world's strongest awakened, expresses his desire to meet this student. The next morning, Midori sits atop a pile of monster carcasses, calling the academy's director. He informs him about the S-rank monster's defeat, but clarifies that it wasn't his doing. Based on the Raven's footage, it is Kanagi who is slaying the creature. Midori finds it hard to believe, given Kanagi's history of failing the hunter's examination 3 times in a row. He requests a favor from the director. Back at the academy, students buzz with chatter about the previous day's events. The overwhelming aura has left many unable to move, and now they speculate about who could have defeated the monster. One student jokes with his friend, claiming he was the one who did it, but his friend dismisses the idea, pointing out that it has been a decade since the last S-rank hunter emerged. However, rumors are circulating that the slayer is indeed a student from their academy. Kanagi, leaning on a stick for support, walks through the campus with his trembling body. He overhears the conversations, amazed that the incident has become the sole topic of discussion. Suddenly, a man bumps into him, knocking him to the ground and scoffing at the idea that someone like Kanagi could be the S-rank slayer. Kanagi knows the truth. He has defeated the demon, but only by lending his body to the founders. Now his body aches terribly from the recoil of their power. As he struggles to his feet, a voice echoes in his mind, mocking him. It is Hinoki, who reminds him of his ambition to surpass them. Hinoki's tone is both challenging and encouraging, pushing Kanagi to regain his composure and strive for greater heights. Kanagi recalls his words from the previous night, in response with quiet confidence, affirming his determination. He forces himself to stand, ignoring the lingering pain in his body. Hinoki, residing within him, chuckles lightly, urging him to show his resolve. As Hinoki observes the students around them, he can't help but feel a sense of disappointment. The Awakeners of this era seem no stronger than ordinary humans, a stark contrast to the warriors of his time. He muses that if the tower were to reappear now, the world would undoubtedly face its end. However, his thoughts are interrupted when he senses a powerful aura nearby. Kanagi notices Hinoki's sudden shift in demeanor and asks what's wrong, but Hinoki brushes it off, though he can't shake the feeling of the immense energy he just detected. At that moment, a professor calls out to Kanagi, instructing him to hurry over. Kanagi, assuming it is about his letter of resignation, so he approaches hesitantly. He is well aware that he has exhausted his 3 chances to pass the hunter's qualification test, and failing means starting over from scratch. To his surprise, the professor orders him to go to the field for a re-examination. The news leaves Kanagi stunned, as such opportunities are almost unheard of. Meanwhile, students gather by the windows, whispering among themselves. None can recall a hunter re-examination ever being conducted before. On the field, Kanagi is in position for a sprint. He is still not in perfect condition, but is determined to prove himself. The first challenge is a 100-meter sprint, with an average completion time of 3.6 seconds and a record of 2.7 seconds. The student who bumped into him earlier trash-talked Kanagi, calling him a failure. As he begins to run, the students watch in disbelief, as he crosses the finish line in just 1.2 seconds. The next test is a 3,000-meter sprint with an average time of 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and a record of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Kanagi shatters expectations again, completing it in 1 minute and 17 seconds. The following tests, push-ups, bench press, and others yield similar results. Kanagi surpasses every record, often doubling the previous bests. The students are left in awe, some even admiring his newfound prowess. Kanagi himself wonders if the founders are still aiding him, but Hinoki assures him they have no hand in his performance. In the headmaster's office, Midori is entrusted with Kanagi Minato's complete records. As he flips through the documents, he can't help but be impressed by Kanagi's exceptional track record. The headmaster, however, expresses his initial doubts regarding the request for re-evaluation. While Kanagi's physical prowess is undeniable, the real concern has always been his magical capacity. Across every assessment conducted over the past 3 years, his mana levels have remained entirely undetectable, rendering him incapable of utilizing magic. The headmaster has dismissed the possibility of Kanagi ever being worthy of the Academy's attention. Midori's secretary, seemingly unsurprised by this revelation, affirms the expected outcome. Yet he finds amusement in the situation, hinting that things might not unfold as anticipated. Out on the training grounds, Kanagi prepares for his magic measurement test. The professor overseeing the examination details the process, revealing he will need to channel his mana into a large fan, setting it in motion within a span of 30 seconds. The number of rotations recorded will determine his score. The standard performance stands at 1,513 spins, while the highest recorded result has been 4,022. As Kanagi readies himself, memories of past failure surface. No matter how much effort he has previously exerted, the fan has never so much as trembled beneath his attempts. His inability to sense mana has always held him back. But this time is different. For the first time, he can perceive it coursing through him, originating from his right foot, spiraling through his body, and returning once more. He recognizes that his breathing can regulate and accelerate the flow, allowing him to expel the energy through his right palm. As the professor signals the start of the test, Kanagi releases his mana. Instantly, the fan spins into motion at an astonishing pace. The counting machine struggles to register the rapid increase in speed, while the sheer force of the wind makes it difficult for the observers to even see the numbers. The velocity escalates beyond expectation, and before anyone can react, the machine blasts. The fan, now completely detached, shoots across the field like a cutter. Students cry out in alarm as it hurtles toward the main building, crashing directly into the headmaster's office with a deafening impact. Inside, the headmaster barely evades the incoming debris, collapsing from the sheer shock of the event. Midori's secretary, stunned by the spectacle, can hardly process what has transpired. Meanwhile, Midori, unshaken by the chaos, merely chuckles. To him, the resemblance between Kanagi's abilities and his own is undeniable. According to Midori, there has only ever been one individual before Kanagi who has produced an immeasurable score, and that is himself. The professor, still trying to make sense of what he has just witnessed, declares that Kanagi has passed the hunter examination. A wave of excitement ripples through the students as they erupt in cheers. Not only has Kanagi shattered every record, but he has surpassed all expectations. Staring at his own hands, Kanagi trembles with disbelief. He has spent years believing himself incapable of wielding magic, yet the power has been within him all along. From the sidelines, Hinoki observes the scene with quiet satisfaction, having anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, Kanagi knows that everything has changed. By surrendering his body to the founders, he has unlocked the dormant potential that has been hidden within him all this time. Hinoki can't help but laugh, remarking internally that the one before him is far from ordinary. With the crest of nothingness marking his fate, it's as if he has been waiting for this very moment for over a century. Before he can dwell further on the thought, an overwhelming presence descends upon them, sending a shockwave through the air. The sheer force of it leaves him momentarily speechless. His mind scrambles to make sense of the explosion, but Hinoki instantly recognizes the tremendous aura, as it's the same one he had sensed earlier that morning. Standing before him, seemingly materializing from the very pressure itself, is the legendary Midori. Kanagi, seeing him, is shocked, as he is the strongest hunter in existence. Midori, landing, starts addressing him directly. Midori acknowledges his achievements in the hunter examination, offering words of recognition, but Kanagi can barely utter a response. Midori then puts up a new challenge before him, which is an additional test. Midori wants Kanagi to land a single hit on him, the world's strongest hunter. Hearing that Kanagi is left frozen in shock for a moment, Midori, 23 years old, a man who has earned the title of a full-fledged hunter at the mere age of 9, now stands before him. His feats are legendary, unmatched in all of history. He has turned thousands of demons to ashes in mere moments, his power so overwhelming that even other hunters dare not stand against him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly eradicated the pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years prior, he subdued the outbreak of Kyushu. He is a living singularity. As Midori explains his challenge, Kanagi is left in disbelief. However, Hinoki is excited, urging Kanagi to surrender his body to him immediately. Yet Midori explained the conditions in the simplest terms. Kanagi had 1 minute to strike him. Whether he succeeded or failed, no consequences would follow. Midori himself would only attack once every 10 seconds, ensuring that the challenge remained fair. There was no need for hesitation, no need for doubt. Any skill, any weapon was at Kanagi's disposal, while Midori would refrain from using any of his own to prove his sincerity. Midori summoned a vast arsenal of weapons, giving Kanagi the choice of anything he desired. The sight of so many legendary weapons appearing in an instant only added to the surreal nature of the challenge. Confusion clouded Kanagi's thoughts, realizing that he was going to fight the famous Midori in a one-on-one fight. Still unsure, he hesitated before finally asking if he was truly free to use any weapon. In response, Midori casually picked up a katana, his grip light but assured. With effortless ease, he sliced the blade clean in half as if it were nothing more than a brittle twig. He stated without the slightest hint of arrogance that his body surpassed the sharpness of any blade. Kanagi barely had time to process this display. Before Hinoki's impatience flared, frustration seethed in his voice as he demanded to take over, unable to tolerate Midori's overwhelming confidence. His anger boiled over as he declared that such words from Midori were unforgivable. Kanagi could feel Hinoki's energy surging, his presence amplifying as though he was ready to unleash his full strength. It dawned on him in that moment that Midori's power was comparable to that of the founders themselves. Against that level of strength, he had no real chance of victory. Yet even as realization settled in that there was no time to hesitate. Meanwhile, all the students gather around for the fight. Without warning, Midori initiated the countdown. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kanagi grabs his sword and charges at Midori, determined to attack. Hinoki questions whether he intends to fight alone, insisting it isn't fair, but Kanagi ignores him and continues his assault. Despite knowing his efforts are futile, he believes that to become a legend, he must rely on his own strength rather than borrowing power from the founders. He swings his sword at Midori, but Midori effortlessly dodges with minimal movement. Even as Kanagi relentlessly attacks, he remains on his phone, casually asking which social media he uses and remarking that the incident will surely be recorded and go viral. The students watch in disbelief, astounded that Midori can dodge every strike without taking the fight seriously. Though Kanagi continues his relentless assault, one student notices something unusual about his movements. As they watch closely, Kanagi lifts his sword, feigning a vertical slash before swiftly switching to a horizontal one aimed at Midori's feet and throat. The execution is flawless, and Kanagi is amazed at how naturally his body moves, realizing he isn't tiring. He wonders if this is the effect of lending himself to the founder's power. His thoughts are abruptly cut off when Midori places a finger on his head, preparing to flick him, and casually mentions that 10 seconds have already passed. Kanagi narrowly dodges, but the power Midori releases obliterates the field. Seeing the destruction, Kanagi realizes that if the attack had connected, his head would have been gone. Midori glances at his hand in confusion, sensing no malice from Kanagi, and wondering if he had miscalculated his own strength. Panic grips Kanagi as he understands that he will die at this rate. Desperately, he tries to recall the sensation of his stronger self. As he focuses, a powerful aura surges from him, catching Midori off guard. Kanagi launches another attack, his speed increasing rapidly. The students are in awe, shouting that the camera can't keep up with their movements. Midori notices the shift in Kanagi's presence and wonders if there is a specific condition to activate this power, or if Kanagi is deliberately keeping it a secret. Realizing another 10 seconds had passed, Midori decides to strike Kanagi lightly this time. He bends down, positioning his finger to flick again, but instead he hits Kanagi in the chest, sending him crashing hard into the wall. Kanagi coughs up blood, yet he finds the experience incredible, marveling at the fact that he is fighting the world's strongest awakened. He understands that if his body were the same as it was yesterday, he would already be dead from that blow. This realization makes him smile, knowing it means he is growing stronger. However, he also acknowledges that his current skill is not enough to pass Midori's test. Determined, he chooses to push forward with brute force and charges at Midori once more. Suddenly, Midori appears beside him with unbelievable speed, causing Kanagi to stop in his tracks. Apologizing, Midori tells him he has seen enough. He then states that the 30 seconds are up, before striking Kanagi at the nape, making him slowly lose consciousness. As Kanagi collapses, Midori observes that he is indeed a genius, but not on the same level as his comrades. In the end, Kanagi is unable to fully unleash the power Midori had sensed. Calling his secretary, he informs her that they should head back, expressing his disappointment in the outcome. Just then, Kanagi grabs his sword, and Midori immediately senses an intense aura from behind him. Midori glances back and sees Kanagi's body radiating with power. Hinoki, now speaking through Kanagi, remarks that the stubborn brat is already asleep, allowing him to finally take over. Stepping forward, Hinoki suggests they extend their fight a little longer. Meanwhile, Kanagi's spirit, separated from his body, panics at the sight of Hinoki controlling it. Yet Midori merely smiles, recognizing the presence he had sensed earlier. He wonders if this is an entirely different person or merely a skill at play. Regardless, he understands one thing: Kanagi is now a monster. Kanagi, under Hinoki's control, suddenly launches an attack, shouting at Midori not to space out. Midori notices immediately that his movements have changed, his speed and strength have reached another level. Suddenly a sword nears Midori's face, and he ducks just in time to avoid it. Kanagi swings again, forcing Midori to leap away to create distance. Still in shock, Midori watches as Kanagi swiftly positions his sword for another strike. He swings once more, but Midori bends down just in time, causing the attack to land on the building behind him instead. The students inside scramble in panic, realizing the danger. Midori notices that Kanagi's slashes have become unpredictable, yet he can still anticipate the flow of his movements. It reminds him of ancient swordsmanship, like a relentless torrent of water. Raising his palm, Midori laughs and remarks that such skill is necessary to defeat an S rank like him. He then lifts his hand again, intending to put Kanagi to sleep once more, noting that only 40 seconds have passed. However, Kanagi suddenly moves forward at an incredible speed, swinging his sword and shouting that Midori won't be able to hit him. Midori swiftly jumps back to evade the attack. Laughing as he acknowledges Kanagi's impressive skill, the students can hardly believe what they are witnessing as Midori is on the defensive. Kanagi shouts that Midori is boring and insists that he shouldn't hold back. He warns Midori that if he looks down on him, he will beat him up. Without hesitation, Kanagi leaps forward to attack, but Midori only laughs and responds with confirmation. With a swift kick, Midori sends a stone flying toward the weapons behind him. Instantly, the weapons float into the air. He jumps, catching Kanagi off guard, and grabs one of the weapons hovering above them. Excitedly, Kanagi exclaims that Midori is finally going all out. They then engage in an intense mid-air battle, clashing foot against foot, stunning the students who watch in awe. They seize every weapon within reach, shattering them into pieces with their sheer strength. Meanwhile, inside Kanagi's body, the founders observe Hinoki unleashing his full power. They are impressed that Midori is able to keep up. Old Man Spirit suggests joining the fight, but another founder scolds him, calling him tactless. The Great Wizard, watching in silence, suddenly realizes that Kanagi has been studying Hinoki's movements, trying to learn from them. He notices Hinoki shifting his center of gravity as he pounces from below, but the sword in his hands shatters once again. Frustrated by the poor quality of the weapon, Hinoki feels a surge of anger. Midori, on the other hand, finds the battle exhilarating and fun. However, he soon realizes that there are no swords left and wonders if Kanagi will resort to firearms. With a taunting smirk, Midori shouts that only 10 seconds remain and teasingly asks what Hinoki plans to do now. Hinoki glances toward the building behind him, before leaping toward it. He heads straight for the man who had pushed Kanagi earlier, and snatches his sword. Just then, Midori jumps closer, launching his fist at Hinoki. The impact causes a loud explosion against the building. Fortunately, Hinoki dodges in time and reappears in front of Midori. They resume their mid-air clash, exchanging blows. Midori shouts that the fight is fun and suggests they continue a bit longer. Meanwhile, the students notice that the building is on the verge of collapsing. As the battle reaches the rooftop, Midori's secretary watches nonchalantly. Midori then places his hand on a massive fan and grabs it, causing cracks to form on its surface. He retrieves the fan from the building and aims it at Hinoki. With a powerful throw, he sends it hurtling toward him. However, he is taken by surprise when Hinoki, wielding his one-handed sword, slashes through the fan-like dice with his dice-style sword art. The fan shatters into tiny fragments, and Midori reacts with excitement, praising Hinoki's skill. However, Hinoki wastes no time and launches his sword at Midori. To his shock, the sword shatters upon impact. Midori raises his hand, aims at him, and calmly acknowledges that 60 seconds have passed, before striking Hinoki with his palm, sending him crashing down. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can react, Kanagi suddenly leaps onto his back and pushes him back toward the other founders, as Midori's attack nears. Kanagi manages to deflect it aside with a gentle motion, successfully dodging the strike. The unexpected maneuver leaves both Hinoki and Midori stunned. However, the impact breaks one of Kanagi's hands. Despite that, he remains focused on his goal, and delivers a punch to Midori's face with his remaining good hand. From the inside, the battle between the singularities feels endless. A fierce clash over a seemingly small outcome. Much like a chess match where both players are equally skilled. Despite its intensity, Hinoki knows it has lasted only a brief moment. Watching with quiet pride, he realizes that Kanagi has carved open a new path to victory. Kanagi, however, is left in shock when he sees Midori halt his fist just in time. Frustration fills him as he realizes he has failed to land a clean hit. But then, to his surprise, Midori smiles and deliberately pulls Kanagi's fist toward his own face, acknowledging the effort. Without hesitation, he confirms that Kanagi has passed. Before either can react further, both collapse onto the ground. The students observing the battle murmur in confusion, struggling to comprehend what has just happened. Midori, still holding Kanagi's unconscious body, calls for his secretary Rin and informs her that they should leave. Rin arrives beside him and inquires about the outcome. Midori confirms that Kanagi has passed and admits finding him interesting. However, he acknowledges that he has accidentally broken Kanagi's arm and requests Rin to heal him. She agrees without hesitation. The students overhearing the conversation struggle to believe that Kanagi has succeeded. The realization soon sets in, and cheers erupt throughout the area that Kanagi managed to land a punch on Midori. The noise stirs Kanagi awake, and as Rin works on healing him, she cautions him not to move. He complies, thanking her, and she congratulates him on passing the test. Kanagi, still in disbelief, sits up abruptly, questioning whether he has truly managed to land a hit on Midori. Before he can process the thought further, Midori suddenly appears beside him, amused by his reaction. Without dwelling on the moment, Midori affirms that a pass is a pass. He acknowledges having taken the battle seriously midway through his consecutive attack. Midori goes on to praise Kanagi's skill, commending his ability to dodge his strongest attack and his impressive movements. He encourages Kanagi to take pride in the achievement. Kanagi, regaining his composure, accepts the praise. Without hesitation, he turns his attention to the next step, eager to know what comes after passing. His question leaves Rin momentarily puzzled as she turns toward Midori, who, equally uncertain, searches for an answer. Later that night, Kanagi at home assists his mother with cleaning as she prepares food in the kitchen. She casually asks how many guests will be arriving, and Kanagi, still unsure, estimates only one. His mother reflects on the day's events, remarking that it has been a momentous occasion. Not only has Kanagi passed the hunter's examination, but he has also attracted the attention of Midori. She expresses confidence in her son's abilities, believing that he has always been capable of achieving anything through sheer effort. Kanagi listens with quiet appreciation, acknowledging her words. However, his mother's expression soon shifts as she voices her concerns about such a famous individual visiting their home, suggesting it might be mistaken for a doghouse. Kanagi, exasperated, quickly dismisses the idea, insisting that Midori is not the type to judge such things. After finishing his chores and helping his mother, he finally collapses onto his bed, his mind still lingering on the events of the day. His gaze drifts to the card Midori has given him, and a sense of uncertainty fills him. He finds himself questioning why Midori has not given the situation more thought. His memories wander back to the battlefield earlier that day, recalling the moment when Rin had taken Midori down, twisting his leg. He vividly remembers Midori's pained scream as Rin had confronted him. At that moment, Midori has reminded Kanagi of his earlier words, implying that he has agreed to become one of his comrades upon victory. Kanagi, confused, had denied ever saying such a thing. Rin, growing more agitated, has tightened her grip on Midori's leg. Midori informs Kanagi that there are too many eyes around, and suggests visiting his home that night to discuss matters in detail. He promises to explain the available choices and reveal their real enemies. Kanagi ponders who these enemies could be, knowing that the tower is already destroyed by the founders, and that the current hunters are tasked with eliminating the monsters that escaped from the dimensional crack. He wonders if there is another reason, but soon drifts into sleep. Suddenly, Hinoki's shouting startles him awake. He sees Hinoki and the founders gathered in his room. Confused, he asks why they are there and what is wrong. But Hinoki simply states that they were discussing something and have just finished. Still puzzled, Kanagi instinctively covers himself and worriedly asks if they have decided who will take his body. Before Hinoki can respond, the doorbell rings. Apologizing, Kanagi assumes it is Midori and suggests discussing it later. He walks towards the door, noticing the darkness and feeling an uneasy sensation. To his shock, he finds his mother collapsed on the floor. Panic grips him as he calls out to her, rushing forward but stopping abruptly when he notices someone sitting in the kitchen. The stranger eats the food his mother has prepared, complimenting it while ignoring the mess around him. With a mocking tone, the man remarks that Kanagi should discipline his mother and insists that if he wants to impress customers, they should get better quality food. Kanagi demands to know who the man is and what he has done to his mother. The man, unfazed, shouts at him to watch his tone and introduces himself as Haitani Guru, an S-rank hunter and a comrade of Midori. Haitani then orders Kanagi to grab his luggage, announcing that they are moving to their base. Rage boils within Kanagi, and without hesitation he launches a punch at Haitani. However, Haitani easily dodges and appears behind him. Questioning if Kanagi is challenging him, Kanagi remains silent, recalling his mother's words, how she had promised to raise him alone with pride after his father passed away. He remembers the worn-out shoes she still insisted on wearing, telling him to buy himself new sneakers instead. He recalls her congratulating him earlier, promising to make his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. With determination, Kanagi glares at Haitani and demands to know what he has done to his mother. Hinoki, observing the situation, recognizes that Haitani is an S-rank hunter from the previous era. Annoyed by the sight of someone he considers a rip-off of Midori, Hinoki declares that it is time to act. The founders, having witnessed Kanagi's fight with Midori, understand how they should treat him moving forward. Haitani amusedly taunts Kanagi, calling his angry expression pretty cute. He raises his hand to slap him, but Kanagi remains still unfazed as the strike nears. Kanagi effortlessly catches Haitani's hand, and with surprising ease swings him around. The Grandpa founder is stunned, recognizing this technique from their past battles against monsters. Suddenly, Haitani is hurled out the window, crashing through the backyard wall. Yet Haitani lands on his feet before hitting the ground. Regaining his stance, Haitani approaches. Processing what just happened, he wonders if he just witnessed Aikido. Recalling Kanagi's fight with Midori that afternoon, he had observed not only Kanagi's immense aura and swordsmanship, but also a peculiar power. He acknowledges Haitani's resilience, remarking that he is sturdier than Hisaki. Kanagi, his patience wearing thin, demands an answer. He presses Haitani to reveal what he has done to his mother, who remains inside, writhing in pain as poison spreads through her body. Haitani, laughing, mockingly points out that Kanagi seems unaware of the situation. Then with a grin, he finally reveals the truth. His mother was in the way, so he put her to sleep with poison. Haitani smirks, adding that if she is lucky, she might only suffer minor side effects. He remains calm, asking that he doesn't understand, making Haitani glance at him in confusion. He then questions why they would harm the family of someone who might become their comrade. Haitani only laughs at the word comrade, before suddenly appearing behind him, ready to strike. He narrowly avoids Haitani's attack, but the relentless assault continues. While attacking, Haitani declares that he will never be their comrade as he is only a puppet obeying their commands. He taunts him, saying that once his loved ones become hostages, he will have no choice but to submit, calling him naive. Before he can react, Haitani steps on his foot and slashes him, mockingly asking if he was right. He quickly creates distance, feeling the burning sensation on his cheek. As he reaches up, he realizes the poison is already spreading. Haitani grins, lifting his fingers now coated with sharp needles laced in poison. He teases that it is already in his system. He then reveals that it allows him to produce dozens of poisons from his body called Phantom Bug's Poison, Deadly Vision. Complaining about the inconvenience of this mission, Haitani mentions that if he wished, he could release deadly toxic gas across a 5-kilometer radius, but doing so in the middle of the city is not an option. He states that the poison will kill him within a minute unless he agrees to join their organization, in which case Haitani will provide the antidote. Otherwise, he will perish. He contemplates the sheer lethality of Haitani's toxin, recognizing that for an ordinary person, it would be an inescapable death sentence. Looking down at his hand, he calls upon the god of medicine Valentine, questioning whether she is present within him. The founders shift their gaze toward Valentine, who appears both confused and surprised. Apologizing for summoning her so suddenly, he asks if she can later teach him how to neutralize the poison. Stammering, she agrees. Haitani, irritated, hurls another wave of poison at him while demanding to know what nonsense he is mumbling. He swiftly dodges, explaining that the Aikido technique he used earlier was borrowed from the god of hands, Kuruhuma. The old man residing within him is taken aback, realizing that he has managed to replicate his move from a single moment of observation. He then calls upon the 10,000 army slasher, Hinoki, the blue spear of destruction, Shimmerkalkus, and the heavenly bow, Merit. He states that he has studied and memorized all of them from the records, informing Haitani that the founders he once revered now reside within him. He leaves Haitani bewildered, but rather than feeling fear, Haitani becomes enraged, shouting that he will introduce him to a world of pain. Haitani charges at him with his needles out. He leaps away just in time, avoiding the attack. As Haitani's strike lands on a nearby tree, the tree withers and dies instantly. Without hesitation, Haitani launches another attack, shouting that if he kneels and begs, he might at least receive an antidote to lessen the pain. He warns that once pain consumes him, he will never return to normal. His mind will be lost to madness. But he remains silent, waiting as Haitani's hand draws closer. Just as Haitani reaches him, he swiftly slides to the side, placing his palm against Haitani's chest and activating the fist of Saint Wantak. Haitani coughs up blood from the impact, shocking Wantak within him. The force sends Haitani crashing into a streetlight. Without hesitation, he follows up with a kick using the feet of light, Eilerson, sending Haitani flying a great distance. Eilerson residing within him is stunned by the power. However, Haitani manages to stand, recovering quickly. In an instant, he appears in front of him again. Attacking with both hands, he manages to slip through his attack, breaking some of his needles, and uses the sharp beak corral attack, hitting Haitani's stomach. Kanagi then slashes Haitani with the Dragon's Claw, Rowan's skill, leaving Rowan stunned and surprised inside him. Haitani grabs him and activates the Flipper of Laylak, throwing Haitani around in midair. Floating, he wonders what is happening. He knows that poison should cloud judgment, and it should have already affected the nervous system, but Kanagi is still moving, strong and unharmed. Kanagi activates the Magus of Truth, Miltius Silentius, and releases it on Haitani, causing a loud energy blast. that leaves everyone in shock. Hinoki asks the founders if they saw that, and tells them that just after defeating Haitani and Kanagi, started copying all their moves, both physical and magical. He adds that he doesn't care whether Kanagi's power comes from the crest of nothingness, but he finds him interesting. The founders agree. Hinoki suggests they train Kanagi, believing that if the founders train him, he will become the strongest Awakener. Somewhere else on rooftops, hooded individuals are running and jumping. One of the individuals urges everyone to hurry, revealing that Nemours guilds are after Kanagi, so they should move quickly to catch him before they do. Suddenly, Midori appears behind him, asking if there are really that many. The man is shocked, and Midori calmly tells him that if there are 15, he should be the last one. He points a finger near the man's forehead, flips his head, and slams him hard onto the building's roof. Midori contacts Rin through his Raven's call, and she answers immediately, informing him that she has arrived. She reassures him that no Awakeners are nearby. But her next words catch him off guard. Someone else has already been there. Midori remains silent, waiting for her to continue. Rin then reveals that the intruder was Haitani, an S-rank hunter known for his mastery of poison. He had come looking for Kanagi, but had been utterly defeated. Midori's gaze shifts to the rooftop where Haitani lies sprawled out, mouth slightly open, making Midori wonder what had happened. A short while later, they arrive at Kanagi's house. Midori claps his hands together, a bright grin forming as he praises Kanagi. He expresses genuine admiration, admitting that he never expected Kanagi to take down an S-rank hunter. Without hesitation, he asks if Kanagi had been exposed to the poison. Kanagi scratches his cheek, offering a small, sheepish response. Both he and his mother are fine. Hinoki crosses his arms unimpressed. He reminds Kanagi that without Valentine's intervention, he wouldn't have made it through the night. At the mention of her name, Valentine groans in exhaustion, only for Hinoki to acknowledge her quick work. He notes that finishing everything in just 5 seconds is no small feat. Valentine shrugs, muttering that it wasn't difficult with the poisons. Creator lying there, all it took was a few well-placed jabs to extract the necessary blood samples and find the antidote. Midori exhales, turning his attention back to Kanagi. Apologizing for his delayed arrival, he reassures him that he has already taken precautions against the many organizations now targeting him because of the events from today's video. Kanagi, still processing everything, finally voices the question weighing on his mind. He asks if Haitani had been lying when he claimed to be Midori's comrade. Midori nods without hesitation, confirming that it was a lie. He adds that there are plenty of people who throw his name around for their own benefit. With that matter settled, he shifts his focus back to Rin. He asks if she is finished, and as if on cue, she appears at his side, nodding. She informs him that all the damage has been repaired. Kanagi's eyes widen in disbelief as he glances at his house, his window and backyard wall restored to perfection. Midori then with a bright smile suggests they head inside to discuss Kanagi's future. Kanagi, standing frozen in place, feels a mixture of anticipation and unease settle over him. The next day, Kanagi's mother sees him off at the gate as a car waits for him. She reminds him to check if he's forgetting anything, but Kanagi reassures her that he's fine and that she worries too much. She can hardly believe that the very child she raised in her arms is now heading to Midori's place. However, Midori has already assured Kanagi's mother that he will take care of him and turn him into a great hunter. Hearing that, Kanagi feels a surge of excitement, but his mother remains a bit concerned. Hiding her worry, she hands Kanagi his lunch, urging him to eat since he skipped breakfast. Even though he doesn't really need it, Kanagi takes it without argument. Then his mother voices her concern directly to Midori, asking if her son will face danger. Midori confirms it without hesitation, to which his mother reveals that Kanagi has always struggled until now. It's a big deal for her to entrust her son to Midori's care. Yet as a mother, she can't help but feel uneasy. Midori, in a confident tone, assures her that he will train Kanagi, to the point where he won't have any weaknesses left. Hearing this, she finally agrees to leave Kanagi in his hands. As they get into the car, Rin, the driver, glances at Midori and asks if it was really okay to make such a promise to Kanagi's mother, considering that even they don't know what the future holds. Midori, momentarily concerned, looks back through the rearview mirror and sees Kanagi's mother giving him last-minute advice, telling him how to wash his clothes properly and reminding him not to sleep naked or he'll catch a cold. Seeing her concern, a determined look flashes in Midori's eyes. He silently vows to do his best. Meanwhile, Kanagi, holding back his emotions, says his final goodbye. Just as he's about to enter the car, his mother reminds him to come home for New Year's. As they finally drive away, Midori asks if Kanagi is okay. Kanagi admits that he had to control his emotions pretty hard. Midori leans back against the seat, telling him to do whatever he feels like, whether it's eating or resting. Looking around, Kanagi notices the lunchboxes his mother packed sitting neatly beside him. He opens the lunchbox, his mother's words still lingering in his mind. As he lifts the lid, his eyes landed. A small good luck message carefully placed on the pork cutlet. The simple gesture strikes him deeply, stirring emotions he hadn't expected. He pauses for a moment, reflecting on all the care and sacrifices she has made for him. A quiet gratitude settles in his chest as he begins to eat, though the meal is accompanied by the sting of unshed tears. Rin and Midori, seated nearby, exchange glances but remain silent, allowing him to process the moment in his own way as the journey continues. Upon arriving at their destination, Kanagi is shocked as he takes in the sight of the impressive anti-prophecy headquarters building. Midori welcomes him, explaining that only a select few Awakeners are ever permitted inside. The weight of that knowledge settles over him, and for a brief moment he is overwhelmed by the realization of what he is about to become a part of. Inside one of the rooms, a man stands by the window, observing their arrival with a quiet intensity. Without turning, he speaks to another individual in the room, confirming that the new members have arrived. A girl, her expression unreadable, questions whether this is truly about the newcomer. Young man responds, remarking on how rare it is for them to gain a new comrade. However, another man standing off to the side with his arms crossed expresses skepticism, insisting that they should first determine whether the newcomer is truly worthy of joining the anti-prophecy. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, he remains momentarily frozen, struggling to fully process his surroundings. Questions swirl in his mind about what exactly is the anti-prophecy unit, and could it have any connection to Ichihara Guild, sensing his unease. Rin acknowledges the lack of clarity and apologizes for not explaining sooner. She states that she has been unable to reveal everything to his mother due to its classified nature, emphasizing that it is a top national secret. The words hit him harder than expected. As they move toward the building, Midori suggests taking his luggage to the dorm first. Rin offers to help, but he refuses, insisting that he can manage on his own. Just as he prepares to move forward, a sudden voice cuts through the air, calling for them to wait. The unexpected interruption startles him, and as he looks up, he spots the young man from before standing above them. Without hesitation, the man declares that he should be the one to explain everything. In the same breath, he launches forward with a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Reacting instinctively, he raises his arms to block the attack, but the sheer force behind it shatters the ground beneath his feet. The impact sends a tremor through his body, yet he remains standing, bracing himself against the shock. The man, seemingly impressed, acknowledges his resilience and offers a rare word of praise. Intrigued, he hesitates for a brief moment before asking for his identity. Without missing a beat, the man steps back, landing effortlessly on the ground, before proudly introducing himself as Hanada, Hikotaru, a member of the anti-prophecy unit and his comrade. The revelation strikes him as unexpected. However, there is little time for hesitation. Hanada has been assigned to explain everything, and whether he is ready or not, the truth is about to unfold. Meanwhile, Midori remains unruffled as he asks Rin for some tea. Rin nods and pours him a cup while the two continue to spar. Midori watches them calmly, his gaze steady, as he questions Hanada about why they are fighting despite being comrades. Hanada, unfazed, explains that it serves two purposes: to introduce the anti-prophecy unit to Kanagi and to test his skills. The explanation lingers in Kanagi's mind, leaving him uncertain about what kind of test this really is. Without warning, Hanada moves with swift precision, launching another kick at him. Kanagi reacts instantly, blocking the strike with both arms with his unshaken stance. Hanada, still in the midst of combat, begins explaining the origins of the anti-prophecy unit. Kanagi listens but remains skeptical, doubtful that Hanada actually intends to provide a full explanation while they are still engaged in a fight. As the exchange continues, Hanada pauses for a brief moment to ask for Kanagi's name before proceeding. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as Kanagi, Minato. Midori, still leisurely sipping his tea, reflects on how Kanagi has been tested repeatedly, first by the academy, then by himself, and even by an S rank. And now he faces yet another trial. Turning to Rin, Midori wonders aloud if Kanagi will always be subjected to these constant evaluations. Rin, her expression calm, acknowledges that it cannot be helped. After all, Kanagi is a talent Midori has personally scouted. Hanada's relentless kicks keep coming, yet Kanagi keeps blocking with his hands, his endurance unwavering. At one point, Hanada throws out a question: what is the role of a hunter? Kanagi answers without hesitation, stating that a hunter's duty is to eliminate the monsters that emerge from dimensional cracks. Hanada gives an approving thumbs up, affirming that his answer is correct. He goes on to liken the role to pest control, a straightforward yet weighty analogy. Then, without warning, Hanada drops to the ground, shifting the conversation with a new question. He asks Kanagi about the other dangers that exist outside of dimensional cracks. The question catches Kanagi off guard. He hesitates before asking Hanada to clarify what he means by other dangers. Hanada's expression darkens slightly as he explains that the world faces threats far worse than those caused by dimensional cracks. He speaks of terrifying events: the Pandemonium 10,000 Demons Castle from 10 years ago, and the Great Outbreak of Kyushu from 5 years ago. Kanagi immediately recognizes these as large-scale dimensional breaks, disasters that left lasting scars. Before he can formulate a response, Hanada suddenly lunges at him, instinct kicks in, and Kanagi raises his arms in defense, managing to block the attack. Even so, the sheer force of the strike sends him skidding backward. Hanada acknowledges his resilience, praising him for correctly recalling the public knowledge of those past catastrophes. He then adds that Kanagi will come to understand far more about them once he begins training at the academy. Just as Kanagi steadies himself, his breath still measured, he barely has time to react when Hanada appears above him with staggering speed. There's no room to think. Hanada's leg is already descending in a crushing axe kick. Whoa, Kanagi throws himself out of the way just in time, narrowly dodging as Hanada's foot slams into the ground. A nearby tree takes the impact instead, splitting cleanly in half. The sheer force of the attack leaves Kanagi momentarily stunned. Hanada straightens, his tone shifting as he continues his explanation. The events he mentioned, like the Tower of Malevolence from 300 years ago, aren't just disasters. They are full-scale invasions, direct attacks from another dimension. Kanagi processes the weight of those words, struggling to believe what he's hearing. This isn't just history. This is happening now. Hanada steps closer, his expression serious. He admits that he doesn't understand why today's Awakeners seem weaker compared to those from the era of the Tower. There are fewer individuals who can match the strength of the original founders. A fact that troubles him. Kanagi, caught between curiosity and concern, finally voices the question that has been building within him. What should they do? Hanada's answer is firm. This is exactly why the Anti-Prophecy Unit exists. Those with the ability to foresee these threats and predict the arrival of true catastrophes don't share their knowledge with the public. They inform only the elites, the ones capable of handling such dangers. And those elites, Hanada declares, are none other than the members of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Midori and Rin can't help but smile proudly at this revelation. Kanagi realizes that their purpose is to prevent these prophecies from coming true. Hanada then tells him that starting today, he is officially part of their ranks. He is the first person who has managed to block his kicks consecutively. So he welcomes him into the group. Hanada extends his hand, signaling his acceptance. And Kanagi shakes it. Midori and Rin applaud. And Hanada calls for the other Awakeners, who appear above the house in silence. Hanada asks them what they will do, but they simply stare at him and disappear, which catches Kanagi off guard. Midori remarks that they vanish as if they are villains, but Hanada just shakes his head, suggesting that they want to see everything for themselves. Hanada turns to Midori, asking him to leave it to him, and Midori does just that, heading off. Hanada then helps Kanagi with his stuff, offering to show him to his room in the dormitory, which Kanagi thanks him for that night. As he settles into his room, Kanagi can't help but ponder the significance of the organization he has just joined, an organization focused on handling prophecies in their world. He wonders if the founders have faced the same kind of crisis during the era of the Tower. And if he is now battling against something foretold, his thoughts fill with anxiety. But then a voice interrupts his worry, suggesting that he simply train. Surprised, he turns around to see Hinoki and the other founders standing before him. He quickly apologizes for not having spoken with them earlier, but Hinoki reassures him that they have made a decision. As the founders, they have decided to train him to become the strongest Awakener. Much like Midori, with their guidance, he could become the strongest Awakener in history, one of their disciples. Kanagi is taken aback, asking if they truly want him to be their disciple. Hinoki nods and replies affirmatively, worriedly adding that it is a fine idea. But Hinoki teases that it will lead to a sort of battle royale between them. Kanagi worriedly urges them not to fight over him. Hinoki explains that things have started that way, but after observing him more closely, the founders have changed their minds. Rather than using his body for their own gain, they find the idea of training him far more intriguing. Hinoki then shares that when Kanagi defeats the poison user, he manages to copy all their moves, even though he cannot replicate them at the same level of proficiency. Nevertheless, Kanagi grasps the basics quickly. Hinoki asks if Kanagi understands the significance of his achievement, pointing out that it is possibly a result of his crest of nothingness. But more importantly, it is his speed of learning that makes him stand out. This ability, Hinoki explains, is stronger than any of the founders' talents. As Hinoki speaks, Kanagi feels tears welling up in his eyes. He remembers the looks of disappointment from his previous trainers, the ones who told him that it seemed like he had no talent. Up until this moment, no one has expected anything from him. It has all felt like a dream, especially when he was treated like trash and continuously bullied for failing the hunter's qualification test 3 times. He recalls the laughter of his classmates, their mocking voices urging him to give up. His name is often forgotten, lost in the crowd as no one cares enough to remember it. No one has faith in his future, and he has grown accustomed to being overlooked. Yet now, 2 of the most renowned figures, Midori and Hinoki, acknowledged him. The thought of such recognition fills him with disbelief, making him question whether he even deserves this newfound happiness. For so long he has admired them from afar. never once expecting that they would place their trust in him. Hinoki, noticing his reaction, approaches him with a reassuring smile and places a hand on his shoulder, urging him not to let his emotions overwhelm him. It is then revealed that their very souls reside within him, particularly during his sleep. This presence allows him to access a space unrestricted by the usual confines of time and dimension. With this in mind, they lay out his rigorous training regimen. Each afternoon, he trains with the anti-prophecy unit, and at night, within his dreams, he continues his lessons. Peaceful sleep is now a thing of the past, but he has already steeled himself for the challenge. Without hesitation, he accepts their guidance, expressing his determination to follow their lead. As the night passes and morning arrives, in the bathroom, Hanada stands by the sink washing his face when he notices him entering. A greeting is exchanged. Though fatigue still clings to his expression, the exhaustion is evident, and he admits that he has yet to adjust to the grueling schedule. Hanada, understanding all too well, recalls his own struggles during his initial days at the dormitory. However, something unexpected catches Hanada's attention, a powerful aura emanating from him. Curiosity piqued, Hanada acts on impulse, launching a swift kick toward him. Yet, in a seemingly effortless motion, he simply lowers his head, simultaneously spitting out the water in his mouth, before moving away. Without sparing a second glance, he dismisses Hanada's antics, stating that he has no patience for such things in the early morning, and that he is heading to the cafeteria first. Hanada, left in disbelief, realizes that the speed of his attack is faster than the previous day, yet it has been dodged with ease. Moments later in the cafeteria, Hanada spots a suitable place to sit and approaches a woman enjoying a piece of fruit. He inquires whether she minds if they join her, to which she gives a curt approval. Seizing the opportunity, Hanada takes a seat across from her and signals for him to sit beside him. Recognition dawns as he recalls that the woman was introduced as one of Hanada's comrades the day before. However, her demeanor remains distant. She addresses him with formality, making it apparent that she does not particularly welcome his presence. Despite this, he greets her and introduces himself. Her indifference is immediate. She has no interest in learning his name, nor does she intend to remember it. Raising her fork and pointing it in his direction, she declares that she will acknowledge his name only when she deems him worthy. Until then, training is the priority, and he is expected to accompany her on a mission to eliminate a prophecy. The prophecy dated back to 1945, when the first book of prophecy had been unearthed deep within the ice of Antarctica, buried 3,000 meters beneath the surface. It was known as the Book of Doom. Its writing was crude, resembling the scribbles of a child, yet its contents foretold a catastrophic future. According to its predictions, the world would be subjected to a devastating attack 80 years later, along with a series of apocalyptic disasters. The weight of its words had been enough for the world to take it seriously. As they travel in the car, she poses a question, prompting him to reflect on why the world chooses to believe the book's grim predictions. His thoughts linger for a moment before he looks in her direction, still uncertain of her name. However, before he can inquire, she dismisses the need for introductions and urges him to provide an answer. He reasons that the prophecies must be accurate, but her reaction is immediate. She scoffs at his response, questioning his intelligence. If even a single event inscribed in the Book of Doom comes to pass, the world will face its end. The weight of this revelation leaves him stunned. As their conversation continues, he turns to Hanada, curious about the number of prophecies recorded. Hanada estimates that there are around 200, a revelation that leaves him speechless. He can't help but wonder if the world is already beyond saving. However, Midori reassures him that nearly 180 of these prophecies have already been prevented, a statement that fills him with awe. Still trying to grasp the significance of it all, he returns to the question of why the world puts its faith in the book. The woman explains that the Book of Doom was discovered by an explorer named Bernard Russell. The moment Bernard opens it, the very first page greets him with the words, "Hello, Bernard," followed by a precise timestamp, March 17, 1945, at 11:35 a.m. on a sunny day, the date and time when he discovers the book. The eerie accuracy of this prediction leaves no room for doubt. Hours later, they arrive at their destination, Tokyo Sumida Ward, where an intermediate-level dimensional crack has formed. As they approach, guards stationed at the site block their path, firmly stating that the area is off-limits. Ignoring the warnings, they move past them with remarkable speed, leaving the guards momentarily stunned. When he hesitates, questioning whether it's truly all right to proceed, Hanada assures him that it is. The woman begins explaining the broader crisis at hand, catastrophic events such as the Third World War. The dark side of the moon, the invasive pandemic, and the floating trees have all been classified as emergencies. Among these, the pandemonium outbreak and incident Midori manages to suppress stands as a particularly dire example. Though the Book of Doom is widely known, it is merely one of many grim grimoires scattered across the world. The anti-prophecy unit exists specifically to gather intelligence, analyze predictions, and take preemptive action. Their responsibilities span multiple threat levels: rank 3, involving the destruction of one or multiple regions, rank 2, escalating into national emergency, rank 1, affecting the planet's environment as a whole, special rank reserved for destruction of the world. He listens intently, his growing realization turning into alarm. With urgency in his voice, he asks if these missions are now solely their responsibility. The woman, unshaken, confirms that such duties naturally come with being a member of the Anti-Prophecy unit. Not long after, Kisaragi and his team spot them crossing the yellow caution line and immediately confront them. Assuming they are civilians, Kisaragi warns them to turn back, explaining the dangers of their location. However, she dismisses his concerns, stating that today's prophecy is a rank 3 event. Though the dimensional crack before them appears to be an intermediate B rank, in reality, it poses a much greater threat. A rank 3 disaster, codenamed Yellow Journal, she is certain that the crack will expand further. And almost as if on cue, it begins to widen at an alarming rate. Kisaragi turns, eyes widening in horror. As the fissure, tears open completely, a wave of creatures begins pouring out, each one more monstrous than the last. With a sharp command, he orders his squad to prepare for battle. But the response is immediate and brutal. The creatures overwhelm his forces within moments, cutting them down with little resistance. Panic sets in as he curses under his breath, realizing that even B and C rank hunters are struggling to hold their ground. Then his attention shifts to an even greater danger: the immense pressure radiating from a boss-level monster. Watching the newcomers stride forward, Kisaragi tries once again to intervene, warning them to stay back. But before he can say more, the woman presses her hand to the ground and casts a spell called Trismegistus. Instantly, spears erupt from below, impaling the creatures in a swift, merciless strike. Their bodies collapse, lifeless, as blood pools around them. Hanada launches his own attack. With a burst of speed, he moves fluidly through the battlefield, knocking down every enemy in his path with precise, calculated movements. Kisaragi, witnessing the display of skill, is left speechless. He has always considered himself formidable as an S-rank hunter, yet these individuals far surpass him. He can't comprehend who they are or where they have come from. Then the woman turns to Kisaragi and with unwavering certainty orders him to fall back. From their perspective, he is the civilian in this situation. Kisaragi's gaze drops to her hand where an emblem is imprinted on her skin. Recognition flashes across his face. Their presence here isn't random. They are government operatives. Before he can process the implications, a massive hand emerges from the dimensional crack, ripping it open even further. As the rift widens, a towering beast steps forward. Julia Olnir, a being far beyond S-rank, looms over them, its monstrous form radiating an overwhelming presence. Without hesitation, the woman lurches forward, preparing to strike. Kisaragi shouts, warning her against a reckless attack, but his words fall on deaf ears. Together they launch their assault, unflinching in the face of the threat before them. Hanada swiftly unleashes a series of kicks at the beastman, only to realize with shock that his attacks have no effect. The creature's anti-physical armor renders his strikes useless, forcing him to retreat just as it lunges toward the woman. Without hesitation, she gathers energy in front of her, preparing a counterattack. However, before she can react, Kanagi appears between them, stopping the beastman's assault with nothing but his bare hand. The impact causes the beastman to explode in a burst of energy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As the dust settles, Hanada recognizes the attack as a penetration shock. What truly shocks him, however, is that he has taken down an S+ rank monster with a single blow. The realization strikes him that Kanagi's strength has increased significantly overnight. Though the woman calls out, stating that such force was unnecessary, he knows that when facing an enemy with high physical resistance, striking from within is the most effective approach. He learned this from Wantak, the Fist Saint, who taught him the basics of penetration attacks just the night before. With that, Kanagi turns towards the girl and asks her name, noting that he saved her, so at least he deserves that. She excitedly reveals that her name is Akane. With no time to dwell on the moment, Hanada turns back toward the battlefield, enhancing his physical abilities to engage the new wave of monsters emerging from the crack. The woman, undeterred, unleashes her own attack, drenching her opponents in liquid mercury, before igniting it into a powerful explosion with her Mercurius reject skill. Together they press forward, recognizing that just as Kanagi pointed out earlier, breaking their enemies from the inside is proving far more effective. Determined to move forward, she signals to Hanada, and without hesitation, they both advance toward the dimensional crack. Behind them, Kisaragi can do nothing but watch in disbelief. He knows that the world beyond the crack is entirely different, an unknown realm filled with unimaginable dangers. To venture inside is madness. Yet before he can react, the two have already rushed ahead, leaping through the crack without a second thought, leaving him surrounded by the lifeless bodies of A-rank monsters. The realization strikes him. These two are not ordinary fighters. They have to be part of the rumored secret organization. As they enter the dimension, An overwhelming swarm of creatures awaits them. Assessing the situation, Akane raises her hand, noting that the monsters are identical to those outside. With precision, she conjures a barrage of mercury spears, impaling the creatures instantly. Kanagi, while running, observes her technique, acknowledging her immense power. He understands now why she is regarded as the strongest area of effect fighter within the anti-prophecy unit. Defeating the other enemies, Akane now stands in front of a massive bear monster. However, just as she is about to attack, Hanada leaps toward it first. Seeing him, the bear swings its claws, but Hanada dodges by jumping onto the roof, and then follows up with a barrage of kicks all around the beast. Kanagi watches in amazement as Hanada effortlessly moves and simply giggles. However, to his shock, Kanagi suddenly rushes toward the bear and unleashes a barrage of kicks just like he did, asking Hanada if it looked similar to his own technique. Hanada is taken aback but smiles in amazement. After defeating the monster, they venture ahead. Akane notices that as they go deeper, the number of enemies decreases. They finally reach a huge open space that resembles an arena. Suddenly, they feel a powerful aura around them, realizing that something is coming. To their shock, a massive Minotaur warrior monster jumps in front of them, completely enraged. It is a boss-blind Minotaur with a triple S-rank power level, while Hanada and Kanagi are taken aback by its towering presence. Akane stands nonchalantly before it, questioning if this is really the boss. Numerous spears emerge from the portal, as Akane yells at the others to unleash their strongest attacks. She will handle the final blow. Hearing this, Hanada begins channeling his energy, while Kanagi stands in the background, amazed by both of their attacks. However, deep down he knows it might not be enough to defeat the beast. When Hanada hears this, he is taken aback that Kanagi doubts their strongest attacks. Despite being bombarded by magic attacks, the beast swings its massive weapon, creating a crater in the ground and sending powerful shockwaves throughout the arena. As the dust settles, they are shocked to see that the beast remains completely unscathed even after their most powerful strikes. The group braces themselves for battle once more as Kanagi prepares himself. He suddenly hears someone praising Akane's talent. He recognizes this voice. It belongs to his founder's spirit, Inkilik. An alchemist expresses concern that Akane, despite her purity, agility, and incredible strength, may have her talent wasted by dying at such a young age in this battle. According to Kilik, Akane tried her best, but this Minotaur is on an entirely different level of power. She underestimated the monster's physical resistance, which is at a full 100%. Growing concerned meets Kanagi, asks what he should do, to which Kilik simply laughs. Meanwhile, Hanada and Akane struggle against the beast, realizing they should have brought someone skilled in magic. As Akane glances at Kanagi, she is taken aback by the strange energy radiating from his body. Kanagi has surrendered control of his body to Kilik, who cast his powerful spell Mercurius on the beast's legs. The spell freezes its lower body, leaving Akane completely stunned. She is shocked not only that Kanagi used the same type of skill as her, but also that he executed it in a way that effectively immobilized the beast. Kilik, now controlling Kanagi's body, looks at Akane with a serious expression and calls her a fool. He then scolds her for lacking flexibility in her expertise, telling her that she still needs to learn how to manipulate substances in 3 different forms to truly become an alchemist. As Kilik speaks, he simultaneously fills the Minotaur's entire body with mercury as the liquid metal begins to seep from the monster's mouth. He casts a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast rapidly heats up, boiling from within, while its toxic fumes spread throughout the arena, making it difficult for the others to breathe. Akane watches in amazement, realizing that instead of relying on brute force, Kilik used extreme temperatures to subdue the monster. Meanwhile, the Minotaur writhes in agony, its body overheating from the inside. While executing the spell, Kilik casually mentions to Kanagi that he wants to take Akane as his disciple. Kanagi, however, brushes it off as a joke. The boiling mercury ultimately overwhelms the Minotaur, reducing it to a lifeless heap on the ground. With that, the mission for the day, defeating the boss, which was classified as a level 3 prophecy, ends in victory. Akane watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she just witnessed. The skill Kanagi used should only be accessible to an Awakener, residing within a crest. She knows that Kanagi must be in the same class as Hiko, yet he managed to wield alchemy at her level. Still in shock, she demands to know who Kanagi really is. With a confident smile, Kanagi extends his hand and introduces himself, annoyed yet intrigued. Akane reluctantly shakes his hand, declaring that she will definitely remember him. Seeing Kanagi earn Akane's recognition, Hanada beams with happiness. Meanwhile, outside, Kizaragi and his men continue waiting. To their shock, the dimensional crack begins closing. Just as it's about to seal completely, the trio leaps out in time. Kanagi asks if the mission is officially over, to which he is told that they only need to report back to headquarters as they discuss their next steps. Kisaragi approaches them, expressing his gratitude for saving his team. He assures them that he has no intention of prying into their identities or what transpired inside. Akane thanks him for his understanding and advises him to include details about the emblem in his report, as it will explain everything to the authorities. As the trio walks away, Kisaragi offers his help if they ever find themselves in danger. However, Akane turns back and reveals that they will likely never meet again, suggesting he return to his daily life. Hearing this, Kisaragi realizes that, in the end, they are just civilians, people who exist in a world beyond his reach. On May 11th in N Prefecture Village, a red flash streaks through the streets. A guard catches sight of it but is left bewildered, unable to determine what it is. Suddenly, a deafening sky-piercing roar echoes through the village. At the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, the trio steps out of the car and Akane reminds them to write their report for headquarters. However, Hanada receives a message on his phone informing them that they are being summoned to the laboratory, an unusual request so soon after their mission. Curious, they proceed to the Anti-Prophecy HQ lab, where two individuals are already waiting for them. One stands on the stage while the other sits in the stands and in an authoritative tone remarks that Akane took quite a long time to take down a rank 3 disaster, while Kanagi immediately recognizes him as the red-haired guy from before. Akane, however, is enraged by his condescending attitude. Irritated that he speaks as if he is a leader when he is not, Hanada quickly steps in, trying to diffuse the tension, and asks what director Kurihara needs from them. The man standing on the stage is none other than the director. As everyone settles down, he plays a video sent by the analysis team. The footage reveals a glowing red-hot charcoal piece, which according to the director is a prophecy grimoire. He explains that it was discovered in a volcanic region and has been under analysis ever since. Kanagi wonders if it's even possible to decipher a grimoire in such a state. However, the director, adjusting his glasses, reveals that with the help of AI and X-ray technology, they managed to extract some information, though the contents remain unclear. But what they did decipher was a single prophecy that explicitly mentions Japan. Everyone in the room is taken aback, especially Akane, as this is an entirely new prophecy, one they have never encountered before. The director further explains that anti-prophecy research is highly advanced, gathering information from across the globe, making the discovery of an unknown prophecy highly unusual, but in this case, the situation is different. The red-haired man immediately understands what this means. The four of them must investigate the matter. The director praises his insight and reveals that this mission would typically be assigned to the usual members, but they are currently unavailable. Hearing this, Kanagi realizes that this must be why Midori wasn't present when they returned. The director then orders them to depart immediately and assures them that further details will be sent via email. Kanagi is stunned that they received another mission so quickly, but the red-haired man simply tells him that he'll get used to it. Feeling a wave of unease, Kanagi grips his fists, a creeping realization settling in. This time, the fate of the world might truly be at stake. Suo slams his hand on the table and stands up, announcing in an authoritative voice that he and his 3 subordinates will be taking on the mission. Akane, seeing him act like a boss again, is visibly annoyed. As they leave, the director gives them a final warning, advising them to be cautious, since the severity of this mission is unknown. He also reminds them that even if the prophecy begins to unfold, they must wait for the main force before taking any drastic action. In the car, Kanagi feels uneasy about the unknown dangers of the mission. From the front seat, Suo suggests they get some rest, noting that Akanagi has just completed his first mission. Akane, driven by pride, refuses and insists that he has no right to give her orders. However, to her surprise, both Hanada and Kanagi immediately accept the offer and doze off within moments. Determined to stay awake, Akane struggles to fight off sleep. But as the night deepens, exhaustion finally takes over and she too drifts off. Sometime later, the car comes to a halt. Akane stirs awake, noticing that the vehicle is now empty. Alarmed, she rushes outside and finds the others standing on a cliff, staring down at a glowing light below. What she sees leaves her in utter disbelief. A massive magic circle sprawls across the ground, its scale beyond anything they had imagined. Hanada quickly grasps the gravity of the situation. It is far worse than expected. The prophecy is nearly complete. Emerging from the ground, skeletal figures remain trapped within enormous crystals, their eerie glow casting an ominous light over the entire area. The sight sends chills down their spines as they realize they might already be too late. These skeletons are the 23 residents of the village mentioned in the report. Suo recalls a similar incident from the past. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion mysteriously vanished and a dimensional rift nearly opened. As he explains, the massive pillar at the center of the magic circle begins to erupt with bursts of energy. Noticing this, Suo urges them to move quickly. Hanada, drawing his sword, asks what they should do, to which Suo reveals that they will have to stop it. Akane quickly reminds him of the director's orders. They were explicitly told to wait for further instructions. However, before they can debate further, they sense an overwhelming aura behind them. As they turn, they see Kanagi, engulfed in tremendous energy, already prepared for battle. The group immediately realizes that Kanagi feels stronger than before. Despite this, Suo remains unfazed. With a smirk, he leaps forward and orders the others to follow. Everyone rushes after him, though. Akane warns him not to act recklessly as they charge down toward the magic circle. Hinoki and the mage suddenly recognize a scent in the air, a smell that feels eerily familiar. They have encountered it many times before in their lives. Just then, the ground trembles violently, and with an explosive burst, a massive hand erupts from beneath the earth. Hinoki's eyes widen in shock. He now understands exactly what they are smelling. It is the stench of a forbidden technique. This is the prophecy written in the Book of Scorching Heat. According to Hinoki, an Awakener named Bandhu Shojima, the leader of the Dark Magus, committed genocide during the Epsi period. He was eventually slain by the Onmyojis, but in the process, an entire village was dragged into the ordeal. Shojima collected the blood of the fallen villagers and used it to draw a magic circle, ensuring his reincarnation 1,000 years later. His goal, to devour everyone and reign over the world as a demon king. Before his demise, he left behind a forbidden technique that reveals how living beings would be sacrificed for his resurrection. Now in the present, Shojima has been reincarnated as a boss of unknown rank. His mission is clear: to fulfill the prophecy of Scorching Heat. Looking down at his hands, he scowls, realizing he has been revived with far less power than expected. He wonders if there weren't enough sacrifices for the ritual. As he surveys his surroundings, he notes with amusement that, even after a millennium, the place remains unchanged. However, his lips curl into a maniacal grin when he sees the anti-prophecy unit approaching, thinking that it is more sacrifices for him to claim. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashes Plate of Yin, causing a massive explosion beneath the charging anti-prophecy unit. Kanagi watches in alarm as the blast engulfs Hanada and Akane. But as the dust settles, they emerge unscathed. However, Kanagi's expression darkens when he notices a dark magic circle forming beneath their landing spot. It is the dark art Death Realm. From the circle, hundreds of spirits emerge, their ghastly hands reaching out to ensnare Hanada and Akane. They struggle against the grasping spirits, quickly realizing that Shojima is far more skilled than they anticipated. As Shojima watches his spell take effect, he suddenly senses movement behind him. It is Kanagi launching a surprise attack. With effortless precision, Shojima dodges, bending and sidestepping with ease. He smirks, mocking Kanagi as an amateur, before casting Plate of Yin directly beneath him. The blast erupts, but to Shojima's shock, Kanagi emerges unscathed. He counters at Shojima with his Thunderbolt Hadad skill, but it gets blocked as Shojima channels his own dark magic. Despite stopping the attack, Shojima is impressed by Kanagi's choice of skill. From within the smoke, Suo walks up behind Shojima and uses the Chrysanthemum spell, sending a barrage of sharp knives toward him. Shojima is taken aback but easily dodges it by jumping into the air. While he is midair, Suo uses another spell, revealing that he already knew Shojima wouldn't be defeated by such a low-level skill. Slamming his weapon down where Suo activates the Autumn skill, causing knives to rain from the sky. However, Shojima simply smiles, calling it a rain of mere lights. He then morphs his hand into a sword and attacks Suo, who blocks it with significant recoil. After being blocked, Shojima realizes that Suo is likely the strongest one in the group. Kanagi, standing to the side, finds Shojima's power bottomless. As he is completely different from the enemies they have faced so far, Shojima feels stronger than even the founders. As Kanagi ponders this, he hears his comrades calling to him from behind. Turning around, he is shocked to see Akane and Hanada being blasted by black art skills. Managing to escape the attack, both Akane and Hanada begin charging towards Shojima, who is still fighting Suo. While engaging them, Shojima summons 3 skeleton demons to deal with Akane and Hanada, who are still charging toward him. Hanada, seeing a demon summoned in front of him, launches a kick, but to his shock, it does nothing. The monsters' bodies are as tough as the Minotaur they faced earlier. One of the skeleton demons stands in front of Kanagi, blocking his path. Meanwhile, Suo and Shojima continue to exchange a barrage of attacks. Shojima mocks Suo, claiming he won't get any help from his comrades. However, as soon as he says this, Suo slashes straight at Shojima's shoulder, declaring that he doesn't need any help. He then points at Shojima, warning him to stay away, stating that the only thing he can rely on is his own ability, wiping the blood from his wound. Shojima begins to yell maniacally, claiming that he too doesn't need anyone and will devour everyone. With that, he charges at Suo, who barely manages to block the attack just inches away from his body as Suo struggles to hold off Shojima's assault. He hears someone call him from behind. It's Kanagi, who is charging towards Shojima. Shojima is amazed to see him as he had sent a demon to stop him. However, when he looks back, he sees the others still fighting the demons, while the one he sent to Kanagi lies cut in half. As Shojima processes this, he is struck by a powerful punch to the face from Kanagi, sending him dragging across the ground. Suo is also impressed by the attack, and Kanagi suggests that they fight together to defeat Shojima. Suo is momentarily shocked as Kanagi and Akane haven't even defeated their own opponents, yet this guy has, and now he's offering to help him. However, Suo's pride gets the better of him, and he outright rejects Kanagi's offer. Declaring that he doesn't need anyone's help, he is more than enough to fight alone. Kanagi is in disbelief, but before they can argue further, Shojima suddenly closes in on them. Unleashing his Magatsu's breath technique, a powerful beam blasts toward them both. Su manages to block it, but Kanagi is sent flying, his body struck by the devastating attack. He crashes into a tree and his vision starts blurring as consciousness slips away, as he drifts into unconsciousness. He sees Hinoki and the Major's soul standing before him. Hinoki informs him that he has fainted, and so they have summoned him into his own consciousness. Despite the pain racking his bruised and battered body, Kanagi struggles to stand, desperately asking them to send him back. He needs to fight. However, before they can respond, a deep and authoritative voice echoes through the space, commanding him to step back from the battle. Meanwhile, outside, Su is barely holding his ground against Shojima's relentless barrage of attacks. Shojima smirks, praising Su for thinking the same way he does, needing no one else to fight their battles. With a sinister grin and the insatiable urge to devour everything, Shojima channels his power into his next attack, striking down with such force that Su's sword shatters in half. Stunned but quick to react, Su immediately summons another blade and swings at Shojima, but the enemy dodges effortlessly, bending backward with unnatural flexibility. Shojima seems to be enjoying himself more and more as Su continues to struggle. Back in the spiritual realm, Kanagi's spirit form watches as the battle unfolds. Shojima is stronger than anyone there. Hinoki states that this is far beyond what Kanagi can handle. The mage adds that Shojima's precision is terrifyingly high. If there had been more humans living in this place, he might have already ascended to the rank of a demon king. She warns Kanagi that if Shojima consumes his life as well, he will become even stronger and unleash havoc upon civilization. She calls their discovery of the grimoire nothing more than a mere coincidence. Hinoki then steps forward, requesting that Kanagi lend them his body so they can handle the matter themselves. However, to their complete shock, Kanagi flat out refuses. Apologizing, he firmly states that this isn't training, this is real. He must overcome this obstacle on his own, just as he will in the future. With unwavering confidence and determination, he looks at them and asks if they agree with him. The mage tries to argue, but is interrupted by Hinoki, who laughs out loud. He tells Kanagi that he has already defeated them, placing a hand on Kanagi's shoulder. Hinoki reminds him of his claim to surpass the founders. With that, he urges Kanagi to go, use everything he's learned, and do things his way. This boosts Kanaga's confidence, and with a determined look, he faces the battlefield, asking the founders to watch over him. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the field, where Shojima and Su are still locked in combat. Swell looks battered and beaten. As he opens his eyes, Shojima strikes again, sending him airborne while in the air. Shojima readies his final blow to end him, but just as Su braces for impact, someone grabs him midair. His sword and body are seized by Kanagi. Midair, our boy, Barosu's sword. And with a swift motion, he throws him toward the ground, away from the incoming magic beam from Shojima. Swill lands hard on the ground, and Shojima turns his attention back to the airborne Kanagi. He releases another Magatsu's breath aimed directly at him, but is shocked to see Kanagi calmly wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style. With a sharp focus, Kanagi slashes through Shojima's breath attack, cutting it cleanly in half, and with precise control he strikes Shojima's arm, severing it from his body. Shojima, stunned and horrified, is left speechless, unsure of what just happened. Shaking with fury, he yells about his identity, but Kanagi, his face set with unwavering determination, responds coldly that he is the one who will surpass the founders. The mage observing the battle asks Hinoki if Kanagi will win against the Dark Magus, but Hinoki himself does not know yet. However, he is certain that Kanagi is not foolish. He suspects that Kanagi may have learned something new while he was asleep in the car on the way here. A wide smile spreads across Hinoki's face as he wonders if it is something beyond his own understanding. Suo, watching Kanagi move with such efficiency and fluidity, is equally shocked. Just moments ago he had rejected Kanagi's help, yet now it is that very help that is saving his life. Meanwhile, Kanagi relentlessly slashes at Shojima, forcing the latter to teleport backward and counter with his dark art skill, Pomegranate. A barrage of energy blasts hurtles toward Kanagi. He tries to dodge them, but quickly realizes that they are tracking him. Jumping around in an attempt to evade, Kanagi finds the blasts persistently chasing him. Suddenly he recalls one of the Founder's skills, Aftershock, slamming his foot into the ground. He erects a stone barrier in front of him, blocking the incoming attacks. Shojima is taken aback by Kanagi's tactics, but quickly hurls more blasts his way. In response, Kanagi utilizes the shattered stone fragments to shield himself once again. Seizing an opportunity, Kanagi combines two skills to flash behind Shojima, but Shojima barely manages to dodge in the nick of time. Countering immediately, he unleashes his plate of yin blast, striking Kanagi. Though Kanagi takes the hit, he absorbs most of the impact. Using an airborne rock as a springboard, he lunges at Shojima, recalling the lessons passed down by the founders. Shojima evades once more, but the sheer variety of techniques Kanagi employs leaves him stunned. The founders, watching from afar, are equally shocked by Kanagi's rapid growth and relentless assault. However, Shojima is not done yet. With a dark glare, he activates his forbidden art, summoning a towering skeletal monstrosity through skeleton fusion. This colossal creature looms over all, radiating a powerful, malevolent aura. Shojima smirks, declaring that this will be the end. The giant skeleton swings its massive palm toward Kanagi, as the founders yell for him to run. But Kanagi stands motionless, staring at the incoming attack. Deep in thought, he acknowledges that even if he goes all out, he still lacks the power to defeat Shojima. He realizes he needs something more, something beyond his current limits. Recalling the lessons from the mage and Hinoki, Kanagi remembers how to wield Shining Flame and Hinoki's one-handed sword technique. He recalls Hinoki teaching him the wave blade attack and various slashes. Drawing upon both teachings, Kanagi channels Shining Flame into his hand, while infusing his sword with Hinoki's skill, transforming his weapon into a blazing blade. The Major and Hinoki watch in shock. Kanagi has just achieved the impossible. Holding his newly empowered weapon, Kanagi stands ready. The technique he has just executed is called Blazing Fire-Cutting Blade. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the skeletal beast, swinging his fiery sword as Shojima watches in utter disbelief. Remembering Hinoki's teachings about the blade and mage's magic arts, Kanagi desires more than just those two. With that determination, he manages to use the Blazing Fire-Cutting Blade skill and gulping his sword in flames. With a swift swing, he cleaves through the skeleton, splitting it from head to toe, while also slashing Shojima in half. Everyone is shocked by this feat, combining two magic skills in such a way. The Alchemist founder is particularly amazed, calling Kanagi an irregular for his ability to switch and combine all kinds of skills. He never expected Kanagi to be capable of merging techniques so effortlessly, and he suspects there may be even more to his potential. Suddenly, the alchemist vanishes, leaving Hinoki confused. Mage, overhearing his words, agrees, realizing they may have underestimated Kanagi's abilities. She now feels a twinge of concern, wondering if it's wise to raise someone like him. However, Hinoki is thrilled by Kanagi's power and eager to see just how far he can grow. As Kanagi lands on the ground, exhausted, he is shocked to see Shojima, who had been cut in half, beginning to regenerate from his own blood. Furious, Shojima snarls that if the attack had hit his head, he might have died. Channeling a dark energy, he forms a death ball, vowing to end things himself. But just as he speaks, Su suddenly slashes his throat from behind. Shojima is decapitated, caught completely off guard. As his body collapses, Swell grabs Kanagi, who has fallen unconscious. Holding him, Su recalls a distant memory. His older brother once carried him in the same way. It had been a freezing night under a bridge with snow covering the ground. His brother had promised to get food for him in the morning, as Su drifted off to sleep. They had heard the sounds of a grand parade above the bridge. Others celebrating while they shivered in the cold, stomachs empty. This memory reminds Suo why he chose solitude. Shojima had tried to manipulate him by preying on his loneliness. But now, looking at Kanagi, he realizes something. He is not truly alone, and even if he is, he can endure it. As he ponders this, the barrier around them begins to crack. Akane and Hanada rush in, immediately worried upon seeing Kanagi unconscious. Once they confirm he's only passed out, Hanada notices the barrier is collapsing from the inside. She warns that they need to act quickly. Hanada asks what would happen if the energy within the barrier explodes outward. Suo grips his sword tightly, revealing that if that happens, they will all be crushed to death. Their only option is to hit it with their strongest attack and try to deflect it. Though Su says this with confidence, deep inside, he isn't sure if they are capable of it in their current state. But they have no choice. As they brace themselves, Kanagi, still unconscious, suddenly lifts his sword, channeling energy into it. Swill notices this in shock. Inside Kanagi's mind, Hinoki takes control, guiding his body. As the barrier explodes, everyone unleashes their full power, while Hinoki executes his one-handed style's splitting cloud attack. Outside the barrier, a red-haired man rushes toward the scene, accompanied by two men. His subordinates warn him that the barrier is about to collapse. Suddenly, it bursts open. The men fear they might be too late. But to their astonishment, a brilliant beam of blue light shoots into the sky. From Kanagi's sword, the red-haired man watches in awe, recognizing the light as a flawless sword technique, free of hesitation. His name is Su Makoto, the captain of the anti-prophecy unit, observing the spectacle before him. He wonders whose work this could be. A while later, on a plane flying over Peru, Midori is on a call with Makoto, amazed that the new member has just stopped the unknown prophecy. Meanwhile in Japan, Makoto, still on the call, is facing a rank 1 prophecy, one that, according to him, is on a much higher level than what they encountered before. Midori, instead of boarding the plane, sits on top of it, smiling as he reflects on how much the anti-prophecy unit has grown, even though he isn't there to witness it firsthand. However, his amusement is short-lived when Makoto reveals that the core member who stopped the prophecy was none other than Kanagi, the same Kanagi who had only joined the team 2 days ago. Shocked, Makoto desperately demands to know who he really is. Without hesitation, Midori confidently declares that Kanagi is the one who will bring an end to all prophecies. They had been anticipating his arrival for quite some time. There was a lingering sense of expectation surrounding him, as if he was the one they had been waiting for. Makoto, skeptical of such high hopes, questions whether their faith in him is truly justified. Instead of arguing, he is simply told to see for himself. Changing the topic, Makoto urges Midori to return. His presence is needed, as facing an opponent of equal strength without him is proving to be a challenge. Midori chuckles, offering a brief apology before shifting focus. Meanwhile, Rin reaches out, his voice carrying urgency as he speaks of a grand prophecy unfolding before them. It is a colossal enemy, a super-rank prophecy, the boss of suicidal infection. Team, as the monstrous being charges toward him. Midori tells Makoto to hold on, assuring him that he will finish up soon. Without hesitation, he extends his hand and unleashes divine wind turbulence. At that very moment in a hospital ward, Kanagi's eyes snap open. A startled cry escapes his lips as he abruptly sits up. A nurse, noticing his sudden movement, leans over to reassure him. She informs him that he has finally regained consciousness. He has been in the anti-prophecy infirmary, asleep since the end of his mission. Hearing this, Kanagi wonders if he had merely lost consciousness. His sleep had been so deep that he hadn't even entered the spatial realm to train with the founders. The nurse assures him that he is fine, drawing back the curtain before reminding him to call if he needs anything. As the curtain lifts, Kanagi notices Suo sitting nearby, arms crossed, silently watching him. Seeing him, Kanagi wonders if he had been watching over him the entire time he was unconscious. Kanagi looks around and notices that Hinata and Akane are missing. Curious, he asks about them, to which Suo reveals that they are training, frustrated by their perceived uselessness in the last fight. With an accepting tone, Su calmly states that Kanagi's power was overwhelming. Hearing this compliment from a man like Su shocks the overpowered boy, but before he can fully process it, Su suddenly stands and aggressively demands to know who he really is. In less than 2 days after his arrival, Kanagi has already defeated a rank 3 and a potential rank 1 boss, while using a rare fusion spell that Su has never seen before. Pressing the question again, Suo demands to know Kanagi's true identity and how he too can become like him, as Su insists on getting answers. Makoto suddenly arrives, asking if Kanagi is the one he's looking for. Kanagi confirms, but Suo is taken aback by his older brother's unexpected arrival. Makoto walks past Suo, barely glancing at him, while Kanagi hesitantly asks if he really is Suo's big brother. The moment the question leaves his lips, Makoto suddenly draws his sword and swings it inches away from everyone in the room. Both Su and Kanagi are caught off guard, dodging the attacks back. Kanagi wonders if it's some kind of test, while Makoto, equally surprised, marvels at how a mere trainee managed to evade his strike. Makoto confirms that it was indeed a test, and Kanagi has passed. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as the captain of Suge Squad, Su Makoto. The realization hits Kanagi hard. Makoto truly is Suo's older brother. After a brief pause, Makoto announces that due to Kanagi's extraordinary performance against the rank 1 disaster, he will be joining his squad temporarily. The announcement stuns Kanagi, but Suo is even more shocked. A tinge of jealousy creeps into him. Despite being Makoto's younger brother, even he is not allowed to join his squad. Wasting no time, Makoto orders Kanagi to follow him for a briefing. While in the background, Swill clenches his fists so tightly in frustration that his knuckles begin to bleed. Meanwhile, in the training area, the anti-prophecy unit duo is training hard. Akane wields multiple weapons while Hinata focuses on blocking her attacks. However, no matter how much they push themselves, they know that reaching Kanagi's level is nearly impossible. As they continue practicing, Midori suddenly walks in, announcing his arrival with chocolates from Peru. To his shock, they completely ignore the chocolates, rush toward him, eagerly asking how long he will be staying in Japan. When Midori reveals he will be there for a week, the duo immediately insists on training under him during that time. They refuse to let Kanagi surpass them without a fight. Taken aback, Midori hadn't expected them to be this determined. He agrees to train them but then asks about Su, wondering if he wants to join just as he finishes speaking. Su arrives, his expression filled with sheer determination as he confirms that he will be joining as well. Meanwhile, in the hall, Kanagi keeps pace with Makoto's fast strides as he leads the way. Back in the training room, the group is shocked to see Su just as determined to join them. Swill reveals that Kanagi has been scouted by his older brother to temporarily join his squad. This revelation stuns the duo, making them realize just how far Kanagi has progressed. Being personally recruited by Makoto is no small feat. However, Suo sees this as a sign of his own shortcomings compared to Kanagi, believing he must improve himself even more. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Kanagi, growing curious, asks Makoto about the meeting. Makoto reveals that it concerns their next mission, for which they will depart the following morning. As they walk, Makoto suddenly stops and asks if Kanagi is close to his younger brother. Recalling their last battle together when Suo lent him his sword, Kanagi excitedly confirms that he is. Though Makoto acts indifferent, he secretly worries about his brother but never shows it. This has led Su to mistakenly believe that his brother hates him and doesn't care about him. The truth is, when Makoto visited them before, he didn't ignore Suo, he simply couldn't bear to look at his wounds. However, this misunderstanding made Suo believe his brother was disregarding him, fueling his determination to risk his life and grow stronger, just to get Makoto's attention. On the other hand, Makoto doesn't want Su to become stronger, he just wants him to be safe. This deep misunderstanding drives Suo's resolve to surpass Kanagi, believing that only then will his brother acknowledge him. One day he hopes to defeat Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi, still curious, presses Makoto further, and Makoto finally admits that he truly does care about his little brother. Kanagi finds this heartwarming. Back in the training area, Asu explains everything to the group. Akane finds it confusing. Even though Suo talks about surpassing his brother and proving himself, he still respects him deeply. Continuing her training with Hinata, Akane remarks that in the end, Suo just wants his brother's attention. Hanata finds this touching, but Akane's words trigger something in Suo, making him enraged. Meanwhile in the meeting, Kanagi learns about the 3 core rules of the squad. First, be swift. Second, maintain offensive pressure. Third, overcome weaknesses. Within the Counterforce division, Makoto's squad is considered the strongest in terms of combat ability. The squad operates with a minimum of 7 members, designed to be a small but elite force. Their primary targets are rank 1 and above level threats. Abort the helicopter as Makoto's squad is escorted to their mission. A squad member named Jakaru casually remarks that 90% of the team's power comes from their captain, while the rest are just extras. Since Kanagi is only a temporary member, he isn't expected to do much. However, while Jakaru is explaining this, Kanagi is distracted, busy on his phone. Jakaru points this out, prompting Kanagi to apologize, explaining that he needs to contact his friends. Jakaru, confused, asks what he means by contact. Kanagi is trying to contact the other members of the anti-prophecy group as the founders keep nagging him about it. While the group is training, they receive his message and reading it shocks everyone. Especially Su, who wonders what the hell Kanagi is thinking by sending it. They immediately show it to Midori, who discovers that the message contains 3 separate pieces of advice, each tailored for a different person. The detailed guidance on how to get stronger impresses Midori. With a smile, he extends his hand and asks if they will follow the advice or reject it. Seeing it as a challenge, everyone accepts, especially Su, who is enraged that Kanagi has essentially salted their wounds. Back on the plane, Jakiru informs Kanagi that they have arrived at their destination. Wiping the window, Kanagi is amazed by the sight of a vast, snowy mountain terrain with enormous crystal spikes jutting out of the ground. Their mission is to deal with a rank 1 prophecy, Frozen Earth. This disaster threatens to freeze the entire planet as the affected areas are expanding at an alarming rate. If left unchecked, the whole Earth could be consumed, ending all life. This phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in 17 different locations across multiple countries, many of them in urban areas, which only worsens the crisis. Vice Captain Kashi briefs the squad on the situation, stressing that they cannot afford any delays, as reports indicate the freezing effect is spreading faster than anticipated. Leading the mission, Makoto orders the squad to jump from the helicopter's back hatch as it can no longer proceed safely. Before they jump, he reminds them that no human lives should be harmed. To motivate everyone, he commands them to chant the 3 squad rules, and they all shout them in unison. Standing at the back, Kanagi reflects on his last battle, where he once again relied on Hinoki in the end. Determined to grow stronger during this temporary mission, he sees this as a valuable opportunity to learn from the other members. As everyone leaps from the helicopter, Kanagi resolves to complete this mission on his own. This is his first rank, 1 prophecy. At 10:17 a.m., everyone lands safely on the ground, the air is freezing, and despite being an Awakener, Jakuru catches a cold, questioning how the temperature is affecting him. Kashi explains that the cold is far worse than the reports indicated, which might be the reason. He also informs the squad that the area is vast and suggests setting up a camp midway. Hearing this, Makoto considers something but keeps his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi asks J-Guru if the prophecy, Frozen Earth, is recorded in any prophecy book. Jakaro denies it, revealing that the anti-prophecy unit predicted it using their unique skills. While many prophecies exist, this is the first time a member has successfully identified a rank 1 prophecy. This is why Makoto's squad was chosen for the mission, given its severity. Kanagi's question is answered, but Kashi notices that he seems slightly nervous. Kashi reassures him that nervousness is better than letting his guard down, but he shouldn't let it become a burden. Chikiru places a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, repeating Kashi's words and reminding him that he is moving with the best crew of the anti-prophecy unit. Kashi yells at Jikaru for being too relaxed, prompting Jikaru to apologize instantly. Suddenly, Jikaru raises his hand, reporting that his radar has detected enemies at 2 o'clock, approximately 200 meters away. Kashi acknowledges the report and vanishes in an instant, only to reappear moments later. She confirms that she scouted ahead and saw 30 monsters with an estimated rank of S triple plus. These creatures belong to the ice gargoyle race of the Tice tribe. Hearing this, Makoto immediately orders his unit to annihilate the enemy. The squad charges toward the incoming monsters in a highly coordinated manner, their teamwork and situational awareness leaving Kanagi in awe. They operate on an entirely different level compared to trainees, making him realize that these are elite warriors far beyond the regular members. Eager to join the fight, Kanagi asks for permission, which Makoto grants, dismissing the enemies as nothing more than S triple plus rank. With permission secured, Kanagi launches forward and kicks a monster in the head. However, to his shock, the creature explodes, sending shards flying in all directions. Kashi, skillfully evading a flashy monster's attack, warns everyone that some extremely powerful monsters are mixed in with the rest. Meanwhile, Kanagi activates his fire, cutting blade, and completely obliterates a monster with a fiery attack, sending it flying. Witnessing this, Jikaru is stunned that someone like Kanagi used a fury sword skill. Kashi is impressed, while Makoto, with just a few swings of his sword, effortlessly slices through the remaining monsters. He also takes note of Kanagi's fiery sword and realizes that the blue light beam he saw earlier must have come from it. With the monsters defeated, the squad sets up camp in the mountains and begins eating. During their meal, Kashi asks Jakiru what else he saw on his radar. Jakiru reports that there are no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer range. Hearing this, Kashi sighs in relief, confirming that they can spend the night there. However, she soon wonders, where have Kanagi and the captain gone? On the other side, Carnegie sits by his own campfire, attempting to fuse his spells together just as he did before. However, as he focuses on the process, the captain suddenly arrives from behind and calls him out for his enthusiasm about training. Caught off guard, Kanagi nearly jumps out of his skin as Makoto scared the hell out of him by approaching so silently. After calming him down, Makoto sits beside Kanagi and asks if this is his first time camping and whether he finds it difficult. Kanagi enthusiastically claims that he's fine. But to his surprise, Makoto casually states that he just wants to go home and smoke. Kanagi is taken aback. He never expected someone like the captain to talk about smoking. However, to Kanagi's shock, Makoto then reveals that he's desperate to smoke his cat. Confused and alarmed, Kanagi misinterprets his words, thinking he's talking about drugs. He immediately questions the captain about his cat, to which Makoto, getting uncomfortably close, pulls out his phone and shows him a picture. Kanagi asks for the cat's name, and Makoto reveals it's a rebate. As Kanagi examines the picture, he notices the cat's ferocious gaze, but instead asks if Makoto really misses him. To his surprise, Makoto denies it, revealing that Oribe is a complete menace, always scratching his stuff, vomiting everywhere, and being an overall nightmare. Yet despite all of that, Makoto admits that the cat is still adorable, just like his younger brother Suo. Kanagi finds it strange that Makoto is talking this way, but he listens as the captain, in a hopeful voice, expresses his wish to one day talk with Suo the same way he's talking with Kanagi now. Kanagi, being an only child, admits he can't relate, but he offers a suggestion. Perhaps Makoto should treat Su the same way he treats his cat. Hearing this, Makoto smiles and agrees. He then shows Kanagi some videos on his phone, shocking him with footage of the captain treating his cat like a baby. Amused, Makoto questions whether that kind of behavior is really okay. Then, with a soft expression, he looks at Kanagi and asks if they can practice together. In his mind, Kanagi doesn't really want to. But before he can answer, Kashi arrives, searching for them. She requests that they return to camp, reminding them that they have to depart early the next morning. Makoto agrees without complaint. That night, however, Makoto and his crew remain unaware of a mysterious figure venturing into the snowy land. The person, casually dressed as if heading to the beach, moves deeper into the frozen terrain. When stopped, he claims to be on a mission to fulfill the prophecy of that place. Holding a small book in his hand, he declares it an important mission. He is a solo Awakener, heading toward the very same mountain as Makoto and his squad. At the camp, as Carnegie sleeps, he finds himself training in his dreams with the founders. Today's lesson is archery, meant to improve his concentration. He practices with a heavy bow under the guidance of Market, who is instructing him. Noticing Kanagi sweating, Market asks if it's painful to keep his focus steady. As they train, Hinoki loudly complains about why it isn't a sword training day, but the mage quickly silences him, reminding him that it was his turn the previous day. Despite the noise, Market is impressed that Kanagi remains undisturbed, showing significant improvement in maintaining his concentration compared to their first session. Kanagi explains that he is currently on a mission with an amazing team, which motivates him to give his best. With his focus locked on the target, he releases the arrow, hitting the bullseye with perfect accuracy. Market is amazed by the precision, while Kanagi drops to the ground, sighing in relief. Market reminds him not to forget the feeling and calls it a day for training. Realizing that the session is over, Hinoki gets excited, immediately drawing his sword and ordering Kanagi to get up for sword training. However, just as they are about to start, Kanagi is suddenly awakened by his crew as it's time to continue their journey. Before setting off, Makoto briefs everyone, stating that today they will slay the boss tied to the prophecy. As they venture ahead, they encounter more monsters, this time a flock of bluebirds, as the squad charges toward them. The founders within Kanagi comment on how easy this mission should be, given the team's strength. However, the mage notices that one of the older founders appears uneasy, sensing that something is off about the fight. After a fierce battle, the crew successfully clears the monsters, clearing their path forward. Makoto then orders Jekaru to scout ahead. Jekaru reports that approximately 2,000 meters from their position, there is likely a major boss, and it is heading straight for them. He then delivers horrifying news that the monster will reach them in just 10 seconds. Within moments, a towering figure known as the unknown god Calametis comes rushing toward them, with a ferocious maniacal expression. Her aura is completely different from any monster they have faced before. Makoto immediately orders his crew to engage, and they all flash toward the boss in perfect coordination. Jekaru uses his abilities to shackle the creature with a E, while Kashi slashes at it from all angles. However, to their shock, their attacks leave no visible damage. The boss remains completely unscathed despite their well-executed combo. Just as the boss is about to counterattack, it suddenly senses something approaching from above. It's Kanagi descending with a powerful sword strike. Remembering what Akane and Hinoki taught him about executing a vertical slash, he unleashes his strongest attack first, ready to strike with full force, combining his power. Kanagi attacks with his blazing fire cutting blade, sending a beam of fire toward the boss. However, to his shock, he was dead. It has no effect. The boss immediately counters, swinging her own sword and sending Kanagi crashing into the ground. Hearing the powerful impact, Jakiru momentarily believes Kanagi has just died. However, Kanagi survives, having landed on an ice crystal that cushions his fall. Meanwhile, Kashi, still fighting, realizes why this boss is ranked number 1. She glances toward Makoto. It is now up to him to save them. Makoto draws his sword, and as he does, Jekaru instantly shackles Kanagi and lifts him out of the fight, claiming that if they interfere, they will only get in their captain's way. As they retreat, the boss swings at Makoto with all her might. The sheer force of the attack creates a powerful shockwave, making Kanagi worry for Makoto's safety. However, to his astonishment, Makoto stops the attack inches away from hitting him. The boss swings again, and once more Makoto blocks it effortlessly. Without hesitation, he counters with a devastating slash, severing one of the boss's arms. Watching this, Hinoki is beyond impressed, exclaiming that he wants to do the same. However, Kanagi, growing concerned, firmly refuses to let Hinoki take over his body. Meanwhile, standing before the wounded boss, Makoto calmly declares that he had wanted his crew to gain experience fighting a boss of this level, but now he will end it himself. Hearing this, his crew quickly deploys a barrier around them for protection. As soon as the barrier is up, Makoto channels his red dragon skill into his sword, unleashing blazing flames all around. He then combines it with crimson light, sending a massive inferno straight at the boss, which obliterates nearly half of her body. Kanagi, witnessing this, is utterly shocked. Makoto used a sword flame technique similar to his own, but it was far stronger. Without the protective barrier, they all might have been reduced to ashes. Kaneki quietly apologizes to the boss, saying it was his duty to protect the world. Then, out of nowhere, he meows like a cat, causing an unbearable wave of second-hand embarrassment to wash over everyone. Observing the battle closely, Kanagi realizes that Makoto's technique is vastly different from Hinoki's. His skills are truly on another level. Amazing. Kanagi now deeply desires to learn from him. Meanwhile, Makoto delivers a final follow-up slash, cutting the boss completely in half. However, in an instant, a flash of light streaks through the battlefield. Makoto's arm is suddenly severed. In disbelief, he turns, only to see a gaping hole in Jakaru's body. Kanagi frantically looks around, horror gripping him as he realizes what just happened. One by one, his comrades' bodies are being torn apart, blood spilling onto the ground. They are all dropping dead before his eyes. Kanagi, seeing Jakaru falling, rushes to help him, but with the last of his strength, Jakiru pushes him away. Stumbling backward, Kanagi watches in disbelief as the comrades he fought alongside just seconds ago are now collapsing before his eyes. Despite being on the brink of death, Jakaru is filled with regret. His radar failed to detect the incoming attack, leading to this devastating loss. As he falls, he apologizes to his captain and crashes onto the ground, hoping his team has at least seen where the attack came from. Kashi is safe, but several other members are struck by the same beam, piercing straight through them. Makoto, clutching his severed arm, yells at his team to take cover in the terrain, calling it a skill attack. Without hesitation, everyone obeys and runs for their lives. While fleeing, Kashi calls out to a fallen comrade, urging him to follow. However, he hesitates, worried about their captain who was severely wounded. The attack that severed Makoto's arm cannot be blocked, not even by a barrier, because its properties allow it to annihilate everything it touches. Suddenly, another beam hurtles toward Makoto, but he narrowly dodges it by leaping into the air. Kashi watches in growing fear, as the boss unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks while simultaneously regenerating. Realizing they must take down the boss in one decisive burst, she turns to Kanagi, only to find him kneeling on the ground, frozen in shock. Kanagi stares at the bodies of his fallen comrades, his voice barely above a whisper as he pleads with the founder Valentine, asking if she can resurrect them. However, with an embarrassed expression, Valentine apologizes. She cannot bring back the dead. Kanagi falls silent for a moment, then takes a deep breath. He calls upon all the founders, admitting that while he wanted to handle everything himself this time, he now realizes he may need their help once again. Without hesitation, Hinoki steps forward, takes control of his body. Meanwhile, Makoto, analyzing the attack, realizes that it completely bypassed Jikaru's radar. Since Jikaru's radar can only detect threats within a 3-kilometer range, the attack must have originated from beyond that distance. This single strike not only killed JKRU but also severed Makoto's arm. Proof that their hidden enemy is at least as strong as he is. Determined not to let his fallen comrades' sacrifices be in vain, Makoto pushes beyond his current limits, channeling power far beyond his normal capacity. He focuses his energy, using his heightened senses to pinpoint a location over 3 kilometers away, despite the obstacles concealing the enemy. Clenching his sword, he remembers those who have fallen today. Their deaths fuel his resolve, with unwavering determination. Makoto charges his blade with crimson light and unleashes a devastating blaze of fire. The scorching inferno rips through the ground, obliterating everything in its path, until at last it reveals the enemy who cast the deadly spell. It is the same boy who arrived there alone, casually dressed. He is impressed that Makoto managed to track him down after his attack, just as expected from the captain of the strongest squad. However, Makoto is shocked. His attack was completely consumed by this man. The boy claims that if Makoto still had his left arm intact, that attack would have killed him. He is using a spell called Darkness to channel dark orbs around him. As he walks toward Makoto, he launches one of the orbs with the intent to kill. In response, Makoto swings his sword, conjuring an ice barrier. He then counters in an instant, vanishing and reappearing behind the boy, slashing at his neck. But before Makoto can process what just happened, the same devastating beam attack strikes again, tearing a chunk off his torso. The boy remains unharmed, calmly stating that he had anticipated Makoto's attack. However, he adds that Makoto is the one truly close to death. That comment ignites Makoto's rage. With what little strength he has left, he lunges forward, swinging his sword, but the boy effortlessly sidesteps. Encounters with a powerful kick, landing a direct hit on Makoto's open wound. However, Makoto is one step ahead. Using the opening, he strikes with the back of his sword, sending the boy crashing into the ground. As Makoto watches, he becomes curious. Why did the boy stop using his beam attack after only a few shots? Despite its overwhelming power, it seems he cannot sustain it indefinitely. Realization dawns on him. The boy cannot use his spell continuously. In terms of endurance, they are evenly matched. The boy, after crashing, manages to land on his feet, confirming Makoto's suspicion but pointing out that they are not in the same condition. Makoto is at a clear disadvantage, one arm severed, half his body missing. However, our Chad Makoto refuses to acknowledge the concept of a disadvantage. He recalls the 3 rules of the Makoto squad, drawing strength from them. Determination floods his body as he readies himself to fight until his last breath. With unwavering resolve, he channels electric fiery energy, burning his own wounds to cauterize them and stop the bleeding. As he does, he roars the squad's 3rd rule into the battlefield: overcome your weakness. With those words, he unleashes Scarlet Blaze. The boy's eyes narrow. He realizes that Makoto is burning away his own life force to amplify his power. In response, he does the same, fueling his darkness spell with his very essence. Makoto, calling upon the spirits of his fallen comrades, glares at his opponent. His voice booms across the battlefield, warning him not to look down on his squad. Meanwhile, in the back, as Kanagi calls upon his funders for help, his hair turns white as Hinoki takes control of him. The other squad members who are still running are suddenly stopped by the boss, who remains strong as she regenerates her arms. Kashi, witnessing this, grows concerned, realizing she cannot subjugate the boss alone. She calls out to Kanagi, who is still kneeling in the back. To her, it seems as though his fighting spirit has completely faded after witnessing his squad members' deaths. It is only natural. He was just an ordinary person who recently joined the squad. However, to her shock, Kanagi rises from the ground. In a blinding flash, he dashes forward and lands a devastating kick on the boss, sending her flying. On the other side of the battlefield, Makoto and his opponent continue their fierce exchange, trading blow after blow. Makoto, wielding only half of his sword, unleashes Scarlet Light. The opponent barely dodges by leaning to the side. Despite evading the attack, he grows uneasy. It is getting harder. Makoto's flames, which should have been erased by his darkness spell, are re-emerging and striking him again. Furthermore, there is a limit to how much he can control his darkness manually, and that limit is approaching. Realizing this, he sends a barrage of darkness orbs at Makoto, but Makoto swiftly dodges, seizing an opening to lunge forward and slash his opponent's arm clean off. Now their positions are reversed. However, despite losing his arm, the opponent leaps forward and drives his knee into Makoto's wounded arm. Makoto collapses to the ground in pain as the opponent slowly approaches. Looking down at him, he claims that losing an arm means nothing. After all, there is still a hole in Makoto's stomach. He then reveals something chilling. He had already anticipated Makoto's strategy. From the very first attack, he knew Makoto would engage in close combat. He acknowledges Makoto's strength, admitting that he always makes the best decisions and never wastes time. However, he also points out Makoto's flaw. He is too predictable. That he declares is the reason why Makoto will lose. Reaching into his bag, he pulls out a book. Holding it up, he claims that Makoto's defeat has already been decided by its contents. Makoto's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes it as the Book of Doom. The opponent opens the book, revealing a startling truth. The guy claims that if there is an organization that exists to stop prophecies, then it is only natural that another exists to fulfill them. Makoto was stunned as he never knew such an organization existed. The opponent then makes his final revelation that he is one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduces himself as the 12th of darkness, the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. Makoto, still in disbelief, questions the reason behind his obsession with bringing about destruction. The opponent, flipping through the pages of the book, smirks and asks if he reveals, will Makoto forgive him? Makoto is enraged by the mockery. Without hesitation, he swings his sword with all his might, nearly severing the opponent's shoulder. Makoto is confident that he can win this battle as his opponent appears to be out of mana, and his body seems to be reaching its limit. Makoto channels the red dragon form, convinced that it will secure his victory. On the other hand, the guy, with his shoulder nearly severed, is still standing, declaring that this is Makoto's end. With that, he takes out a potion and drinks it, unleashing a flashy burst of light. The light blinds Makoto, and suddenly, within that brilliance, a powerful fist strikes Makoto's face, sending him crashing to the ground. As the dust settles, Makoto is in disbelief, seeing that all the damage he inflicted on the guy has been healed and his opponent is back to full strength. The guy claims that the potion he used is an artifact which allowed him to heal completely. With one arm, Makoto uses his scarlet light blade again, sending a sword wave toward the guy. However, the guy disperses it with his darkness orbs and counters with a barrage of attacks. Makoto is left in shock, as the artifact the guy used is supposed to be controlled by countries due to how overpowered it is, and no ordinary organization should be able to possess one. The guy kicks Makoto in his gut wound, sending him to the ground where he takes his final breaths. Seeing Makoto beaten, the guy lets out a sigh of relief, believing he has finally defeated him. Meanwhile, Makoto, remembering his childhood and his comrades, tries to reach for his sword. He also recalls Kanagi's words about treating his brother like his cat, which brings a smile to his bloodied face. With renewed determination, he picks up his sword, but as he is about to swing it, a darkness beam hits him, completely severing the hand holding the sword. The guy, with a confident tone, bids Makoto his final goodbye. However, just as he is about to deliver the finishing blow, someone arrives, parting the crystal behind him. It's Kanagi, backed up by all the founders, ready to get their revenge on the guy who made their disciple cry. Makoto notices Kanagi's presence and is initially worried, but soon realizes that it's not just Kanagi, something else is emanating from him. The guy also notices the abnormality and the aura radiating from Kanagi. The boy in front of him no longer appears as a vulnerable target, but as an existence that will fiercely defend himself. Growing worried, the guy warns Kanagi not to move, threatening to kill Makoto if he does. However, as he speaks, his arm is severed from his body in a flash. The guy is shocked, unable to comprehend how it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, Kanagi simply swings his sword from a distance, the force of the strike even dulling his blade. The founders notice this, surprised that the sword dulled after just one strike. The alchemist founder steps in, transmuting multiple weapons for Kanagi to use in the fight. With pure vengeance in his eyes, Kanagi orders every founder to unleash hell on the guy. Meanwhile, the guy completely regenerates his arm, which shocks Hinoki. The mage founder explains it as reversal, a skill she didn't expect a modern Awakener to possess. She speculates that the artifact he used continuously heals his wounds until its effect wears off. As she speaks, Kanagi launches an arrow that strikes the guy directly in the head. The guy didn't see it coming, but he regenerates the wound instantly. Seeing this, one of the founders asks the mage how they can kill the guy. She reveals that they must kill him repeatedly until he eventually dies. The guy uses his darkness spell as Kanagi loads another arrow. When Kanagi releases the arrow, the darkness spell tries to intercept it, but the arrow pierces through, striking the guy in the chest and head. The archer founder mocks the guy, asking if he truly believed he could stop his arrows. The guy regenerates his wounds and counters with a darkness orbs attack. Kanagi, using the founder's evasive powers, dodges the attack and flashes toward the guy, kicking him in the face. He then grabs the guy's hand and delivers a palm strike to his face. One of the founders notices that the guy can't use his annihilation beam attack. If his vision is blocked by his own orbs, which works in their favor, dodging the attack becomes easier because of this. Kanagi delivers a powerful blow to the guy's gut, sending him crashing to the ground. The founders wonder how many times they'll have to watch the same guy die and regenerate. Meanwhile, Kanagi walks over to Makoto, who in his beaten state asks if he is truly Kanagi. Kanagi denies it, explaining that the founders are using his body as heroic spirits. Using Valentine's healing power preservation, Kanagi begins healing Makoto's arms as he heals. Kanagi reveals that they are in a hurry and must act quickly. Seeing Kanagi leave, Makoto understands that it's the founders who are in control. A short distance away, the guy gets back up, shocked that his spells are being dodged and countered so effortlessly. Without giving him time to think, Kanagi attacks him with a spear, piercing straight through his heart. The guy is relentlessly attacked, dying repeatedly without a moment to recover. One of the founders asks the mage if keeping the spear in the guy's heart will prevent him from regenerating. However, the spear passes through his body and he begins to regenerate again. As the guy starts to recover, Kanagi delivers a powerful kick from above, crashing him back to the ground. Kanagi wonders which body parts regenerate first if they completely destroy his body. The guy begins regenerating from his hand, but by the time his full body is restored, he is gasping and exhausted. He is being obliterated but refuses to let a boy stop him. Deciding to kill Makoto and escape, he rushes toward him, only to find Kanagi already sitting there guarding Makoto. With a maniacal smile, Kanagi reveals that he is too late. Hinoki then takes control of Kanagi's body and, using his sword style, completely cuts the guy's body into pieces. Even though the guy is obliterated, he doesn't fear death as he believes he is fulfilling a prophecy. However, his resolve begins to waver in the face of something as terrifying as Kanagi. As the guy regenerates again, he tries to remind himself of his mission to fulfill the prophecy. Refusing to let fear overcome him, he reaches for another artifact in his bag. But before he can use it, Kanagi cuts off his arm. The artifact scatters to the ground, creating a powerful golden cage around Kanagi called the Sand Cage of Time. The regeneration effect on the guy ends, and he is unable to regenerate his arm. Relieved, the guy believes he has barely made it. The founders, seeing the cage, grow concerned, wondering what to do next since the guy's regeneration is nearly over. The guy standing outside the cage claims that even his darkness can't destroy the cage, so Kanagi can't kill him from within. With a nervous expression, he declares that he is going to leave, but before he can finish his sentence, Hinoki yells at him to watch closely. Suddenly, the guy feels a strong aura behind him and turns to see Makoto standing on his own 2 feet, still regenerating. How is Makoto that much of a Chad and overpowered? Well, it all goes back to his childhood when he trained with the best, Midori. Even Midori lost to Makoto in a sword fight, which led him to suggest that Makoto find a better master to continue his training. Following the advice of the world's strongest Awakener, Makoto searched for masters to become a disciple of those at the highest level. However, he surpassed every master he encountered. Whether they taught him swordsmanship, magic, or agility, every master gave up on him in less than a month. One of the masters recommended him to the strongest swordsman they knew at the time, Hinoki Ichika, the little sister of Hinoki. Ichika became Makoto's final master, and he trained under her for about 3 years. One day while training with Ichika, Makoto asked about a sword technique, mentioned in a book called Indomitable. Even Ichika couldn't figure out how the technique worked, claiming that it was a skill only Hinoki, the founder, could use. Makoto found it fascinating as he had read about it in the book. However, Ichika soon realized she had nothing left to teach Makoto, as he had already mastered Hinoki's one-handed sword style. Makoto wanted to grow even stronger, but Ichika didn't know how he could progress further. She compared him to an unblooming bud, stating that even with all his training, blooming in this lifetime would be difficult for him. She hoped that one day a stronger swordsman would appear before him. In the present, Makoto realizes that this moment is happening right before his eyes. He notices Kanagi using sword techniques he didn't even know existed. According to Ichika, such an opportunity might come only once in a lifetime and he shouldn't miss it. Grateful for the chance, Makoto thanks Ichika in his heart and begins touching his severed arms together. Seeing this, all the founders are confused about what he's trying to do. Kanagi is also worried about his captain, who is outside the cage with the enemy. Makoto begins emitting the same aura as Kanagi. Meanwhile, inside the training ground of the anti-prophecy faction, Midori, who is training with Suo, senses a powerful aura. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area, and as the dust settles, they are shocked to see a massive hole in the wall, and Midori is gone. Back on the battlefield, the guy is confused, seeing Makoto able to perform such a feat despite his condition. He is certain that he will be cut down. Witnessing this, Hinoki explains to Kanagi that people are like flowers, blooming at their true potential when they reach their peak, whether physically, spiritually, or through mastering an ultimate technique. For Makoto, this is the moment of his true potential. Hinoki, standing behind Kanagi, advises him to engrave what he sees deep in his mind. Kanagi realizes what Hinoki is trying to say. Like a blooming flower, Makoto lifts his arms as if holding a sword and, with unwavering determination, manages to use Hinoki's one-handed sword style's lost technique Indomitable, the very technique he read about in the book. Even though the guy's darkness defenses are flawlessly activated, his body is cut in half without Makoto even wielding a physical sword. The guy wonders if this is the time and place where he will meet his end, as his body falls apart. Hinoki praises Makoto for materializing a sword that existed only in his mind. Meanwhile, Makoto, though standing in a state of confusion, feels that he has finally become the swordsman he always aspired to be. He considers it a blessing to have spent time with his family, friends, comrades, and subordinates. Every experience he's had has made him stronger. Even if this is his end, he remembers his little brother and his cat, apologizing to them in his heart as he's about to lose consciousness. He sees Kanagi walking toward him, lending a hand with a smile. Seeing this, Makoto realizes that this death might not be the end, as he can still leave his legacy to the next generation through Kanagi. Grabbing Kanagi's hand, he thanks him and collapses to the ground. As the cage vanishes after the guy's defeat, Kanagi rushes toward his captain, feeling a deep connection through the crest of nothingness. All the other comrades lie lifeless on the ground, but as Makoto is about to join them, Midori comes flying in. He grabs Makoto just in time as he falls. Makoto dies in Midori's arms at the age of 23. After the battle with the Darkness user, pay F for respect in the chat, holding Makoto's body. Midori is in despair, unable to believe what has happened. He remembers a time when he asked Makoto why he became the captain of the squad while they were training. According to Midori and the Anti-Prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest after him, and if he were to go all out, no one would be able to match him. Midori had asked Makoto if, with all that strength, he thought it was better to fight alone. This question surprised Makoto, and he asked Midori if he thought he wasn't suited for teamwork. However, the team was more important to Makoto than anything else. He wasn't sure how to express this to Midori. But suddenly his comrades called him through the security camera. In the group, Chikaro was excited because one of their comrades, Kuzushiro, had just passed the level 2 assignment he had been working on. Kuzushiro was also happy, saying he wanted to tell the captain first. Chikaro, thrilled about the news, suggested they all go out for lunch. Seeing their camaraderie, Midori was taken aback. As Midori listened, Makoto revealed that he was fond of his comrades and that even if he fell wounded in battle, or he was dead, he would be happy knowing he had his comrades by his side. Coming back to the present, Midori holds his friend's body and tells him that his wish of fighting for his comrades has been fulfilled, even though most of his comrades have fallen. 2 of them are still alive. With tears in his eyes, Midori closes Makoto's eyes, stating that as a leader, Makoto has fulfilled his duties. It's something Midori knows he couldn't have done, but Makoto did it, and with honor. On the other hand, Kanagi is on the ground. While all the founders stand behind him, darkness begins to cloud his consciousness. And the mage explains that it's likely due to Kanagi taking all the blame for the station's destruction and his perceived weakness. All of the founders have also experienced the loss of their comrades, friends, and families. Their hearts were broken as they watched their comrades depart. And in most cases, like Hinoki, they couldn't move on from their wounded hearts. Hinoki walks up to Kanagi, who is kneeling in despair. He calls out to him, but in a hopeless tone, Kanagi reveals that he doesn't want to fight anymore. His heart feels torn apart, and he believes that if he had let the founders fight from the beginning, no one would have died. He now understands that in his attempt to become strong for others, he ended up becoming merely a vessel for the founders. Hinoki, hearing Kanagi's words, tries to say something, but Kanagi is too overwhelmed by his thoughts. He feels the hand he shook with Makoto in his consciousness, burning like fire. Kanagi knows that Makoto entrusted him to carry forward his legacy. This brings tears to the founders' eyes, but what Kanagi says next shocks them. He declares that he now not only wants to surpass the founders, but to surpass them with every moment he has. Suddenly a beam of bright light hits Kanagi, as he declares his determination. From now on, he will not let anyone else die. Bro is now 1,000 levels mentally strong. 1 month later in Nagano Prefecture at Mataki Mountain, Suo is practicing hand-to-hand combat with Kanagi. He sends blow after blow toward Kanagi, who dodges them all. Kanagi then counters with a penetration attack, which Suo blocks, but the attack creates a shockwave behind him. Kanagi is shocked that Suo redirected the force of his penetration spell so effortlessly. As he processes this, Suo counters. But Kanagi is ready and uses Aikido to swing Suo around. Suo tries to kick midair, but Kanagi blocks it, and counters with a powerful kick of his own just as he's about to land the hit. A loud shout stops them both. It's Ichika. How did it all happen? Well, the annihilation of the squad has left a deep scar in the Anti-Prophecy unit. During the funeral of the fallen, everyone was in grief, but Suo stood frozen in front of his brother's picture the entire time. Later, as Kanagi was heading to his room, he saw Suo coming out of Makoto's room, holding some books and a cat. Kanagi recognized the cat as Aribe, the one Makoto often talked about. Suo was shocked that Kanagi knew about his brother's cat, something even he hadn't been aware of. Before entering his brother's room, Suo didn't know about the cute cat, the books, the clothes, the food, or even the thoughts his brother had. He He only discovered these things when he went through Makoto's belongings. Kanagi noticed that Suo had a bunch of diaries with him, which he planned to take. These diaries were left by Makoto, so that his brother could read them in case he lost his life. All of Makoto's daily training and missions were recorded inside. However, Suo noticed something else. Every sentence in the diaries ended with Makoto worrying about Suo. He wrote about how Suo was doing, how the weather was cold, and even about Suo's achievements and life events. Reading this alone in his room, Suo broke down in tears, curling up on the floor, as he realized that everything his brother wrote was about him. Comment to Teramogia if you're crying too. As Suo revealed all this to Kanagi, Kanagi also shared that Makoto always talked to him about Suo and his cat, Oribe. Hearing this, Suo teared up, declaring that from now on he wants to get stronger so his brother won't have to worry about him from heaven anymore. With that, they both went to Hinoki Ichika to train. At first, she was cautious of them until they revealed that Suo was Makoto's brother, and that Makoto had fallen in battle. This shocked Ichika, but she kept her composure. In sync, both Suo and Kanagi requested her to train them to become stronger. Coming back to the present, Ichika is amazed at how much they've both improved, especially Suo, who has progressed remarkably. Kanagi asks about his own progress, to which Ichika responds with an annoyed sigh, claiming she has nothing left to teach Kanagi since he already knows everything. She jokes that it should be her asking him to teach her instead. She then kicks a stick toward both of them, and with a manic grin declares that she is the sword, challenging them to come at her. With that, they both charge at her, Suo striking from the front while Kanagi attacks from above. As they fight, Kanagi is determined to get stronger, and is confident that he will become the strongest Awakener in the world. Meanwhile, in England, London, a man wearing a hat and coat walks down the night streets alone. As he turns a corner, someone recognizes him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, Kotra. Kotra also recognizes the person approaching him. It's Midori. Midori straight up demands that Kotra reveal the location of his base and comrades, warning him that if he says anything else, he will die. Hearing this, Kotra instantly summons his weapon, a strange heart-shaped pike, and challenges Midori to come at him. Suddenly, a burst of blood sprays from the alleyway, followed by Midori walking out unscathed. Outside, other members of the anti-prophecy group are waiting. Midori hands them the book, turns and leaves, stating that 7 people are left. They now have 5 books, meaning they've killed 5 members of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, and Midori is now heading to the next target. Inside the anti-prophecy's top-secret facility, the Hunt of Everlasting Secrets. Someone presents the book that Midori collected to an old lady. Her name is Io, the superintendent of the anti-prophecy unit. The man who brought the book confirms that it's from Midori and reveals that these are prophecy books belonging to the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. This man is Jengen, the assistant to the superintendent. Another assistant, a lady named Shiki, is also present. She suggests that the books might be parts of a single, larger book that has been dismembered. Io opens the book and remarks that eliminating the apostles and retrieving the books aren't the main problems. The real issue is that Midori is acting on his own, and it seems like Makoto's death has left a deep scar on him. Shiki, hearing this, wonders what they should do. Io, with a smile, orders them to leave Midori to her, assuring them that once he returns, she will prepare tea for him. Jengen and Shiki then propose that since Makoto's squad has been eliminated, leaving a gap in the anti-prophecy unit, they are willing to form a new squad under their leadership. Hearing this, Io falls into deep thought. Meanwhile, somewhere around Tokyo, a rank 2 prophecy, the rebellion, is unfolding. The boss of this prophecy is the God of Dawn. Members of the anti-prophecy unit are fighting the troops of the prophecy, but are struggling to defeat even a few of them. In their nervousness, they call out for their captain, Hibiki. Hibiki, the captain of the Hibiki Tsuna squad, steps forward. To her, the troops are boring and easy to defeat. She then looks back at Akane, who has joined her squad, and asks if she can handle it. Akane uses her Trismegistus spell, creating a massive blob of mercury. She warns everyone to stand back, as she flows the mercury onto the ground toward the troops. Once every troop has their feet submerged in the mercury, Akane uses her gasification spell, converting the mercury into gas. The troops begin coughing and suffocating. Akane then follows up by converting the gas back into liquid mercury, which is now inside the troops' bodies. She uses crimson heat to boil the mercury within them, and finally she solidifies the mercury, instantly killing all the troops by forming spikes inside their bodies. The entire squad is shocked, as Akane has just wiped out all the troops in a matter of seconds. Akane snaps her fingers, and turns toward the group, announcing that she's finished. Hibiki walks toward her, clapping, and praises Akane for using all 3 states of matter and executing 4 attacks in a single skill. She holds Akane's chin and remarks that it's a shame Akane is only a temporary member of their group. Hibiki proposes that once Akane finishes her training, she should join their squad permanently. Akane, excited, replies that she'll think about it. The other squad members are also impressed by Akane, wondering if she'll really join their squad, given how cute and strong she is. However, to their surprise, Hibiki wants Akane to join because she wants their battles to be even easier. As soon as Akane leaves, she calls Kanagi, informing him that she has completed Lesson 7 about controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and asks him to send her the next lesson. Kanagi, who is trying to keep his lunch safe from the cat, agrees. The alchemist founder, hearing this, is amazed that Akane has finally mastered level 7. Kanagi requests the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, which he gladly agrees to. Kanagi informs Akane and she thanks him. She also mentions that Hinata has reached lesson 8. Inside of a prefecture, Tokorozawa City, a rank 2 prophecy earth-eating beast with the boss Sphinx has occurred. Hinata, sent to eliminate the boss, uses his lightning kick and completely destroys the boss with a single strike. With this, he completes his level 8 lesson on the lightning kick. The captain of the Todoroki squad praises Hinata and proposes that he join their squad. Hinata, like Akane, wants to think about which squad he should join. He asks Akane for advice, and she, excited to compete with him, claims that no matter which squad he chooses, she'll win against them. Kanagi, who is on a joint call with them, is happy that they're both getting stronger and declares that he should get up and start training too. As Kanagi is talking, Suo gets annoyed that Orabi the cat always clings to Kanagi and not him. He yaps about it, and as he tries to pull the cat away from Kanagi, Akane asks if they've heard the rumor about a new squad forming. Kanagi hasn't heard about it, so she explains that a new squad is being formed to fill the gap left by Makoto's squad. The captain of this new squad will be selected from the member with the highest achievements. Kanagi takes the news lightly, but Akane has something else on her mind. She reveals that the real question isn't who will become the captain, it's whether Kanagi wants to form his own squad. At first, Kanagi brushes it off as a joke, but then he freezes, realizing the weight of what she's saying. Kanagi asks Akane why she said that. She reveals that there is a certain desire within the anti-prophecy, as there exists a force in the world capable of eliminating all prophecies. Kanagi is taken aback by this revelation, and Akane adds that she too desires such a force. She explains that everyone in the squad is searching for a strong-willed leader, and she believes Kanagi has the qualities to be a capable squad captain. Just then, Akane's squad captain calls for her, prompting her to excuse herself from Kanagi and say goodbye. This conversation leaves Kanagi deep in thought about the possibility of becoming a squad captain. Meanwhile, Ichika asks Suo about Kanagi, to which he reveals the discussion about him potentially becoming a captain. Ichika also believes that if Kanagi wants to, he could easily take on the role, and Suo agrees with her. Lost in thought, Kanagi seeks answers from the founders, who appear just as uncertain about what to advise him. Since they had all devoted their lives to following a master, they lack experience in leadership. The mage founder, realizing this, calls them useless teachers for being unable to guide Kanagi in this situation. Hinoki then turns to the founder of military strategy, Ryan, and asks for his opinion. Ryan, however, refuses to intervene, stating that it is not the right time, as there is already someone qualified to guide Kanagi. Before Kanagi can process this, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a wooden spear striking the ground inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Ichika approaching, urging him not to waste his time overthinking and instead continue his training. With a maniacal grin, she challenges him to use his flash step against her. Kanagi agrees, leaping down from the rock and using flash step, in combination with ripple step to land softly. Ichika watches in amazement, wondering about Kanagi's true identity. To her, the level of skill he has attained in just 6 months is impossible for a normal. Recalling Hinoki's rigorous training sessions where he failed countless times while learning flash step, Kanagi lets out a laugh. However, before he can dwell on the memory, he senses an aura of energy surging toward him. Noticing Ichika charging at him with her wooden staff infused with energy, he swiftly dodges. The staff strikes the rock behind him, splitting it cleanly in half. Suo, witnessing this, is stunned. Ichika, undeterred, reminds Kanagi that she doesn't care whether he is focused or not. She will force him to be. Kanagi, now slightly nervous but fully attentive, holds his stance. Inside him, Hinoki realizes that Rion was referring to Ichika as the qualified person to guide Kanagi. The mage founder also comes to understand that Ichika is remarkably strong for a modern Awakener, as expected from Hinoki's descendant. However, Hinoki denies having children, claiming it might be his brother instead. He acknowledges Ichika's strength, noting that since she trained someone as powerful as Makoto, she might be a living successor. However, as he says this, he notices her using a technique called Skyfall, something he has never seen before. This technique launches an electric zap toward Kanagi, who barely evades it. Realizing the sheer strength behind the attack, Kanagi understands that Ichika is going all out against him. Ichika charges forward and follows up with her Purgatory Sword technique, unleashing a powerful strike at him. Meanwhile, Hinoki watches in excitement, realizing that Ichika has developed a new technique by refining all the knowledge passed down to her. Outside, as Kanagi dodges the attack, Ichika is impressed. It's a technique he has never encountered before, yet he still managed to evade it. She praises Kanagi's one-handed sword style, noting that it closely resembles the techniques of the founder. This comment shocks Kanagi, and before he can respond, Ichika adds that he might be worrying about whether he could ever become as strong as Makoto. Kanagi is stunned, as this is exactly what has been weighing on his mind. Suo, overhearing this, is also taken aback. Kanagi's grip on a sword tightens, as he recalls witnessing Makoto's strength firsthand. how he was an extraordinary squad captain. This is the very reason Kanagi keeps questioning whether he can ever reach Makoto's level. To his surprise, Ichika tells him that he doesn't have to be like Makoto. She suddenly yells at him to pay attention, channeling her energy as she executes her sword technique, Tengu Dance, creating a powerful water tornado. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who built upon the founder's techniques. While these techniques may never match the founder's power due to the immense difference in strength, the masters never stop trying, gradually getting closer over time. Hearing this, Kanagi finally understands what she means. Ichika then reveals that she doesn't know exactly how great a Captain Makoto was, but from what she knew of him, he must have been an incredible leader. She adds that it won't be the same for Kanagi in the beginning, but if he polishes his skills, he definitely has the potential to reach that level. Pointing her wooden stick at him, she advises Kanagi not to try to become like Makoto, but instead to focus on the path entrusted to him. Hearing this, Kanagi remembers when Makoto shook his hand. Thinking back on that moment, he realizes he must look toward the future instead of dwelling on comparisons. A smile appears on Ichika's face as she declares that, for the sake of that future, she will train him herself. With that, they both engage in intense training, pushing each other to their limits. 2 weeks later, at the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, Hibiki and Todoroki, two squad captains, review the list of newly recommended squad candidates. The list, submitted by the superintendent themselves, includes Kanagi and Ichika. Some members find this selection odd. Meanwhile, outside the HQ building, a dark figure speaks on a cell phone, informing someone that they have successfully infiltrated the facility and that the new squad captain exam will take place in 3 days. This figure carries the Book of Doom and boldly declares that they will soon become the new squad leader of the Anti-Prophecy. This figure is none other than Eva, a member of the 12 Apostles of Apocalypse. Eva possesses a skill called Heavenly Demon, which allows her to replace the existence of anyone she kills. Her goal is to become the captain of the newly formed squad of the Anti-Prophecy and destroy the organization from the inside. As Midori continues his killing spree against the 12 apostles, more than half of them have already fallen since they cannot defeat Midori head-on. They have decided to sabotage the Anti-Prophecy from within. Their motto is that they will do anything to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, at the grand training field of the Anti-Prophecy, the selection examination for the captain of the new squad is underway. As all participants gather, the instructor announces that there will be 4 tests, with only 4 people advancing to the final stage. The exam follows a point system. First place in each test earns 3 points, second place earns 2, and third place earns 1. In the end, the candidate with the highest score will be elected as the captain of the newly formed squad. The superintendent watches, as the instructor urges all participants to give their best effort. In unison, they yell yes. Among them, Kanagi feels the weight of everyone's gaze. There are 8 candidates: Koki from the Yagarama squad, Akahina from the Yorizuya squad, Sonobi from the Yeshima squad, Hisagi from the Kakabi squad, Sakazaki from the Terazaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Jiru from the Hibiki squad. However, the real danger lies in the fact that one of them is actually Eva, one of the 12 apostles, an imposter hidden in plain sight. And then there is the special recommendation. Unlike the others, Kanagi stands alone as his squad captain Ichika is nowhere to be seen, oversleeping as usual. However, she sends him a message, warning that if he doesn't win, she will personally make him regret it. Determined to avoid elimination before Ichika arrives, Kanagi steels himself for the competition. Meanwhile, Ichika rushes toward the training ground. Riding on Suo's back, she yells at him to go faster, knowing that if they don't hurry, they might miss the crucial moments. She has complete faith that Kanagi will win and refuses to miss his victory. Back at the training field, the first test begins, which is mana measurement. To everyone's shock, Kanagi releases an immense amount of energy, shattering the measurement device and securing first place. Akahina from the Yorizuya squad, who ranks 5th in the test, is stunned by Kanagi's overwhelming power. Sakazaki takes 3rd place, while Sonobi secures 2nd, both realizing that Kanagi is an anomaly. Sakazaki remarks that such irregularities occasionally occur when a genius in either physical strength or mana appears in the exam. He speculates that Kanagi is a mono prodigy, much like another participant, Shikami, who ranks 7th. On the points table, Kanagi takes the lead with 3 points. As the instructor announces the second test, hand-to-hand combat, the real battle begins. Each participant must face an opponent, and a victory will earn them 2 points. As the instructor announces the first participant, Shikami voluntarily raises his hand, requesting to face Kanagi. Shikami is the strongest regular member in hand-to-hand combat and is also considered an irregular. When he was just 2 years old, he was caught in the emergence of monsters from another dimension. However, even as a baby in a cart, he single-handedly killed all the monsters. Shocking his own mother, he protected her and became a legend. In the audience, Hibiki accuses Todoroki of cheating by sending Shikami into the hand-to-hand combat test. Todoroki argues that there is nothing wrong with choosing his strongest member. as Shikami is blessed with both magical talent and immense physical strength. He boasts that he has been training Shikami since he joined his squad, and to this day, no one has ever beaten him in hand-to-hand combat. Hearing this, Hibiki wonders if the match will end instantly, considering Shikami's combat abilities are practically unbeatable. As the fight begins, Shikami approaches Kanagi and asks if he has really been giving lessons to Hanada. Remembering the founders, Kanagi replies that he is merely a messenger. Shikami doesn't understand what he means, but continues, claiming that someone out there is advising and teaching Hanada, who is already a super genius. He adds that even without Kanagi's guidance, Hanada will surpass his current level on his own. Instead of arguing, Kanagi simply agrees with him, which only annoys Shikami further. Enraged, Shikami activates Violent Bite, transforming into a monstrous form. In an instant, with blinding speed, he lunges at Kanagi. Kanagi ducks just in time, but Shikami follows up with a powerful claw attack. Watching this, Todoroki is thrilled to see his fighter going all out, as Shikami swings with all his might. Kanagi sidesteps the attack, seizing the moment. Kanagi shifts into Kudo's stance, grips Shikami's wrist, and with tremendous force, slams him into the ground. The impact erupts in a massive shockwave, sending rocks flying across the field, and startling everyone. As the debris settles, both Kanagi and Shikami are airborne. The other participants are in awe. Despite Kanagi merely redirecting Shikami's attack, the sheer power of it was enough to devastate the entire battlefield. Even Kanagi himself is impressed by Shikami's strength, though Shikami assumes he is being sarcastic. Despite the powerful blow, Shikami lands safely on the ground, shocking everyone that he managed to do so despite the destroyed terrain. Akahina, analyzing the situation on his laptop, remarks that this outcome was inevitable. Shikami's physical boost is irregular, and the sturdiness of his body far surpasses that of a normal Awakener. Regaining his composure, Shikami charges at Kanagi once again. Kanagi realizes that simply countering Shikami's attacks won't be enough to win. He needs to try something different, activating his founder power. He delivers a light kick at the charging Shikami. He then multiplies the attack, using the penetration technique. Luminance kick, striking Shikami multiple times while he is still airborne. Everyone watches in shock, as Shikami crashes to the ground, defeated. The instructor quickly intervenes, stopping the match before it escalates further and declares Kanagi the winner, awarding him 2 additional points. The other squad members are amazed. This guy just physically overwhelmed Shikami, despite Akahina's earlier claim that he was an irregular. Akahina, now furiously typing on his laptop, hadn't expected Kanagi to be so exceptional in hand-to-hand combat. He initially assumed Kanagi would be eliminated naturally if left alone, but now it's clear that Kanagi is becoming an obstacle in his plans. As Shikami regains consciousness and opens his eyes, he is shocked to see Kanagi casting some kind of spell on him while he lies on the ground. Kanagi reassures him that he is healing his wounds, which only astonishes Shikami further. An irregular in both mana and physical prowess. Now capable of healing too, it seems almost unbelievable. Shikami, still processing what's happening, asks Kanagi if there's anything he can't do. This question makes Kanagi recall the time he desperately tried to bring back his fallen Makoto squad members, but failed. After healing Shikami for a while, Kanagi tells him he should be able to stand now. As they speak, a loud bang suddenly erupts nearby. Kanagi looks over and reveals that it marks the final match of the hand-to-hand combat exam. Shikami, now alarmed, wonders how long he has been unconscious, realizing it must have been quite some time. Kanagi calmly tells him it has only been 5 minutes. According to Kanagi, after their fight, the other battles started simultaneously. 2 of the pairs finished instantly. But Akahina and Hisagi are still fighting even after 5 minutes. Both remain determined, exchanging a relentless barrage of blows with full force. As Hisagi charges at Akahina, she pushes him back with a powerful attack, mocking him for lacking any special abilities. She taunts that without unique skills or traits, he is unfit to be a captain. Akahina steadies himself and counters her remark, stating that he is not the type who seeks to stand out. According to him, even if an ordinary person were to take on the captain's role, death would be the only outcome for them. He believes that a captain must have the ability to adapt to any situation in order to increase the survival chances of every squad member, even by just 1%. Akahina declares that this is his goal, ensuring that he does not suffer the same fate as the Makoto squad. This statement strikes a chord with Kanagi, as Akahina is speaking about his fallen comrades in such a manner. Shikami also takes offense and warns Akahina to watch his words. Back in the fight, Hisagi executes her Discipline Chain's word technique, generating an energy whirlwind as she charges straight at Akahina. Even though Akahina blocks the attack, the sheer force sends him crashing to the ground. Hisagi quickly follows up with another strike, but just as she is about to land the hit, Akahina unexpectedly surrenders. The instructor immediately stops the match, declaring Hisagi the winner, leaving her in shock. Another squad member quickly restrains her as she fumes with rage, furious that Akahina gave up so easily instead of putting up a real fight. Akahina, on the other hand, claims that he expected the battle to last longer, so he chose to preserve his energy for the upcoming tests. As he walks away, he knows that he could have defeated Hisagi if he had tried, but he does not want to reveal his full strength just yet. especially with Kanagi closely observing the fight. The second stage of the exam, hand-to-hand combat, concludes with Kanagi leading the scoreboard with 5 points, followed by Snow Nobe with 3. The instructor announces a 30-minute break before the start of the third examination. He also reveals that in the next round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores will be eliminated. As the lunch break begins, Kanagi wonders about Ichika and Suo, who should have been there but are still missing. Meanwhile, outside the anti-prophecy headquarters building, Suo finally arrives, carrying Ichika, exhausted from the effort. He is confused when she starts heading toward the courtyard instead of the training ground. When he questions her, Ichika reveals that she can smell traces of an aura, one that suggests someone has recently died there. According to her, it appears to be the residue of an Awakener who was killed by an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Hearing this, Suo was stunned. If an Awakener was truly killed here, it means someone may have infiltrated the anti-prophecy headquarters, despite this place being a well-kept secret. Ichika argues that the 12 apostles are strong enough to have figured out how to find this location, shocking Suo even further when he asks about their possible motive. She ignores the question and instead suggests they head to the training venue. In her mind, however, she knows that whoever died was likely at the level of a squad captain, but with no official reports of such an incident, the situation is becoming more intriguing. Now, not only Midori but also Ichika, Suo, and most notably Kanagi are all working toward the same goal, avenging Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, as everyone patches up their wounds, eats their meals, and casually converses, Akihina sits alone, focused on his laptop. Meanwhile, Kanagi, who is sitting with Shikami, becomes excited when he notices his comrades, Ichika and Suo, arriving. The atmosphere shifts as others grow nervous upon recognizing Ichika, one of the 5 elite members of the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force, alongside Midori. Suo, observing the gathered captains, feels uneasy. Ichika had claimed that a captain had been killed, yet all 7 captains are present on the training ground. Hearing this, Ichika smirks and calls Kanagi over to share something important. She tells him everything, shocking him with the revelation that one of the captains might actually be a member of the 12 apostles in disguise. According to Ichika, the probability is high based on the aura residue she sensed in the courtyard. The individual who died was undoubtedly at a captain's level, yet all captains are accounted for, making the situation highly suspicious. Logically, it should be impossible. But if someone is disguising themselves as the victim, then there is an imposter among them. Realizing the potential danger, Kanagi grows tense, and Suo agrees. The person who just killed a captain-level individual is standing among them. I know it's an Among Us reference, cheeky. Suo fears that if they don't solve this problem soon, there may be more victims. If they leave it as it is, there's a possibility that a prophecy at a level where human extinction is inevitable might appear. However, Ichika, with an evil grin, suggests a far more ruthless approach, killing everyone there to eliminate the threat entirely. Suo and Kanagi immediately oppose the idea, arguing that they only need to find and eliminate the one member of the 12 apostles lurking among them. Ichika, now excited, points out that if they are dealing with the 12 apostles, this might be their chance to avenge Makoto. After all, they are the ones responsible for his death. She asks Kanagi if he feels the same, and as he recalls what happened to Makoto and their squad, he confirms. Suo, clenching his fists, also remembers everything that happened to his brother. Kanagi then turns to Azure, the founder of the detectives, for his opinion. Azure suggests that he should first examine the crime scene, but given that they are in the middle of an examination, he knows that isn't possible. Kanagi considers hurrying there since there's still some time left before the lunch break ends. However, Azure warns that this might alert the culprit. If the apostle they are dealing with is as strong as the one they faced at the Snowy Mountain, he could easily wipe out everyone here if he wished. They need to be prepared if that happens. Taking this into account, Kanagi decides to head to the training ground after today's test, but asks if there's a possibility that even the founders wouldn't be able to detect any aura residue at the crime scene. Hinoki then reveals that they have been near a volcano for the past month, where he trained and mastered his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano might be interfering with the flow of their chi, potentially making it difficult to sense any residual energy. Mage also reveals that if the aura can only be sensed at close range, it is almost certainly from a 12 Apostles class enemy. Azure, annoyed that they are taking over his detective work, is about to protest, but Hinoki shuts him down, suggesting they focus on catching the culprit so he can kill him. Returning to the interrogation, Azure tells Kanagi to ask Ichika a question. Kanagi then asks if there is a possibility that the apostle infiltrated as a candidate, rather than as a captain. This catches Ichika off guard, but after a moment she confirms that it's possible if they are talking about the captain candidates. However, she insists they cannot rule out suspicion on the squad captains either. Kanagi understands but quickly forms an idea that he plans to use in the next test, assuming it involves combat abilities. However, just a few minutes later, the instructor announces the start of the third stage of the examination, revealing that it is a written test, completely shocking Kanagi. The candidates are seated in private chambers where no phones are allowed, making it impossible for Kanagi to gather any information about the infiltrator. The test focuses on the rules of the anti-prophecy, something Kanagi doesn't understand at all. However, he refuses to give up, determined to push through. When the test ends, the instructor announces the results. Kanagi fails to earn any points while Akihina jumps to second place with 3 points. The last 4 candidates, including Shikami, are eliminated. Kanagi feels embarrassed about getting the lowest score in the writing exam, but as he stands there frustrated, Shikami walks up to him and encourages him, telling him that he did well. Both Kanagi and Shikami receive 0 scores in the writing test, but Shikami is especially frustrated about Akihina earning full marks. Despite this, he praises Kanagi for maintaining first place and assures him that he will be cheering for him in the second half of the exam. He wonders who will be selected as the new captain and adds that after the captain is chosen, the superintendent will also evaluate whether the newly formed squad will function properly. Shikami explains that the minimum number of members in a squad is 7, meaning the captain must recruit at least 6 more members. He advises Kanagi to start considering which candidates he will recruit once he becomes a captain. Placing a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Shikami offers himself as a squad member, emphasizing his strong physical abilities. Then with a grin, he walks away, wishing Kanagi the best for the rest of the exam. As Shikami leaves, Azure approaches Kanagi and tells him to visit the crime scene. However, something in Azure's confident tone makes Kanagi realize that he has already identified the culprit. Azure confirms this, but states that he still needs solid evidence to make an official deduction. He then declares that they will now go on the offensive against the 12 apostles. The mage explains everything that has happened so far, and mentions that Detective Azure assists Kanagi with his deductions and methods. This annoys Hinoki as the mage speaks in a roundabout manner, but she does so intentionally to lighten the mood with her narration. They are at the crime scene where Azure takes over for Kanagi, and begins examining the area. As expected, everything aligns with his suspicions. With the victim's identity confirmed, he now also knows who the culprit is. Hearing this, Hinoki realizes that their opponent is indeed one of the 12 apostles, which means he might have obtained the Book of Doom, the same one the last apostle possessed. The mage then asks what they should do next, just as Kanagi is about to respond. He suddenly feels a surge of energy, and is transported into a cloudy realm. There he encounters an old lady who, when asked, simply claims to be a random granny passing by. She inquires about his investigation, and Kanagi reveals that a murder has been committed. The culprit has taken on someone else's form and appears to be highly skilled. Upon hearing this, the granny asks if they should find the culprit now. However, Kanagi explains that they already know who it is, not by mere guesswork, but with solid proof. Despite this, he admits that he cannot expose the truth just yet. The granny is confused as she believes that revealing the culprit and eliminating them immediately would be the best course of action. However, Kanagi argues that while it may seem that way, there are actually 2 culprits instead of 1. He insists that it would be better to take them both down at once when they are in the same place. He decides to deal with it in the morning, but requests that the old lady, who is actually the superintendent, refrain from interfering and simply observe. She smiles, wishes him luck, and reiterates that she is just a passing granny who will not interfere. As she is about to leave, Kanagi reveals his name to her, prompting another smile from the old lady. Suddenly, a strong surge of energy rushes through him, and he regains control of his body. In a top-secret location, the assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was wise to leave things as they are. The granny, however, assures her that she doesn't mind, as Kanagi seems close to the truth and appears to have a plan. She claims that she is merely interested in seeing what he will do next. She then orders the assistant to instruct the other officers to provide backup for Kanagi if anything happens. The assistant agrees, but admits that even after walking near the residual traces, she didn't find anything particularly interesting. Still, the superintendent places her trust in Kanagi's words. The assistant is puzzled as to why the superintendent has so much faith in him. In response, the granny reveals that it is because of the confidence and determination she saw in his eyes. The next day, as Kanagi walks through the woods, Shikami joins him, explaining the details of the next test. This test will evaluate their performance based on how well they would function as a squad captain. Shikami already expects Akihina to rely on his strategic skills, but he expresses his support for Kanagi instead. Kanagi thanks him, but suddenly, out of nowhere, asks why Shikami deliberately dropped out of the examination. After a brief yet sinister pause, Shikami turns to him and claims that he changed his strategy midway. Instead of becoming a captain himself, he now prefers to operate in his own way under the command of a strong captain. Kanagi narrows his eyes in suspicion and accuses Shikami of doing it so he could eliminate all the promising members of the squad. Ichika is also present, hiding in the trees just in case. Hearing Kanagi's suspicion, Shikami openly admits that he has no problem killing someone if it is necessary for a replacement. He explains that during the third test, he struggled to write anything because his brain could only process and retrieve the information already stored in it, which is why he ended up with a score of 0. Calling himself a fool, he accepts that it would be better for him to simply eliminate Akihina's body instead. As they step into an open field, all the squad captains and members surround them. In the center, Todoroki is chained to the ground while Hibiki and another captain stand beside him. With her usual casual and cocky demeanor, Hibiki refers to Shikami as Mr. Apostle and asks him to introduce himself. Realizing his disguise has been exposed, Shikami deepens his voice and reveals his true identity, Ava, the ninth apostle. Ava then explains her ability, adding that she can also extract information directly from a host's brain. She claims that she killed Shikami because he possessed the strongest physique among the contenders. Hibiki smirks and asks if Ava's goal is to sabotage the anti-prophecy from the inside. Ava confirms this, but admits that since she has failed, she now has no choice but to kill everyone present. However, before doing so, she wants to know who first discovered her true identity. Hibiki points toward Kanagi, who is standing right beside Ava. With an evil grin, Ava glares at him and remarks that she never expected him to have the audacity to stand so close to her. Turning to face him, she radiates immense energy and demands to know who the hell is he, but how did all of this happen? Right before Shikami's body was taken over by Ava, Todoroki had told him that he would recommend him as a candidate for the new squad captain. This news excited Shikami greatly, though Todoroki cautioned him that the information was still a secret and would only be officially announced the next morning. Getting even more excited, Shikami joked that despite it being a secret, they were practically yelling it out loud, which would definitely inform others. Todoroki then reassured him, stating that Shikami was one of the strongest individuals there in terms of physical power, and would undoubtedly make a great captain. Seeing this level of confidence in him, Shikami agreed, feeling determined to do his best. However, just as he was fist-bumping Todoroki, something slashed him into pieces. In an instant, Shikami was cut down right in front of Todoroki, leaving him utterly shocked and unable to process what had just happened. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air, mocking Shikami's weakness and questioning if this was truly the standard for a squad captain candidate in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure then answered its own question, claiming that the squad had only grown strong thanks to artifacts and the one who had provided them. Stepping forward, the figure introduced herself as Ava, one of the 12 apostles, and declared that she was looking forward to their future. Walking up to Shikami's lifeless body, Ava activated her heavenly demon skill, taking complete control over it. As she is channeling her power, Todoroki, with his mighty punch Vajra, smashes her entire body into a splatter of blood. Tearing up and enraged, Todoroki breathes heavily. But to his shock, he suddenly hears applause from behind him. The same Shikami he had just seen die is now clapping, praising Todoroki for managing to kill a 12 apostle with a single hit, just as expected from his master. Stunned, Todoroki turns around to see Shikami standing there, seemingly alive. However, before he can even react, his body is instantly sliced in half by Ava, who had taken on Shikami's form. With a wicked grin, Ava then activates the necromancy dance artifact, resurrecting Todoroki as a corpse slave bound to her will. Now under Ava's control, Todoroki agrees to serve her, addressing her as Ava. But before he can say anything else, she slaps him so hard it nearly knocks him over. Correcting him, she demands that he call her Shikami, ensuring that no one grows suspicious of her disguise. Todoroki nods, complying, and the two share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Kanagi and Azure investigate. Using his unique skill, Theatrical Detective, Azure rewinds time to witness everything that transpired there. This powerful ability allows him to replay past events at a crime scene, giving him a first-hand view of what truly happened. The only condition is that Azure himself must possess the evidence and personally deduce the culprit, not just by looking at the clues, but by reaching a conclusion on his own. Additionally, this ability allows him to predict future crimes before they happen. However, there is a significant drawback. If Azure ever fails to deduce a case correctly, the skill will be permanently lost. This means that for the rest of his life, he will never be able to use it again, as Azure explains this ability to the founders. They are disgusted by how underhanded Ava's technique is, killing someone and taking control of their body. However, the room falls into shocked silence, as everyone turns their gaze toward Kanagi, who is overflowing with mana, his rage uncontainable. With fiery determination, he vows not to forgive the apostle. Back in the present, still burning with fury, Kanagi launches a devastating attack, a flash reflection punch, enhanced by his penetration spell, aimed directly at Ava. He also uses Luminance Fist, and as he strikes Ava's face, a massive energy blast erupts, sending her flying. She tries to land, but the force is so immense that she skids backward, struggling to regain her footing. However, as the dust settles, Kanagi is shocked to hear her laughing out loud, calling him cruel. Despite being struck by multiple techniques, she still talks, mocking him by bringing up his friendship with Shikami, questioning why he attacked her so mercilessly. Kanagi, already expecting this, knows he can't defeat Ava with his current strength. Ava, still reeling from the punch's recoil, claims that it's nothing and mocks him, saying his attacks feel like he's just playing around. As the recoil fades, Ava yells that these kinds of attacks won't do anything against her. Kanagi agrees, but reveals that he was never the one meant to defeat her. All he was doing was buying enough time for the mage founder to take over his body. As the founder takes control, she claims everything, and Kanagi's body becomes engulfed in energy. Seeing this, Ava realizes that Kanagi might be the person the satellites warned about, someone who has become completely different. But instead of feeling fear, she becomes even more excited. With a wicked grin, she summons hundreds of mummies from the sky, their terrifying screams echoing. She declares that life is boring until one faces death, so they should fight with all their heart's content. Azure, watching the mummies descend, remarks that they seem like nothing more than empty shells, controlled by Ava using the bodies she has taken before. Laughing out loud, Ava boasts that all of these mummies possess the same physical strength as Shikami, and challenges them to come at her. Looking around, Hibiki notices that there are roughly 100 bodies, all on the same level as Shikami, which shocks a candidate standing nearby. Kanagi, witnessing this from his consciousness, finds it disgusting that Ava is using the bodies of those she has trampled over. The mage who is standing beside him notes that he has changed, and so have the founders, as the mummies shoot toward the ground. The mage controlling Kanagi's body declares that Ava has underestimated him. With that, she unleashes multiple electric zaps, electrocuting all the mummies midair, and shocking Ava. Mage takes it personally as Ava summons her minions and lets them free fall in front of her, forcing Mage to strike them before they land. As the burning mummies rain down from the sky, Ava is left confused, wondering what Kanagi just did. There are people who master unparalleled accuracy through intense training, but Kanagi simply used his skill without batting an eye and managed to hit every single target without missing. The mage instructs Kanagi to stand beside her and study her actions. Our boy finds it amazing that even though she is using a weak body, she can still cast all of her spells efficiently. Calling him closer, Mage explains that while Kanagi was only seeking power for himself, the founders, on the other hand, were eager to use their power through his body. Kanagi is confused, unsure of what she is talking about. Mage continues, stating that even after everything, Kanagi, drunk on immense power, still felt closer to his goal, which was simply to become stronger. Meanwhile, all the founders are also drunk on Kanagi's unparalleled talent. However, after experiencing the tragedy of losing a friend, someone who trusted Kanagi with the future, Mage concludes that Kanagi is angry from the bottom of his heart. Pointing at the founders who are all excited, Mage claims that they all like the current version of Kanagi. Ava, hearing this, is confused. She charges at Kanagi, yelling that the rule of the world is simple: the weak get trampled by the strong. Just as she is about to strike, an electric spark erupts in front of her, stopping her mid-charge. Ava, bewildered, looks around and notices the sky raining down with thunder strikes. Mage reveals that many people think like Ava, but he remembers witnessing an existence powerful enough to destroy the tower, only to be toyed with and devoured by beasts from another dimension. Mage, who observed her comrades fall, now stands for those who were weak, vowing to avenge them. As she walks toward Ava, Mage, still in control of Kanagi's body, calls Ava frustrated, mocking her for lacking the strength to fight. Ava, on the other hand, can't get back on her feet as she is continuously blasted by the thunder strikes. Mage knows that even though Kanagi trained in the mountains, laughing on the outside, deep inside, he wanted revenge. She ensures that all the founders share the same belief, that Kanagi will one day reach the same peak as them. Extending his hand forward, Mage assures him that if he ever needs help, they will lend it to him. And if he feels sadness, he should point to what caused it. And they will put an end to the prophecy. Without hesitation, Kanagi points at the airborne Ava, and suddenly she is struck by lightning bolts that tear her body into pieces. Everyone is left in shock, while the instructor realizes that Kanagi resembles Midori when he was a child, a monster in the making. As Ava lies in pieces on the ground, she can't comprehend how this young boy not only destroyed all her minions, but also obliterated her body. Kanagi, walking toward her, asks if she now understands their strength and states that he has a lot of questions to ask her. He adds that he knows many people skilled in interrogation and wants to talk to Ava about everything that happened. However, in a deep voice, Ava reveals that she can't fight Kanagi in her current form and admits that her boss was right about it. Suddenly, a coffin emerges from the ground, and Ava calls it her trump card. Kanagi is shocked, while Ava explains that hundreds of years ago, one of the founders, known as the 10,000-man army slasher, was responsible for destroying the tower. To Kanagi's horror, Ava unveils the body of Hinoki Richiru inside the coffin. All the founders, especially Hinoki's spirit, are stunned that she has possession of his corpse. Without a word, Mage casts a thunderbolt spell, striking down the coffin. This shocks Hinoki, but Mage states that this is now the real deal, as Ava has already taken control of Hinoki's body. In front of them, Hinoki's corpse stands gripping his blade. Ava, thrilled by her newfound power, declares that she can now fight them on equal footing. Kanagi, taken aback by the overwhelming pressure filling the air, realizes that this aura is even stronger than what he felt while training with Ichika, but that's not all. With a snap of her fingers, Eva summons hundreds of minions from the ground, calling it the second wave. Kanagi begins to worry, but Mage reassures him that it's nothing. As Eva continues summoning her minions, a sudden explosion erupts behind her. Turning around, she sees Kanagi's friends arriving: Ichika, Suo, and the others. Standing ready for battle, he is not alone. Eva feels annoyed, believing Kanagi to be alone in this ordeal, as she observes him speaking. Kanagi realizes that the corpse's voice and speech pattern are identical to Hinoki's. Despite their friends joining the battle, they struggle to defeat the minions, as Eva remarks that these ones are far stronger. This time, the minions possess a physical hardening skill, and even when one of the members unleashes their full power, the attack leaves the minion unscathed. To their horror, each minion possesses a unique skill, making them formidable opponents. With their overwhelming numbers, the anti-prophecy members find it increasingly difficult to fight them head-on. Hibiki, who has been closely observing the battle, activates her sound visualization release skill, summoning a sound phoenix that obliterates a group of minions in an instant. However, despite her powerful attack, she remains wary, realizing that each minion's strength is enhanced by their individual skills. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Todoroki suddenly breaks free from his chains and slam dunks one of the younger members with crushing force. However, Hibiki reacts just in time, rescuing them from certain doom. Amidst all that, Eva is reveling in the chaos, thoroughly enjoying herself. She smugly declares that in a battle like this, only the squad captains have a chance of survival. Hearing this, Kanagi turns to the other founders for their opinions, but they all remain silent. He then faces Mage and asks her to let him take control of the body for a moment. She is surprised by the request, but ultimately agrees. Taking control, he confidently marks Eva, accusing her of underestimating his friends, something she should not have done. Meanwhile, Hanada finds himself surrounded by minions, but he recalls Lesson 7 from Kanagi. Channeling his fist technique, he summons a dragon, using it as both a power source and a foundation for his attacks. With explosive force, he kicks the hell out of every minion charging at him. A while ago, founder Spirit Wantak had observed Hanada's muscular yet flexible build, noting his tendency to rely on single-point concentrated strikes paired with his agility. Another founder, Eilerson, had argued that while it was not a bad technique, it could be far more effective with their guidance. Now in the present, Hanada flawlessly integrates all the techniques they have taught him, moving like a coiling snake, striking from every angle and obliterating the minions with precision. At the same time, Akane stands her ground, ready to face the horde of minions rushing toward her. She remembers Kanagi's advice about the transmute technique, which converts an imperfect substance into perfection. In the past, she could only produce cheap, low-quality weapons, but now she uses her alchemical prowess to defy limitations, crafting stone golems from the earth itself. This is something she mastered in Lesson 8, and with it, she can even destroy the hardened physiques of the minions with ease. Kanagi asks Hinoki about Suo, but Hinoki assures him that Suo is holding his own. While he may not be as brilliant as his brother, he has his own talents. At this moment, he is skillfully wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style, combined with the Skyfall skill, cutting down a swarm of minions with a single powerful swing. He then enhances the attack by merging it with Calendula, creating a flower-shaped slash that strikes the minions in a wide area of effect attack. Watching this, Ichika feels a sense of pride, impressed by how her student is seamlessly combining techniques and skills. However, in her opinion, Kanagi's feats remain unparalleled due to the complexity of his combinations, as she continues cutting down minions, lost in thought. She suddenly notices a massive fire tornado forming before her. The sight startles her, as this can only mean that the battle between Kanagi and the 12 apostles has already begun. However, as she focuses on the fiery vortex, her shock intensifies when she realizes that Kanagi is fighting none other than the legendary founder, Hinoki. Eva charges at Kanagi, wielding Hinoki's one-handed blade style combined with the wave-cutting blade technique. However, our boy effortlessly sidesteps the attack with the precision of Goku in Ultra Instinct. Despite missing her target, Eva's strike completely obliterates the ground beneath them. Kanagi immediately counters with Mage's Thunderbolt attack, but it barely phases someone as powerful as Eva. She retaliates with her devastating Dice Slash skill, slicing the entire battlefield into countless cubes, even cutting down her own minions in the process. However, our boy survives, leaping onto one of the floating cubes, and recalling that he has endured this very skill with his own body before. Meanwhile, as the battlefield is reduced to shifting cubes, the other members struggle just to stay upright. One member desperately clings to another who is about to plummet into the abyss. But before they can pull them up, the Dice Slash severs his arm, sending her tumbling down. As she free falls, still clutching her comrade's severed arm, Kanagi notices them just in time. Without hesitation, he casts a bubble spell, lifting them all to safety. Mage Spirit, growing increasingly worried, turns to Hinoki and asks what they should do next. However, Hinoki simply leaves the decision up to her, telling her to do whatever she wants. She agrees. And just as Eva unleashes Splitting Cloud, a powerful beam blast that engulfs the entire battlefield. Even Hibiki, a squad captain, is left stunned by the sheer madness of it. Meanwhile, Eva is thrilled by the capabilities of a founder's body, marveling at how perfectly suited Hinoki's body is for battle. However, despite this, Eva feels the need to use an even stronger skill. Activating Hinoki's secret technique, Indomitable, she prepares to strike. But to her utter shock, Kanagi catches her sword with his bare hand. Hinoki's spirit watches unimpressed, while Mage mockingly claims that even though Eva is using Hinoki's body, he is still weak. Hearing this, Eva shouts in frustration, demanding to know how a founder's legendary body could possibly be considered weak. Desperate for a stronger skill, she frantically searches through Hinoki's memories, trying to extract something more powerful. As she forces her way deeper into Hinoki's mind, her eyes begin to tear up as if she has just seen something truly terrifying. Eva's tears stem from the overwhelming memory of Hinoki's past, back when he was still alive during the time of the towers. Just witnessing this memory pushes Eva to the brink of madness. In the vision, Hinoki slices through an entire tower with a single swing of his blade. However, despite this awe-inspiring feat, he grows colder and more detached with each passing battle. Eva struggles to comprehend how a mere human's wisdom and skill could reach such an unfathomable level. Hinoki's memories are filled with countless acts of destruction, severing human bodies, cutting down monsters, slicing through the sea itself, and even wounding the planet. The sheer weight of these memories crushes Eva's spirit, leaving her crumbling under the pressure. She desperately wonders where she should go, how she can possibly grow stronger, but the weight of it all is unbearable. Her very soul begins to fracture, feeling as though it's about to shatter into nothingness. Hinoki's spirit, unbothered and relaxed, simply remarks that Eva's spirit should just break apart. However, another founder quickly warns that if it does, it will go berserk, slaughtering everything around it. And to their horror, that is exactly what happens. Eva's spirit shatters. It lets out a piercing scream, so powerful that it is felt even in the distant city of Takasaki. The force of the scream triggers an immediate evacuation, as residents check their phones and discover that the source of the aura is coming from Nagano Prefecture, a staggering 100 kilometers away, yet despite the distance, the shockwaves still reach them. Panic spreads as people fear that the end of times has arrived, or that a monstrous entity has emerged. Back on the battlefield as Eva's scream echoes, the very rocks begin to levitate off the ground. The overwhelming aura crushes down on everyone present, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Weaker members begin coughing violently, their bodies pinned to the ground under the sheer force of it. Kanagi, witnessing this, shouts for Hinoki, but the spirit remains unbothered, still relaxing as if nothing is happening. He simply replies that he has left everything to the mage, and Mage agrees. Meanwhile, as Eva steps toward Kanagi, Mage raises her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth on her arm. With unwavering confidence, she declares that if she must use Kanagi's body, she will end this in just one strike, as she unleashes the seal of truth. Kanagi's body begins radiating with immense energy. Witnessing this, Akane is in complete disbelief. The alchemist's spirit within Kanagi speaks, telling him that he and Akane must watch carefully. He explains that whether it is magic or alchemy, they are the pursuers of truth, and in this moment Kanagi will reach one of those truths. As he continues speaking, Kanagi's arms become marked with the same seals that Mage once bore. The alchemist's spirit wonders if Kanagi's body can withstand the fragments of truth, or if it will crumble under the weight of such power. Meanwhile, Eva's soul is already shattered into pieces, and the only thing driving her body is the lingering residue of her spirit. Yet the body moves instinctively as if guided by primal urges, just like a wild animal. Hinoki, who was once mature and composed, abandoned his body to this state long ago, and to describe that phenomenon they call it truth ignorance. As Eva grows more enraged, she unleashes a surge of dark energy, her aura twisting and distorting the air around her. Mage, witnessing this, foresees a future where the energy becomes so overwhelmingly powerful that it destroys everyone, including Kanagi, and even affects people far across the continent. Eva could very well be the end of the world in that moment. Kanagi, realizing the severity of the situation, recognizes the danger in the vision. Mage then activates one of her skills, Magus of Truth, a technique designed to counter the skills of its target. The technique is so powerful that the world itself can hardly bear its immense force. As Eva loads dark energy into her arm, swings it at Kanagi, he effortlessly stops the attack. To her shock, he grips her hand firmly. In that moment, Mage channels a burning light attack, creating a powerful burst of light between them and engulfing the entire area. As the dust settles, Eva is reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton, while Kanagi still grips her hand. Mage, using Kanagi's body, calls out a final goodbye to Eva's dying soul as her ashes are swept away by the wind. The other founders watch this with determination, but Hinoki rises, clearly annoyed by the fact that his soul and body are now completely separate entities. Mage smiles and turns toward Kanagi, asking if what he has just witnessed will help him in his training. As Kanagi takes control of his body again, He is shocked to see that the field is clear, with all of his comrades cheering for him, as if he had won against the monster. Ichika, however, is worried that he didn't use his sword at all, making her teachings seem to have had no impact. Hanada sighs in relief, while Suo praises Kanagi, saying that he burned that powerful enemy with just one attack. However, Akane has a deeper insight. She understands that Kanagi completely analyzed his opponent's skills and rendered them useless. This makes Akane's hands tremble as she wonders if it's even possible for a human to reach that peak. Despite the uncertainty, she gains confidence, motivating herself that she will do the same. The instructor is now worried about the massive hole in the field, as it was only an examination, but things went south quickly and spectacularly. Even Todoroki is dead, which makes the instructor annoyed, knowing that he now has to conduct another exam like this. As the members are gathering themselves, one notices a strange bright circle and becomes terrified. The instructor is also shocked, but to everyone's surprise, it's the superintendent. Kanagi, seeing the superintendent, remembers that it's the old lady from his consciousness earlier. The lady's assistant, who is with the superintendent, is also a bit confused about why she's there. However, Superintendent suddenly kneels in front of Kanagi, claiming that she has been waiting for his return. She says that she has waited hundreds of years for the founders, and now they are finally in front of her. Suo and the others turn to Ichika for answers, but she simply states that they should have known, though this might be their first time seeing her. According to Ichika, the old lady is one of the founders of the Anti-Prophecy and holds the highest rank in the Japanese branch. Suo, frustrated, exclaims that they already know that, but what's truly confusing is why she is kneeling before Kanagi. Ichika admits she doesn't know either. Meanwhile, Kanagi is just as bewildered, wondering why the old woman from earlier is bowing before him like that. The founders within him are also deep in thought, trying to recall what's really going on, but they can't seem to find the answer. Suddenly, Kanagi is struck with shock as he senses her overwhelming aura. The old lady stands up and asks if Kanagi remembers her, remarking that she has grown old. To make things clear, she turns around and starts shaking her back, calling out to Hinoki to witness her performing the waist dance. All the founders are confused, but suddenly they realize that the old woman is Io. Hinoki quickly asks Kanagi to switch with him, and as he does, he greets her. This shocks everyone around, and the assistants immediately take an offensive stance, seeing it as disrespectful behavior toward their superintendent. Enraged, they declare their intent to kill Kanagi and redo the examination. However, Io, still dancing with Hinoki, tells them to stand down, assuring them that it's fine. Hinoki playfully rubs Io's head, joking that she has already become a granny. Hearing him speak, Io suddenly remembers that he used to talk the same way in the past when she was with them. After a while, all the members begin repairing the training grounds and gathering themselves. Meanwhile, deep within the Anti-Prophecy, at a top-secret location known as the Hut of Everlasting Vision, Kanagi is stunned by the sight of its garden. Io explains that since she cannot reveal her appearance often, a barrier is normally set around the place so she can live there undisturbed. Kanagi asks if she knows all the founders, to which Io begins to explain her story. She reveals that she was an orphan, having lost her family during the era of the towers. The founders saved her and raised her. Kanagi is shocked to realize that she was just a child during that time. When Io mentions that it was 300 years ago, he is even more stunned, realizing that she is over 300 years old. She then reveals that she has been able to stop time using an artifact that freezes time as long as she remains inside the headquarters. Hearing about the artifact, Kanagi suddenly remembers them. Meanwhile, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentine that the artifact functions similarly to her preservation skill. Valentine agrees, stating that in her prime she could have achieved the same feat with her skill. However, she wonders where Io obtained such a powerful artifact. Io explains that within the Anti-Prophecy, there is a secret division tasked with collecting artifacts, and their existence is kept hidden. However, she reveals that the facility storing these artifacts was recently attacked, resulting in the loss of a large number of them. In response, a special task force, including Midori, was formed to reclaim the stolen artifacts. The detective founder within Kanagi wonders if the attack was carried out by the 12 Apostles, which would explain why they are so powerful in the modern era. Kanagi is shocked at how quickly the detective deduced that from such a brief conversation. The detective then reveals that when Ava mentioned her boss as the one who provided her artifacts, he looked into her memory and confirmed it. Another founder explains that instead of recruiting 12 Awakeners stronger than Makoto, it would be much easier for the enemy to use artifacts to enhance mediocre Awakeners. Hinoki agrees, noting that the two enemies they previously encountered were not as strong as Makoto. Io also agrees, stating that they were unaware of the 12 Apostles' existence until they raided the facility. She explains that the Apostles now possess the same power as the Anti-Prophecy's greatest enemy, making them too dangerous to ignore. She adds that they are doing their best to track down their leader, but it seems that Midori will reach them first. This shocks Kanagi. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the streets are eerily empty, in an area that looks like a battleground. A turbulent spell suddenly creates a tornado, slamming into the ground with immense force. At the center of it all is Midori, who has just made a shocking discovery. They had assumed the 12 apostles consisted of 12 individuals, but there is also a 13th member. Watching him through an orb, a man lounging on his couch smirks, impressed that Midori has arrived earlier than expected. With a sinister tone, he casually asks whether Midori prefers a cup of coffee or black tea. Without hesitation, Midori chooses him to die, calling him by his true title, Number Zero. Midori launches another turbulence beam toward the floating Number Zero. The beam is so massive that, far away, another member of the Special Task Force, Nishina, notices it. Makoto, who is also with him, remarks that the city is already abandoned, so they should be fine, but he is puzzled as to why Midori is using such a powerful attack. As they discuss, they suddenly sense a strong attack coming their way. Just in time, they leap off the building, which is instantly sliced in half. The structure completely shatters into pieces, landing on the ground. They decide to leave Number Zero to Midori, while they focus on handling Kamaragi, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori grows frustrated, unable to pierce the bubble surrounding Number Zero, even after using his strongest wind attacks. He wonders if it's the effect of a skill or perhaps an artifact. Finishing his tea, Number Zero steps out of the bubble himself, mocking Midori and asking if he's done. Without hesitation, Midori instantly casts Wall of Cutting Pearls, launching massive rocks toward Number Zero, triggering a devastating explosion. However, to his shock, Number Zero emerges unscathed, casually comparing himself to a whale among fish in front of Midori. Midori quickly realizes that Number Zero has other means of defense, even without the protective bubble. Seeing Midori standing before him, Number Zero begins to taunt him. He claims that under normal circumstances, Midori would be so powerful and terrifying that he wouldn't even consider him an enemy. Yet now Midori is grieving the death of his friend. To Number Zero, this makes him a pathetic creature. He goes on to say that from the moment Midori was born, he was nothing more than a monster designed for battle, and yet, despite being made for war, he still failed to protect his precious friends. These words ignite a deep fury within Midori. Enraged, he lunges at Number Zero with overwhelming power, his eyes burning with killing intent as memories of the past flood his mind, memories of what happened 23 years ago. At that time, deep in the mountains, Shinonome, a special task force member, stood in shock, staring at a brilliant surge of energy erupting from a massive crater. Yelling in disbelief, he realized that this was all that remained of the Midori family mansion. Superintendent Io is also there, witnessing the remains of the destroyed mansion. At the center of the devastation, something emits a tremendous amount of energy. As she steps closer, she realizes the source. It's a baby, radiating an overwhelming aura. The intensity of the energy makes them believe that the entire disaster was caused by this child's birth. Without hesitation, Superintendent Io rushes toward the baby, enduring multiple cuts on her body due to the sheer energy pressure surrounding it. Despite the pain, she pushes forward. Finally reaching the child, she gently picks up the baby, whispering words of comfort, assuring it that everything is fine now. Feeling the warmth of Eos's embrace, the baby slowly stops crying. As a result, the violent surge of wind around them dissipates, revealing Io, bruised and bloodied, yet firmly holding the child in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is given a name, Midori. 9 years pass, and Midori, now a young boy, is preparing to leave the facility. A teacher named Hinoki Hiradu, along with a 12-year-old Ichika, tries to stop him, warning him not to cause any trouble. The man warns Midori that if he goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down. Unfazed, Midori agrees, but as the master turns away, he cryptically states that this was the very reason he let Midori live. Ichika, standing nearby, feels the tension in the air but suddenly starts laughing. The master, annoyed, questions why she's doing that. Midori has always been exceptionally strong, breaking every record and considering everyone else weak in comparison. However, one day he meets Makoto, who casually tosses a wooden stick toward him and asks if he wants to be his partner for sword training. Midori is confused, but Makoto simply smiles and holds his sword forward in invitation. At that time, Makoto was the same age as Midori. With that, they begin training together, but Midori was unable to defeat Makoto in sword fighting. It annoyed him, but he kept trying, constantly asking Makoto to spar with him one more time. Makoto, wanting Midori to learn his lesson, fights him again, and the result is the same. Midori loses. Frustrated, he yells, demanding to know why he can't win despite trying his hardest. Nishina, who is also present, reveals that Midori is too strong, which might be the reason. Midori doesn't understand what he means, as he is always losing to Makoto. A voice from outside chimes in, saying that it's a compliment for Midori. The voice belongs to Makoto, who at the time was 14 years old. Midori keeps breaking his wooden swords while fighting Makoto, so Makoto explains that even if Midori wins, he will still break his sword in the process. To illustrate the point, Nishina shows him an egg, explaining that when someone exerts their full power, it's difficult not to break the eggshell while holding it during a fight. Midori remains confused, so Makoto picks up the egg and throws it with full force. However, he gets shocked to see that despite hitting the ground, the eggshell doesn't even crack. Picking up the egg, Makoto explains that Midori just needs to balance his offensive aura with the aura that protects the shell, and it's not a skill, but something that comes with time. While he is explaining, Nishina throws all the eggs at the wall, and even after hitting it, none of them break. Midori is amazed, seeing that not a single eggshell shatters. Makoto hands an egg to Midori and explains that if he wants to win against Makoto in swordsmanship, he needs to adjust his aura. Once he does that, even with his overwhelming aura, he won't hurt anyone around him. As Makoto starts to leave, Makoto calls him out, but is hit by an egg on the head. Makoto turns and sees it was Midori, who wants him to join him in the training for aura adjustment. Makoto, returning the favor, asks him to apologize to him first. He then kicks the egg crate and uses his power to make them levitate. However, when Midori tries the same, all the eggs explode or shatter around him. However, after trying for a while, Midori manages to create a hole in the wall with the egg, and it doesn't even break the eggshell. They both then start training in swordsmanship, and now that Midori knows how to control his aura, they can spend a whole day sending blows at each other. Seeing this, Nishina and Makoto are also excited and ask him to fight them next. 4 years later, Midori is taken into the Special Task Force, and Makoto leaves for his own ventures. Midori is heading towards a prophecy to support the European branch, as he heard there is a special rank prophecy called the Pandemonium. Midori then asks if Makoto is still looking for a swordmaster to teach him. Makoto confirms it, reminding Midori of his own words about finding a master by himself. Makoto puts his fist forward, claiming that he wants to stand equally with him. Midori, with a smile, fist bumps him, revealing that he will be waiting for him. After that, Midori does everything for his friends. As long as they are alive, Midori has the determination to keep doing what he's doing for their sake. He just wanted friends, but the 12 apostles took that away from him. Coming back to the present, remembering all that, Midori charges toward number 0, with full-on killing intent while the guy stands there nonchalantly. However, just as he is about to strike, number 0 pulls out a golden egg artifact and breaks it in front of him. It unleashes a berserk life stampede spell, creating a massive sunlight glow between them. Other Special Task Force members also notice it and wonder if Midori did it. As the glow lightens a bit, they see Midori emerge from it, radiating a strange yet powerful aura. Seeing Midori, Makoto asks if he has already defeated number 0, however Midori doesn't say a word. They call out to him, but to their shock, Midori reveals that he doesn't know them. Nishina instantly realizes something worse has happened and yells at Makoto to back off. But it's already too late, as Midori has his hand on Makoto's forehead. With an evil smile, he uses the turbulence spell, creating a strong whirlwind. After the 3 members of the Special Force Japanese branch go missing, another Special Task Force from the USA branch, including Marquis and Ashton, is sent to investigate the matter. Upon arriving, Ashton touches the ground and realizes that the residual energy in the area is extremely strong, indicating that it was the epicenter of an explosion. Marquis is amazed by the size of the crater Midori created, and understands why he is called the world's strongest man. However, he is confused about why someone as powerful as Midori suddenly disappeared along with his team. Ashton also has no explanation for their disappearance. The news of Midori's disappearance reaches the Japanese branch, causing the situation to descend into chaos. At the Everlasting Vision Hut, the assistant superintendent grows nervous upon hearing the reports and struggles to believe the news. Io, equally worried, asks if there is truly no information about Midori's whereabouts. She questions Midori's assistant, Rin, but even Rin is unaware, as the artifact that connected her to Midori has been destroyed. Io finds the situation deeply unfortunate. As they discuss the matter, Kanagi arrives, now officially a squad captain wearing the captain's cape. He feels slightly embarrassed about his new role, but the assistant superintendent reveals that his promotion came from the unanimous recommendation of all the other squad captains and the superintendent himself. Kanagi had even fought Ava, leading everyone to believe he is the only one capable of filling the gap left by Makoto. Kneeling down, Kanagi recalls his vow to surpass the founders as soon as possible and to prevent any further deaths. He thanks them for their trust and, with the founders' legacy behind him, confidently declares that he will do his best to meet the expectations of the anti-prophecy. Hearing this, Io becomes excited, claiming that she always believed he was the best-suited candidate for the captaincy. However, she suddenly grows serious and gets straight to the point, asking for his opinion on a pressing matter. A while back, Kanagi, who had been pursuing members of the anti-prophecy to offer them positions in his squad, now finds himself sitting in front of the superintendent being asked for his opinion. The situation feels like it has escalated quickly. As the superintendent speaks, a door suddenly materializes behind Io, adorned with a tiger drawing. The sudden appearance shocks Kanagi, and as the door opens, Io introduces 2 members of the Special Task Force, Nishina and Makoto, both in a severely beaten-up state. Io reveals that Nishina and Makoto were part of the same Special Task Force as Midori, and are the only ones who know what truly happened. Makoto begins to explain that while in Detroit, Midori's body was taken over by the leader of the 12 apostles. This revelation leaves Kanagi utterly stunned. Makoto continues, stating that the ability used to control Midori seems similar to the one Ava had previously employed. He speculates that it is likely caused by an artifact, though the specifics of the artifact are not important at the moment. The critical point Makoto emphasizes is that Midori once a protector of his friends, has now been turned into an enemy of humanity. This horrifying reality shakes Kanagi to his core. Makoto adds that Midori resisted the control as much as he could, buying time for Nishina and Makoto to escape. Before fully succumbing, Midori apologized and made a final request. He asked Kanagi to defeat Number Zero on his behalf. Hearing this, Kanagi is left speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of Midori's words. The assistant superintendent places a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, expressing his high hopes for him. However, he reminds Kanagi that he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his squad. Currently, Kanagi has Honda, Akane, and Suo, but he needs to quickly recruit 3 more members. This, the assistant superintendent states, is Kanagi's immediate task. Hearing the urgent need to recruit more members for his squad, Kanagi rushes out to find suitable candidates. He spots a young boy from the Hibiki squad and immediately begins chasing him, pleading for him to join his team. The boy, however, is visibly nervous and runs around in a panic, shouting that he will never leave the Hibiki squad under any circumstances. Just as the boy thinks he's escaped, he comes face to face with Akane, who is standing calmly in his path, holding a permission letter signed by Hibiki himself. The boy is stunned, unable to believe that his captain Hibiki would allow him to leave. However, after reading the letter, his disbelief turns to shock as he realizes it's genuine. Reluctantly, he agrees to join Kanagi's squad. With this, Kanagi and Akane successfully secure their 4th member. Meanwhile, outside, Hanada is attempting to recruit Akahina for the squad. His approach, however, is anything but conventional. He performs a strange, exaggerated leg-stomping gesture as an invitation, which Akahina finds utterly bizarre. Hanada insists it's an order from the captain and declares that he wants Akahina on their team. Akahina, however, refuses outright, explaining that his goal is to participate in the next captain's exam, as the position has opened up following Todoroki's death. Undeterred by the rejection, Hanada suddenly launches a powerful kick toward Akahina, testing his reflexes. To Hanada's surprise, Akahina effortlessly dodges the attack, showcasing his unique evasion skills. Impressed but not defeated, Hanada presses on. Akahina, now intrigued, proposes a challenge. He agrees to join the squad on one condition. Hanada must land a single touch on him within 60 seconds in the courtyard. If Hanada succeeds, Akahina will gladly join their team. Hinata confirms if he can use any means necessary to achieve this, and upon receiving Akahina's approval, he summons the glowing dragon around himself, determined to win the challenge. Akahina starts the timer on his laptop. Somewhere inside the limestone cave of the anti-prophecy unit, Akahina meets Captain Surukai, who appears to be fishing in a 17th dimensional crack called the Underjaw. Surukai reveals that sometimes he catches big fish there. Noticing Akahina, he asks if he is applying for the replacement exam for the Todoroki squad. Akahina confirms it, but states that he wants to be a captain who doesn't want to die. Surukai responds by telling him that his goal is still achievable without even becoming a captain. This shocks Akahina, who asks if the captain thinks he's not suitable. Surukai, reeling in a monster shark, claims that he believes Akahina is lacking something. Coming back to the present, Hanada is charging at Akahina, who is trying to avoid any physical contact. Despite getting inches close to him, Hanada isn't able to touch Akahina even once. Hanada is amazed, realizing that Akahina is using some kind of evasive skill to dodge his attacks. Akahina is using Omni-Egos, a skill he has tried to hide from everyone for a long time. His Omni-Egos allows him to teleport to a designated location within a 100-meter range, although he needs to visit the target location at least once before the skill can be used. Once it's set, he can teleport there with fast and high precision. Despite Hanada sending blow after blow, Akahina manages to dodge every single one using his skill. This proves challenging for Hanada, but he takes it as practice, knowing that in the future, he'll have to fight against Midori. While teleporting around and evading blows, Akahina asks Hanada what kind of redeeming quality he sees in Kanagi. Hanada, continuing his attacks, reveals that he doesn't know anything specific. He flies into a kick toward Akahina and admits that he knows about Akahina's ideal squad captain image, to increase his squad survivability by 1%. Hanada finds this admirable but claims that he wouldn't put his life in the hands of a captain who prioritizes the chance of survival over everything else. This comment annoys Akahina, but Hanada explains that if someone always thinks about themselves, they won't be able to achieve the goals they're meant to. As he says this, Hanada recalls his childhood, when he saw his family's bodies lying around, killed by a prophecy. This event instilled in him the determination to shut down all prophecies. With that motive, he finally understood that Kanagi has the capability to do just that, which is why he decided to become his subordinate. Hearing this, Akahina realizes what he's lacking to be a captain, the ability to be relied on by others. As he focuses back on dodging, he knows he's winning the fight and hopes to use this conversation as a reference in the future. With the countdown at 5 seconds, Hanada starts messaging someone on his phone, claiming that someone is just on time. Akahina is confused, when suddenly Suo, using his Calendula spell, combined with Skyfall, strikes from above, destroying the entire courtyard where they were standing. This completely removes Akahina's ability to teleport, and Hanada seizes the opportunity. He leaps off the building and uses a flash kick to tear off a piece of Akahine's clothing. The clock hits 0, but tearing off the cloth counts as a touch, making Hanada the victor. He lands down while Suo asks if destroying the entire courtyard was worth it. Hanada brushes it off, praising Suo for his help. Meanwhile, in the background, Akahina is furious, but after typing something on his laptop, he calms down and agrees to join Kanagi's squad. Hearing this, Hanada and Suo high-five. While Kanagi and Akane bring in another member, Ryu, who is chained up, Kanagi, noticing the destroyed courtyard, is in shock, but Suo reveals that he's counting on Kanagi to write an apology letter for the damage. Hanada tries to calm everyone down, suggesting that Rin could fix the courtyard, but the main problem is that they still need one more person for their team. Akane doesn't know anyone else and asks if Kanagi has any recommendations. Kanagi points toward the Special Task Force members, Ichika, Makoto, Nishina, and reveals that he has already accepted them into his squad. From that day on, they are temporarily Kanagi's subordinates and will fight in his squad. Somewhere else at the Watchtower, the remaining members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse hold a meeting. Only 5 of them are left, but they are confident because they have the world's most powerful weapon, Midori's body. To them, it seems like they are one step closer to wiping out the anti-prophecy unit. Number 0 reminds everyone of their motto. Everything they do is for the sake of the emergence of prophecy in this world. Inside the prophecy research room of the anti-prophecy, the assistant superintendent asks the director if he has obtained what was requested. The director confirms and reveals that the Book of Doom, once possessed by the 12 apostles, is actually a single book torn apart. Based on the 8 books that Midori brought, they determined that the recent incident is part of the prophecy, specifically one concerning a special rank called Bhagavad Gita. According to him, in order to destroy the world, the 12 apostles need Midori's power, which alone is sufficient. Meanwhile, over the sea, Midori and Hajime, a member of the 12 apostles, are flying toward an unknown destination. Out of nowhere, Midori asks Hajime if he has ever read the Gita, to which Hajime denies. Midori explains that it is one of the Hindu scriptures emphasizing that humans should fulfill their duties with a selfless heart. According to Midori, whoever wrote a prophecy like the one currently unfolding likely harbored a deep hatred for humanity. As they fly over New York's Times Square, a family notices them and a child excitedly recognizes Midori as the world's strongest. The crowd quickly follows suit, cheering and clamoring for pictures. They also notice Hajime, referring to him as a samurai, as the gathering swells with excitement at the sight of their heroes. Midori gives Hajime the order to begin their mission. Without hesitation, Midori starts channeling an energy ball in his hand, while the crowd continues to cheer, unaware of what is about to unfold. As a father captures a picture of his child with Midori in the background, Midori suddenly unleashes the energy ball into the air, engulfing the sky completely. The ball transforms into a massive tornado, and from within it, the real Midori desperately yells at Number 0 to stop. However, it is already too late. Number 0 has already cast the spell Turbulence upon them. At the cafeteria of Anti-Prophecy, Kanagi is busy lecturing, when Suo rushes toward him, urgently showing him something on his mobile. It is breaking news. New York is burning like hell due to Midori's attack. The report claims that an Awakener has attacked and destroyed the city. Meanwhile, at the Everlasting Hut, the American branch superintendent Weiss is screaming at Io to do something, furious that Midori has just erased an entire city. Io tries to calm him down, but the tragedy has taken countless lives in the heart of the world's economy, New York. She reveals that it is not Midori who caused the destruction, but rather the leader of the 12 apostles who is controlling his body. She further explains that they have already identified him as Warren Hastings, an Englishman. She speculates that he might be working alongside invaders from another dimension. Weiss is shocked by the revelation, while Io discloses that the 12 apostles are using artifacts that are not under the supervision of Anti-Prophecy. According to her, someone or something is supporting them. Despite hearing her reasoning, Weiss argues that the responsibility still falls on Io, as the man who destroyed an entire city came from their special task force. He warns her that the White House is even considering using nuclear weapons against Midori. However, Weiss knows that even nuclear weapons won't have any effect on Midori and asks Io what she plans to do. Back at the cafeteria, Kanagi asks Suo if he has completed Lesson 15 along with the others. Suo confirms, but to his shock, Kanagi appoints him as the vice captain of the Kanagi squad. He then orders him to instruct everyone to continue their lessons until they receive deployment orders. He suggests that Ryu and Akahina always argue, so they need to focus on teamwork to achieve perfection. Suo wonders what Kanagi himself will be doing in his free time, to which Kanagi reveals that he will be sleeping, and this time it will be a deep sleep. He orders Suo not to allow anyone to wake him up, and since it is Kanagi's command, Suo accepts the order, placing his trust in him. Back at the Everlasting Hut, Io reveals that she is planning to face Midori and the others head-on with their strongest elite unit squad. At headquarters, Kanagi reaches his room and instantly falls asleep. In his dreams, he takes out his sword and begins practicing with Hinoki, while all the other founders stand ready to teach him. However, to Kanagi's shock, Hinoki instantly slashes him into pieces in a flash. He regenerates immediately, only for Hinoki to cut him apart again. Hinoki reminds Kanagi that it was he who insisted on not holding back in training, so now he will devour him. Saying this, he charges at Kanagi with full force. Another founder tries to intervene, but Wantak and Mage stop him. Other founders argue that while short-term training might require such extreme measures, Kanagi is dying too frequently, and his soul may soon be dispersed. However, they all understand that Midori is the strongest Awakener of this era, and the current Kanagi stands no chance against him. It may be a desperate training method, but it is the only path to victory. The founder from earlier warns that there may still be a limit to how much Kanagi can endure, but the alchemist reassures her, stating that there is no need to worry. Kanagi is not a delicate man. Mage, witnessing Kanagi being sliced apart again and again, still believes that he will overcome this. Kanagi apologizes to Hinoki, feeling immense pressure just standing in front of him. It feels as if he has been thrown into a blizzard atop a frozen mountain. Regaining his breath, Kanagi stands against Hinoki once more, only to be slashed in half instantly. However, to his surprise, he manages to cut a single strand of hair from Hinoki's head. Before, he couldn't even reach a single hair, but now he has managed to do so. Despite being killed countless times, Kanagi remains determined to grow stronger. He rises again and again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, at the gateway of India, Aradib of the Indian branch of Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force becomes excited upon seeing Midori there. He reminds Midori that without him, the special rank prophecy Blazing Fire Boss would have turned Mumbai into charcoal. With a smile, he asks if, despite them once protecting the city together, Midori is now here to destroy it. Midori dismisses his words as futile, stating that while it is his body, it is being controlled by Number Zero. Mocking Aradib, Number Zero sneers at the idea that Midori could regain control. To toy with him further, he delivers Midori's entrapped thoughts directly from his mind. Midori's voice apologizing and urging Aradib to run. However, Aradib refuses to flee. This is his hometown, and he is prepared to fight until his last breath. At the Everlasting Hut, Io explains the century-old war between humankind and the beings from another dimension to the superintendent's assistant. During the era of the founders, it was the tower that first appeared, followed by the crack and the prophecies. Throughout the long history of war, there have always been humans who collaborated with these beings to destroy the world. As she explains, one of the assistants watching the news of India's fall becomes alarmed, realizing that the enemy now seems to be heading toward Europe. Io expected this, but remarks that it would have been preferable if they had gone straight to Japan instead. When the assistant asks why, she reveals that since Number Zero only recently took control of Midori's body, he shouldn't be able to fully harness its power yet. Furthermore, he is in a situation where the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. Saying this, she instructs the assistant to summon all the captains. She then turns to Tengen, the male assistant, and informs him that he will also be sent to the battlefield. Tengen responds with a joke about how they only use him for labor during peacetime. However, the real shock comes when Io announces that she will personally join the fight as well. Meanwhile, the Kanagi squad is in the final stages of preparation. They are the only real hope of defeating Midori, but until they are fully ready, Io orders the other squads to delay him. Hibiki and the other squad captains, visibly tense, ask how long the preparation will take. Io reveals that according to Kanagi, he needs 2 days. She then declares their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will attempt to stop Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of Anti-Prophecy gathers, preparing for battle. As Midori charges toward them, he casts his powerful turbulent spell directly at them. However, it is stopped in its tracks by Io's own defensive spell. Midori, visibly surprised, narrows his eyes, while Io smirks and mocks him, not to underestimate them. A while back, as the captains were heading to the ocean to fight Midori, Hisagi and her squad members ran to their captain, pleading to be taken along to face the leader of the 12 apostles. The captain refuses, but Hisagi, tearing up, insists that even if they can't make a significant impact, they can at least serve as shields to protect the captains. The captain, along with the others, turns to face them, and asks if they understand why the captains have chosen to participate in such an unreasonable battle. He explains that even though they know they won't return, as the power levels are vastly different, they still hold on to the hope that their subordinates will survive and carry on the fight. The captains place their trust in their subordinates, believing that they will take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Saying this, the captains leave, leaving their subordinates behind while some break into tears. Others steel their resolve, determined to protect the Kanagi squad until their preparation is complete. Even though their eyes are filled with sorrow, they know they must act instead of merely crying, and they must act quickly. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean, where they now stand face to face with Midori, as Io effortlessly blocks Midori's turbulent spell. The other captains watch in amazement at her immense power. Midori, too, was taken aback by this unknown ability. Number Zero, reading through Midori's memories, recognizes Io as the superintendent of Anti-Prophecy, a mother figure to Midori, who has always kept her true strength hidden. Io, standing before him, declares that this is the first time in 100 years she has used her abilities on the battlefield. None of the captains have ever seen her unleash her full power before. But now, before their eyes, she activates her 8-8 mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first stage allows Io to completely nullify any ability as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The nature of this ability is a direct countermeasure combining perfectly with Io's advanced analytical skills. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his blazing turbulent spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes toward Io. Seeing them, the captains realize that this is the same skill that burned all of India to the ground. However, to their fortune, Io knows this ability and effortlessly deflects it. The second stage of her skill allows her to copy an ability once she has reflected it in the first stage. As she sends her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely destroy them. Midori, now focusing on the battle, understands how her skill works, but grows annoyed as he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. One of the captains launches his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a barrage of punches. Each time a punch lands, Midori feels his body growing numb. However, despite delivering countless blows, the captain is shocked to see that Midori remains unfazed. Suddenly, the captain grabs Midori in midair and signals the others to attack while he restrains him. Hibiki instantly activates her sound visualization release, Phoenix, while the other captains follow up with their own powerful abilities, striking Midori all at once. However, Midori counters them with his Wall of Cutting Pearl spell, generating a massive blast of tornadoes that crash into all the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori emerges unscathed, mocking Io for bringing weaklings to fight him. But just as he speaks, he senses a powerful aura above him. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant summoning a massive, sun-sized energy ball, preparing to unleash it upon him. Midori immediately realizes that this ability grows stronger the longer it is channeled. As he attempts to summon his own energy ball to counter it, the female assistant uses her Slave Maker spell, shackling his hand. Midori is stunned. He hadn't expected them to have an A-Warp Awakener. Now trapped in the shackles, he is unable to cast his spells. Meanwhile, the male assistant finishes channeling and hurls the massive fiery sphere toward the immobilized Midori. Seeing the attack closing in, Midori realizes he can't dodge it. However, if he unleashes his most powerful wind-based attack at the last moment, he might be able to lessen its impact. But just as he processes this plan, he notices another identical fireball coming from the opposite side. Created by Io using her mirror spell, both fireballs collide, erupting in a massive explosion, engulfing Midori in the fiery blast. Io's attack is relentless, determined to eliminate Midori even if it means ending his life for the sake of the future. Number 0 inside Midori curses her. From afar, the US team keeps an eye on the battle as Number 0 gets trapped in a series of heated attacks. The next moment, a massive explosion erupts around him. One of the soldiers feels satisfied upon seeing a direct hit. Another analyzes that the temperature of the white fireball reaches several thousand degrees Celsius, enough to ensure the elimination of Number 0 and all their allies. But Mr. Richard doesn't agree. He notices a vast field of purple energy surrounding Number 0. Meanwhile, Number 0 can't believe that all those powerful Awakeners risked their lives just for one direct strike. It feels like something far beyond his expectation. However, what he doesn't expect is how resilient Midori's body is, enduring temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius without a single scratch. The next moment, he becomes the target of the US Armed Forces, who fire missile after missile at him. Explosions burst across the sky, yet Number 0 only laughs amid the chaos. He launches his turbulence attack toward the ship, but Marquis intercepts it, struggling to protect the fleet against such immense firepower. Despite his efforts, it's clear that even Marquis is having difficulty holding it back. Number 0 then declares, his voice echoing like thunder, that they should now witness the harbinger of the apocalypse. Richard clenches his fist at the sight, but he refuses to give up. Number 0, on the other hand, realizes he still does not have too much mana left. Something Io also notices. She takes out her secret weapon, the one she has kept for this exact moment. A flashback unfolds when the party prepared to hold off Number 0. They argued that defeating Midori's body was impossible. Io agreed with Hibiki, but added that there might be another way to claim victory besides eliminating him. Then she revealed the artifact they would use against Number 0. Now in the present, that artifact reveals itself none other than the sand cage of time. As Number 0 looks around the golden barrier enclosing him, he recognizes it. Io remarks that he once gave a similar artifact to his subordinate. Number 0 hadn't expected them to possess more than one of it. Io calmly explains that breaking the cage requires an immense amount of chakra, something he no longer has after such a long and exhausting fight. Number 0 smirks, analyzing that she's only buying time with her little trick. But he warns her that it's useless because even if he escapes, she still won't be able to defeat him. Io smiles confidently and tells him to stay there for 2 days. She promises to show him something interesting when he gets out. referring to the time our boy needs to prepare for the final battle. At first, Number Zero pretends not to know about Io's hidden trump card, but he decides to reveal that he already knows about Kanagi. In truth, Number Zero has read Midori's memories, and in those memories, Midori sees Kanagi as the one destined to end all prophecies. Io can't believe that Midori holds Kanagi in such high regard. Number Zero continues coldly, saying he can't allow someone like him to live. Kanagi is already on his personal hit list for elimination. With burning energy and anger, he exclaims that the one truly oblivious is Io herself. The next moment, his expression twists into a smug grin as he explains how Midori's body has become so powerful. All the mana he has used so far is only drawn from the sleeping aura of Midori's body. In other words, the power they've witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. His true strength lies far beyond their comprehension. Before Io can even complete her 8-8 mirror skill, Number Zero strikes her effortlessly with his bare hands. Her body falls lifelessly. Now his goal is ahead of him. He sets his eyes on Japan. Meanwhile, our boy continues his training deep within his unconscious. With the elimination of Io at the hands of Number Zero, the operation to hold off or defeat him by the anti-prophecy organization's Japan branch fails completely. From this battle, they conclude that Number Zero is now getting used to Midori's body. He understands how to control the sleeping aura within the boy's body, and is becoming stronger. At that moment on the coast of Sato in Niigata Prefecture, Ichika and Shinji are training when the girl suddenly senses an ominous aura. She concludes that it must mean everyone in their organization has failed. With that realization, they decide to head to the headquarters to confront their enemy directly, a decision Shinji immediately agrees to. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room of the anti-prophecy organization, Rin grows desperate as she watches the footage of the destroyed US fleet. Her subordinate informs her that all communication was lost after Number Zero's attack. Rin orders him to switch to satellite imagery, cursing herself for not using the Raven's Eye skill above the sea to learn what exactly happened. At this moment, the remaining members return. Shiki, desperate, asks Rin to use her healing skill. Rin is taken aback when she sees severely injured Io before her. The scene flashes back to the time before the operation, when Io addresses Shiki, making her understand that she is a vital part of the team. Io instructs her to immediately teleport the team after the captain's attack, and to closely track the enemy's movements. Once Tengen and she use their Heavenfall skill, Shiki must teleport everyone out at once. Shiki agrees without hesitation, declaring she is ready to stake her life for the mission, which earns her a sharp smack from Io. Io sternly explains that she is not allowed to die because it is her duty to teleport everyone back to headquarters after the battle ends. She emphasizes again that Shiki must prioritize her own life, even if Io herself is in danger. When Shiki tries to protest, Io's glare silences her. Still, Shiki softly admits that she doesn't want Io to die. Io gives her a faint smile and assures her that she won't let any of them die. Now Io herself clings to life while Rin desperately works on her. Shiki pleads for Rin to do more, but Rin protests that she's already doing her best. Her ability is time reversal, yet Io's own skill is interfering with it. Io is using an artifact that halts the flow of time, causing Rin's healing to struggle against it. Another healer adds grimly that even with combined effort, they can barely keep Io alive as her wound is far too severe. Desperate, Shiki comes up with a risky solution. Io can only stop the flow of time while inside the anti-prophecy. If they move her outside, the artifact's effect might weaken. Tengen immediately protests, warning that it's too dangerous in Io's current condition. But before they can argue further, everyone suddenly freezes as a suffocating surge of purple aura fills the air. Looking up, they find Number Zero hovering in the air before them, flanked by the other apostles of Apocalypse. Shiki's fury ignites instantly, ignoring Rin's desperate protest to stop. She teleports herself straight in front of the enemies, ready to kill them all. Without wasting a moment, Shiki immediately activates her Void Parquet skill. This ability allows teleportation between dimensions, and is extremely effective on a small scale. However, using it on a large scale carries severe risks, as unpredictable distortions that can cause massive damage. Tengen curses her recklessness, knowing that Io is still inside the headquarters. Meanwhile, Number Zero orders Hajime to move ahead. Hajime raises his divine throne of the distorted world's artifact, and in the next instant he unleashes a Kurikara slash towards Shiki's dimensional space. The attack is powerful enough not only to shatter her dimension, but also to slice through her arm. His companions cheer at his cruelty. But Hajime isn't fooled as he knows he hasn't finished Shiki off. She must have teleported elsewhere at the last moment. Looking around, he spots her, wounded but alive, shielded by Shinji. The remaining members of Kanagi's squad are also there. Number Zero looks at them with irritation and asks if they intend to become yet another obstacle in his path. Ichika steps forward first, unsheathing her sword. With a calm but defiant voice, she declares that Kanagi is still sleeping, and until he wakes up, she and the others will occupy Number Zero and his apostles. Meanwhile, Number Zero assesses his new opponents. From Midori's memories, he recognizes Ichika and Shinji, but Konami and Sakazaki are unfamiliar to him. He deems them unworthy of possessing power. If someone like Midori never considered them notable, they can't be much of a threat. Yet, just as he dismisses them, his eyes fall on Konami, and something about him makes number 0 pause. Without wasting time, he activates his turbulent skill. In the next instant, Shiki realizes everyone around her, including Ichika and Shinji, has vanished. Sakazaki quickly reveals that it's his doing, prompting Konami to protest indignantly since the trick required his help too. Exhausted and bleeding, Shiki snaps at them to shut up and explain what actually happened. They clarify that it's a combination of Konami's skill, My House is Your House, and Sakazaki's Everything Everywhere All at Once. Essentially, Konami's ability amplifies Sakazaki's by allowing his teleportation field to expand upon contact. Normally, Sakazaki Tsuke's skill can only target himself, but with Konami's assistance, he can teleport others as well, and even choose multiple destinations. As Shiki tends to her injured arm, Sakazaki continues explaining that he doesn't have Ketamori's level of precision. His teleportation only works to places where he has previously left personal belongings, and Konami's power helps him widen that range. Together, they have successfully relocated everyone, including number 0 and his apostles, to different locations. And not just anywhere, the 3 of them have sent number 0 to a very specific place. At that moment, number 0 opens his eyes to an unfamiliar place where he can't sense direction or gravity. As he tries to orient himself, he notices countless sea creatures swimming around him. Only then does he realize he is underwater. He is in fact inside a vast stalactite cave beneath the Dewey Z premises, known as the 17th Fissure Lower Jaw. This mysterious place expands by 10 centimeters every year, which is a naturally growing labyrinth no one can fully map or comprehend. Even Midori couldn't destroy it. As a prophecy foretold that this place would remain untouched by any human will, Sakazaki mutters a challenge to his own name, wondering whether number 0 can defy even that prophecy. Meanwhile, at Mount Antaki in Nagano Prefecture, Hajime stands facing Ichika. He immediately realizes that they've been teleported there. Ichika chuckles, clearly pleased that their plan to divide their enemies has succeeded. When Hajime demands to know where number 0 is, she replies smugly that he's been sent to a place of no return. Hajime frowns in disbelief. If such a place truly existed, they could have sent all of them there. Ichika calmly answers that they didn't send everyone to that place, because one of their enemies likely possesses an artifact that allows escape, which is something they can't risk. Maybe number 0 himself has it and might eventually return, but by then, EO will already be gone. Given that possibility, she explains, they can't afford to use that method on all the apostles. At best, she can eliminate one. Hajime doesn't believe her and grips the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Ichika remains unfazed, her confidence radiating as she taunts him, saying that aside from number 0, none of them can defeat her because they're just a group of people clinging to outdated power. In the next instant, Hajime unleashes his Kurikara slash toward her. Ichika counters effortlessly with her inherent skill, Dawn's Solitude. Once looked down upon for its apparent simplicity, this ability allows her to perceive every external and internal factor that maintains her body at its peak state. In essence, it gives her perfect awareness, ensuring every strike lands with 100% precision and focus. Thanks to that, she sidesteps Hajime's attack at the end of the day, and slashes his side cleanly in retaliation. In the martial arts world, a perfectly trained body is the most invaluable asset. Ichika embodies that ideal completely. Looking at Hajime, she smirks and taunts him coldly, calling him immature and weaker even than Makoto. Meanwhile, at the training ground of the Anti-Prophecy Organization, the remaining members of the Apostles of Apocalypse stand before Makoto and Nishina. Their enemies immediately realize they've been separated from the others, deliberately divided. Seth smirks, taunting them. She asks if they really believe just the 2 of them can defeat 2 members of the Apostles of Apocalypse, especially after witnessing number 0's power firsthand. Then she turns to Asura, asking about their next move. Asura, shedding crocodile tears, claims he's ready to handle both of them himself. His mockery enrages Makoto, who immediately launches an attack, rushing toward Asura for another strike. Meanwhile, Nishina remembers Makoto, his childhood friend, and feels his fury ignite. Determined to avenge him, he grabs Seth by her hair, but she only chuckles darkly, clearly amused by his anger. In the next moment, a barrage of red strikes erupts from Asura's power, forcing both boys to dodge instantly. She smoothly untangles herself from Nishina's grip and activates her skill, Queen of Hearts. Nishina immediately notices Seth's skill, which is the ability to manipulate objects around her. She commands her enchanted cards to search for Kanagi, and within seconds, hundreds of them swirl around her like a crimson storm. Realizing her true target, Nishina is determined to stop her, but Asura's next strike forces him to step back. On the other side of the field, Asura prepares his own ability, 100 Faces, a skill that allows him to manifest emotions as power. When he removes his hand from his face, he uses the face of pure rage. With a roar, he declares that he will kill them all. Red lightning erupts from his body, striking the ground in countless places. Meanwhile, in Tokorozawa City, Saitama Prefecture, Akane and Hanada battle the remaining member of the Apostles of Apocalypse. Akane activates her Stone of Truth skill, sending a stone statue charging toward the enemy, only for him to decapitate it effortlessly. During this, Hanada fights with him as well. Next moment, Shinji uses his one-handed sword style, performing Tengu Dance, a move that shrouds the area in a swirl of dust and rubble. The enemy clears the dust with a single motion, revealing 3 of his enemies already on the ground. Seeing this, Akane curses under her breath, because they had expected their foe to be strong, but not this strong. Their enemy Dre demands to know who they are. He clearly senses their power and realizes that if he doesn't defeat them immediately, they could become a problem. With chilling casualness, he tells them to die at his hands since he needs to conserve energy for his real objective. Hanada scoffs that Dre is underestimating them. Shinji doesn't care about the insult, his only focus is revenge. Akane glances at him and immediately understands his desperation. He still burns to avenge his brother's death. Recognizing Shinji's surname, Dre smirks darkly. He mocked Shinji's late brother, calling him trash and ridiculing how easily he died. Shinji takes the bait instantly, charging toward Dre in rage, but the enemy is already prepared, activating Camellia La Trivieta, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, both healers are desperately trying to stabilize Io, and at last, they succeed in restarting her heartbeat. Next moment, Yushima quickly contacts her squad for a status report. They reply that the squad captain's injuries are nearly healed. Then Macabre orders his group to regroup with Kanagi's squad, but one of the members suddenly stops them. Pointing out the hundreds of Seth's cards heading toward headquarters, they immediately realize that Kanagi is the main target. Taking command, Tengen orders everyone to prepare for battle. They must protect our boy until he wakes up. The next moment, the air grows heavy. Tengen senses an unfamiliar aura, which is a wavelength he recognizes all too well. Outside, Shiki and the others also feel the ground tremble. Sakazaki's eyes widen as he identifies where the energy is coming from. He's right, that even Captain Surasaki can feel the wave emanating from the cave where Number 0 was trapped. Konami refuses to believe that Number 0 could escape. Sakazaki urges him to come with him so they can lure Number 0 away, but the idea terrifies the boy. Still, Sakazaki insists they move quickly. They have to save Captain Surasaki. His words die in his throat as a blinding blue light bursts from the headquarters building. Inside, the source of that light is Kanagi. He stands surrounded by energy, his aura healing Io before their eyes. Rin stares at him wide-eyed, disbelief written all over her face. He asks about how long he's been asleep, and Rin answers that it's only been half a day, contrary to his initial 2-day training plan. She isn't sure whether that short time is enough for him to face Number 0 again, but he simply nods, determined that he will win. Before moving forward, he turns to Io and apologizes for making her wait. Meanwhile, he activates Valentine's God's medical book skill, page 3N64 Divine Nectar, a technique recorded within Valentine's own memories that allows her to perform healing at its highest potency. Both Rin and Yushima are stunned as they watch the deep wounds begin to close. Within moments, Yushima notices that instead of partial recovery, Io's injuries are completely healed. She is taken aback, unable to comprehend such a miraculous level of healing. Even as a healer herself, she can't do something like this. At that moment, Io slowly opens her eyes, and Rin gasps in relief. When Io looks up, she doesn't see Kanagi. She sees Valentine standing before her. Kanagi, now under Valentine's influence, gently holds her hand and scolds her softly for her recklessness. Io weakly apologizes for being useless in the fight, but he assures her that she was incredible. And then Valentine speaks through him, explaining that her wounds are fully healed and she only needs rest. He tells her that when she wakes up, they'll all have a meal together, just like old times. Tears fill Io's eyes as she closes them peacefully, finally allowing herself to rest. Afterward, Valentine turns to his comrades, her expression resolute, and instructs them to prepare for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, both Akihina and Hisagi are fighting against the cards of Seth. Akihina uses his High Steel's Thousand Strike skill against them, slashing through countless cards in a single motion. Hisagi meanwhile fights fiercely using her taijutsu and discipline chainsword, cutting down one card after another. They are both huffing, unable to believe these cards possess the same kind of power as the Shikami they once fought during the battle against Eva. One of the cards tries to ambush Hisagi from behind. Akihina warns her, but before she can react, she gets punched in the face and stumbles back. Looking at the endless swarm of cards, she clenches her fists, refusing to fall. Remembering Macabre's words that she is going to take the responsibility to protect this world, she declares fiercely that she will keep her promise to her captain no matter what. At that moment, as if summoned by her resolve, Macabre hears her words and praises her. He is now fighting the hordes with his rock strike. Hisagi's eyes widen in disbelief and relief as she sees him there. He smiles and assures her that he is back. The next moment, Captain Yorizuya enters the battlefield, swinging his golden bat skill that instantly eliminates several cards in one strike. Back, both captains command their subordinates to get ready to wipe these enemies out, and Akihina and Hisagi immediately comply. Macabre then notices our guy in the air, burning with raw energy, his sword glowing as he readies his stance. With a single powerful motion, he uses Hinoki one-handed sword style, Wave, unleashing a mighty slash that sends a shockwave tearing through hundreds of cards at once. Akihina and Hisagi watch in awe at his overwhelming skill. Meanwhile, Seth senses the tremendous damage to her cards and freezes mid-battle. Asura notices her change in expression and asks what happened. She mutters in disbelief that 10 decks of cards, more than 500 of her released soldiers, have been destroyed. Asura immediately understands that Kanagi must be behind the attack. He orders Seth to hurry and eliminate their target before turning toward Makoto, his patience wearing thin. Their persistence has started to irritate him as they simply refuse to die. Hearing that, Makoto steadies himself, readying his next attack. He declares that they are the ones who are going to die, not him. Asura's eyes narrow in confusion, then flare with fury at his audacity. But before he can react, he notices a glowing divine seal forming on his arm. In the next instant, Makoto activates his anti-demon divine seal skill. A brilliant burst of energy explodes outward towards Asura. Makoto thrusts his fist forward, sending out a wave of glowing projectiles that spread across the battlefield. Asura watches the countless projectiles approaching, noting how slow and harmless they appear. He is furious while dismissing them as useless, believing they hold no real threat. But as they draw closer, a sudden realization strikes him that Makoto had placed a seal on his body during their very first clash. And these projectiles are not random attacks. They are locked directly onto his sealed form. Before he can react, Makoto appears behind him and delivers a crushing blow that sends him flying backward. He mocks him and realizes that those are not just projectiles. The real danger lies in Makoto's strategy to break through his defenses and land a decisive hit. Makoto clarifies the situation. The divine seals engraved across his body. Double the speed of each projectile with every mark he creates. More glowing projectiles appear from thin air. At first he manages to dodge them, but within moments their speed becomes too fast to follow. Another fierce strike from Makoto smashes into him, sending him tumbling again. He finally understands that each seal multiplies the projectile speed exponentially. Soon the projectiles move faster than he can see, and every single one crashes into him with the same power as Makoto's direct punches. A light explosion erupts. Asura falls to the ground as Makoto stands over him, taunting him about his tantrum. Trembling with fear and desperate to keep his distance, he activates his Face of Fear skill. As a result, corrosive fog erupts from his body and spreads across the area. Makoto watches the toxic mist expand around him. Meanwhile, Seth finds herself trapped near Nishina. She begs him to let her go and pleads that she doesn't want to die in shame. Nishina ignores her fear, and his long hair begins to move on its own, wrapping tightly around Seth and forming a suffocating cocoon. The enemy struggles helplessly as her mana drains away, leaving her powerless. When the process ends, her body stands frozen like a mummy. Nishina then looks at Asura and remarks that now he truly understands what fear feels like. Back on the battlefield, Makoto explains the mechanics of his technique to Asura. The projectiles begin slowly, moving at a speed no faster than a bowling ball. But each one carries the same power as his strongest punch. With every strike, seals spread across his body, multiplying the number and speed of projectiles again and again. By now, 20 direct hits have marked Asura completely. The projectiles reach impossible speeds and the final barrage engulfs him. The sky erupts in a chain of violent explosions until nothing remains but smoke and ruin. Makoto then looks down at his hand, quietly realizing how much stronger he has become. The scene flashes to their childhood when Midori accuses Makoto of fighting unfairly, because once someone is hit, the outcome of the battle is already decided. Makoto responds calmly, explaining that the technique drains his energy heavily. The stronger the enemy, the harder it becomes to land that first mark. It also takes over 10 seconds for the initial seal to activate, which makes the setup slow and risky. Midori wonders aloud whether enemies like these even exist. Makoto points at him and says that Midori himself counts as one of them. Midori looks confused and asks what the strange kanji symbol means. Nishina explains that it represents the divine seal. Midori then wonders whether this ability connects somehow to his younger brother, but Makoto brushes off the idea, saying the power depends only on his personal strength. Midori replies that he should just build more muscle and grow stronger. Makoto adds that once he joins the special task force and perfects this skill, he won't lose to anyone, including Midori. Midori leaps into the air, shouting for Makoto to do his best. Makoto finds his attitude irritating, but there is also a faint hint of respect in his expression. Midori adds that once everyone grows stronger, they should all fight together when they reach adulthood. Makoto promises that the next time they meet in battle, he will at least hit his best friend once. Nishina walks toward Makoto, thanking him for his help in defeating such dangerous enemies. He gestures towards Seth's lifeless body nearby and confirms that his mission is now complete. Makoto agrees and says they still need to help Shinji and the remaining fighters, as these kinds of opponents are far too powerful to face alone. Nishina then mentions something strange that occurred earlier. At that exact moment, Dre is taunting Shinji about meeting his brother. Shinji has asked whether the preparations were complete, but Akane has told him to stay quiet and wait. She then activates her technique Trismegistus and calls upon Mephila's Zale, announcing her plan to annihilate their enemy completely. Alchemist Kiliao had once told our boy that alchemy works by turning ordinary things into something better through understanding how the world truly functioned. Knowledge, he explained, came from deeply grasping those principles. When he asked if transformation was part of Lesson 15, Kiliao confirmed it was, but he reminded him that combat strength came first, and alchemy could wait. If Akane ever learned it later, she would handle it with ease. In the present, Akane activates her technique, while Dre keeps attacking without pause. His strikes come so wildly that Hanada and Shinji can barely predict where the next one will land. One attack hits Shinji directly, and Hanada shouts his name, but Shinji manages to block it. Still, both know they can't endure much longer. Dre's laughter echoes across the battlefield as he mocks their weakness and hopelessness. He mentions a special technique his boss ordered him to save for emergencies, but decides that this moment calls for it. He summons an artifact called the Purgatory Star and throws it toward them with a grin, declaring that it will end everything. The massive eye glows above them and Shinji can only stare. Dre explains that the artifact launches projectiles, and each satellite it creates carries the same destructive power as the original. His voice grows louder as he boasts that the attack will come from every direction, covering the sky. His laughter turns wild as he shouts that everything within range will burn under his fire cannon, and blazing weapons scatter around them. Shinji feels powerless to respond, and Hanada shares the same helplessness. In desperation, Hanada calls for Akane. She appears beside him in an instant, sensing the danger clearly. As she releases her counterattack, the fire cannon answers with another massive strike. The explosion swallows the entire area, and Dre is convinced that nothing could have survived. He recalls the gift of power number 0 gave him, the same power that allowed him to take revenge on those who mocked him, and laughs madly about destroying the world. But his laughter dies when green lightning bursts from below. Akane stands unharmed, releasing her power upward. Dre growls in anger and sends another powerful blast, but Akane forms a shield that blocks it easily. His attacks fail to penetrate her defense, and frustration takes over. Akane then explains that her skill, Mephila's Zale, lets her change the nature of any technique she has observed. She alters his attacks into healing energy, and soon every explosion around them begins to restore instead of destroy. The three fighters feel their bodies recovering instead of breaking. She adds that she had already used this power to enhance their physical strength, and the effect would last for about a minute. Dre stares at her in confusion, unable to understand what's happening. Akane tells him that it no longer matters as his end has already come. Her smile only deepens his fear as he stumbles backward, trying to escape. But she mocks his attempt to flee. Next moment, Hanada releases Bird's Coil. 8 strikes followed by the 8-headed serpent that tears him through the air. The attacks crash into Dre, leaving his body covered in deep wounds as blood pours from his mouth. Hanada feels strength flowing back into his body. His injuries vanish as if they never existed. Shinji steps forward and activates his technique from Lesson 16, combining Hinoki's one-handed sword style with Diced Slash and Autumn Thistlemaster Annihilation. He channels all his power into one final strike. The attack cuts through Dre completely, and his body scatters into pieces, before vanishing entirely. As silence falls, Shinji stands still, remembering Dre's mocking words about his brother. Deep down, he wishes that in another world his brother would kill him again, whispering that it will only happen if his enemy also finds a place in heaven. One of the 12 apostles, Dre, falls at the hands of Shinji, Hanada, and Akane from the Kanagi squad. The three stand together, breathing heavily, and Akane stays frozen, trying to process what just happened. She realizes that Shinji had just pulled off a combined skill far too advanced for his current level, yet somehow he made it work. Shinji, full of gratitude, thanks her and insists that the victory belongs entirely to her. But before he can say more, Akane's body gives out, and she collapses onto the ground unconscious. Her mind drifts away into memories. In the depths of her thoughts, she finds herself speaking to Midori, apologizing for what she said 7 years ago. Back then, she accused him in anger, demanding why he came too late when everything had already been destroyed. Midori had stood before her, frozen with guilt, whispering that he was sorry. Her father, a high-ranking warrior who worked against prophecy-related disasters, had accidentally uncovered a cursed painting. When it activated, it twisted their entire world into another dimension centered around their mansion, turning everything into a nightmare. Hearing the emergency, Midori rushed into that corrupted painting to stop the prophecy before it spread any further. But by the time he arrived, it was too late, and her parents, their servants, and everyone she knew were gone. Only Akane had survived. In her grief, she had screamed at Midori, blaming him for failing to stop the disaster sooner. Midori's subordinate had tried to explain something, but he stopped her. She kept crying miserably, kneeling down in front of them. Later, she learned the truth that the same day, Midori had been halfway across the world fighting another prophecy catastrophe. He had saved over 1,000 people. Realizing this, Akane understood how cruel she had been, that she had blamed a 16-year-old boy who was already carrying an unbearable weight. Yet Midori never showed anger toward her. Instead, he had told her to live her life fully and never feel guilty for it. He explained that he trained endlessly for one purpose, which was to stop the prophecies. When she accused him of saving selfish people like her, he corrected her gently, saying that he wasn't alone. His friends in the Special Task Force always stood by him, even if they fought in different places. Their hearts were connected and they were bound by trust, not distance. He had once shown her a photo of their whole squad on his wallpaper, and told her that one day she would understand everything. Her eyes slowly open in the present, and Shinji and Hanada are kneeling beside her in worry. Shinji asks if she's awake, and she answers weakly, saying she just regained consciousness. Hanada explains that only a minute has passed since she collapsed. Sitting up, she says she needs to apologize to Midori in person. Shinji adds that he also owes Midori gratitude for his brother Makoto, someone he calls an irreplaceable friend. Akane looks at him in surprise, realizing how deeply Midori has touched their lives. Hanada joins in, declaring that his goal is to one day surpass Midori. The three share the same determination. Midori cannot be allowed to die. Shinji smiles, suggesting they go after him right away. Without hesitation, all three rise into the sky together, their resolve unshaken. Meanwhile, at the same time, deep within a limestone cave, Captain Surasaki stands near the 17th dimensional crack. He turns as Kanagi steps toward him. The captain asks if Kanagi's training has reached its final stage. Kanagi urgently warns him to leave immediately. He explains that Wingfield plans to destroy the entire headquarters using maximum turbulence firepower. But the captain refuses to run. As Kanagi pushes forward, Number Zero's voice echoes from Midori's body from the deep. It welcomes him and guesses that he must have come to defeat them. But Kanagi declares that his purpose is different and he hasn't come to fight but to save Midori. Number Zero repeats his statement. Number Zero remembers Io's earlier words, when she had told him to stay for 2 days because something interesting would happen. He interprets this as a sign that Kanagi needs 2 full days to prepare for their battle. Since only half a day has passed, he assumes that our boy is still far from ready. The thought makes him laugh at how ridiculous the situation seems. Suddenly, our boy launches a combined attack using King of Light, Penetration, and Luminous Kick. The strike connects with great force, but our dude feels something strange. His movement stops completely. Yet his opponent's defense remains untouched, and the attack fails to break through. Number Zero acknowledges his impressive speed and the strength behind his strikes. However, he decides that the fight should end now. He activates turbulence, surrounding his body with wild, chaotic energy. The violent energy spreads through the space, destroying everything it touches as he tries to escape the other dimension. Our boy reacts instantly and activates his own turbulence to counter Midori's destructive force. Inside his body, one of the founders notices that Skurner is still sleeping and angrily informs him that the battle has already started. Skurner responds drowsily, saying that the space feels calm and peaceful and that he would like to stay there forever. He grows impatient and orders the founder of the Dragon Claw, Rowan, to bite him. Skurner screams in pain as the bite wakes him. Andy reassures him that everything will be fine if he stays alert. Skurner questions the urgency, but realization quickly strikes him and understands that if Kanagi dies, he will also cease to exist. He informs them about teaching Divine Wind to our boy for this very situation. Divine Wind. Outside, Number Zero watches in shock as Kanagi controls turbulence just as skillfully as he does. He first focuses on creating a small safe zone around his body to protect himself. He charges forward, determined to crush him completely. In response, our boy releases the Seal of the Truth, known as Mogul Hemet. The seal opens and closes rapidly, absorbing and neutralizing his enemy's wind attacks until they vanish completely. Meanwhile, another founder studies the battle carefully and realizes that fighting Midori from a distance will not work. He plans that they must counter his wind with their own and then close the distance using Mel's acceleration skill. However, this plan will only work if Kanagi combines his abilities correctly. Kanagi follows her strategy and fuses Hinoki's one-sword style with Wave and Thunderbolt to form a powerful attack called Violent Thunder. The strike hits his opponent with tremendous force, sending him crashing down from the sky. Without stopping, Kanagi activates Trismegistus and combines a Spear of Annihilation, Deadly Bow, and Moonrain Annihilation. He charges toward Midori and releases Thunderbolt Hadad from his fingertips. A massive thunder sphere cannon forms and shoots forward, striking Number Zero directly and exploding with immense power. He struggles to understand what just happened, and he cannot believe that Kanagi can combine skills with completely different attributes without using any artifacts. He realizes that Kanagi might truly be the warrior destined to end all prophecies. Despite this realization, he shouts that Kanagi's attacks still cannot truly harm him. Kanagi sighs quietly, feeling the weight of the battle. The founder senses something troubling. He realizes that Midori's strength is increasing much faster than he expected. Number Zero grows more confident, believing that Kanagi has not had enough time to prepare for victory. He gathers his power and prepares to launch his finishing attack. Before he can strike, our boy calls Midori's name and reveals something that freezes Midori in shock. He tells him that Io is still alive, and Midori stands motionless, his mind spinning as he wonders whether he is still fighting his fate. Kanagi continues speaking with steady determination. and tells Midori that Makoto, Nishina, Shinji, Hanada, Akane, Io, and Rin are all waiting for him. He reminds him of their past together, and admits that he has not yet repaid the kindness Midori once showed him. The memory of that debt fills him with determination to keep fighting. The founder watches him with quiet sadness and understands the burden that he carries. He calls for Patanjali and asks for her help. Patanjali steps forward, places her hand on Kanagi's back, and releases Nadi Mukti energy into his body. His aura transforms as power and determination surge through him. He stands tall, filled with resolve, and declares within himself that he will give everything he has from this moment onward. Kanagi's aura changes completely, which shocks number 0 at once. The founder watches the transformation carefully. Back in the past, when Kanagi trained with Hinoki in a harsh and focused state, the founders gathered inside their strategy room to discuss the coming battle with number 0. Ryan addressed everyone firmly that their conclusion is clear. With Kanagi's current strength, 2 days of training will not be enough. He would need at least a full week to stand a real chance in battle, and even then, victory would still remain uncertain. His companion reacts with shock at his statement. Another companion added that Midori keeps growing stronger at an unbelievable rate according to their observations. He reminded them that when Kanagi and Raichuru fought Midori earlier, the members of the Special Task Force had shared stories about Midori's childhood and the massive destruction he caused. From all this information, the founders reach a dark realization that Midori is on the path to becoming as powerful as the founders themselves. Everyone absorbs the truth with shock and despair. He informed them about the impossibility of him getting to that level this time, even with Kanagi's speed leaving them worried about their next move. Ryan finally spoke again and says there is one possible method, but it comes with a terrible cost. Patanjali explains that she can override Kanagi's physical limits by force. She can open all of his chakra flow points at once, allowing his life energy to surge through his entire body. This would multiply his power by several times in just seconds. However, it would also cause irreversible damage to both his body and soul. Eilerson immediately protests, saying such a method is too dangerous, but our boy agreed to go for it at that time, while he was training with Hinoki. Hanada was amazed by his skill of keeping focus on him, while having a conversation with the founders. And realization hits him that our dude is definitely getting powerful. Our boy only answered that he wanted to repay Midori by saving him. If defeat becomes certain, he is ready to activate the extreme method without hesitation. Eventually, the founders understood his decision. Back in the present moment, Kanagi shouts with full conviction as an explosion of energy bursts from his body. His glowing fist strikes Midori's face with full power. The impact breaks through Midori's defense, something he thought was impossible. Both of them release turbulence at the same time, and their energy collides violently in midair. Number 0 realizes with shock that his turbulence is being completely neutralized by Kanagi's. He yells in frustration, warning our dude not to underestimate him, and charges forward with fury. However, our boy stays calm and activates kudu-style tranquility, aiming directly at Midori's chest. Number 0 suddenly feels his body freeze in place, unable to move. Our dude takes the chance to strike again. He activates Hinoki's one-sword style and combines it with wave and wave-cutting blade. Then he follows up with Purgatory Sword. His attacks continue rapidly. Diced Slash, Tengu Dance, Solitary Moon, and Thick Cloud. Each strike hits with precise strength, tearing through Number 0's defenses and leaving him badly wounded. The founders watch in silence, completely stunned by the power before them. Ryan studies Kanagi closely and realizes that his strength goes far beyond what he had predicted. His potential runs deeper than he ever imagined. Now he begins to understand that the battle is reaching its final stage. Kanagi then unleashes his last technique, Splitting Clouds. The strike hits Number 0 with tremendous force, sending his body flying high into the sky. Midori screams as instinct takes over. He desperately tries to create a powerful wind wall around himself to survive the next blow. But Kanagi does not stop, and his body shines with a thunderous aura as lightning dances around him. He activates Thunderbolt Hadad, and merges it with Beak, Dragon's Claw, and Penetration. He then adds Flash Kick to complete the combination. With burning determination, he strikes directly at Midori's chest using Burning Light. The collision causes a huge explosion that consumes everything nearby. When the smoke clears, Midori's badly injured body appears with his mouth wide open, and light glows from his eyes, while our boy is still standing on his guard. Just as our boy goes for the final hit, Midori quickly pulls out the elixir artifact, and gulps it down, instantly restoring his strength. With his energy fully recovered, he unleashes a maximum output blast, channeling turbulence straight at the charging Kanagi. The impact creates a massive explosion, and the boy raises a shield just in time. Even with the defense, the sheer force completely obliterates the area around them. In the midst of the chaos, Midori starts laughing maniacally, mocking Kanagi for not realizing what would happen next. He smugly declares that there's nothing the boy can do now. But despite the injuries, Kanagi stands his ground, determined to keep fighting until the elixir's effect wears off. To his shock, however, sparks begin flickering across his body as the aftershock from the blast tears through him from the inside, and sending him crashing down, Midori instantly realizes what's happening. The overwhelming strength Kanagi was using is ripping his body apart, and he won't be able to hold out for long. Deciding to finish things, he gathers his energy and fires another turbulence beam, this time aimed directly at the falling Kanagi. Just as the powerful beam is about to hit, Akane leaps in front of him, activating her Mephiles spell to alter the attack's form. She remembers the moment she met Kanagi, back when he was practicing how to channel turbulence, a spell that originally belonged to Midori. He had told her he'd explain everything after the battle and asked her to study the spell using her Mephiles magic. Back then, he also made her promise that she would protect everyone once the great battle against Number Zero finally began. Now in the present, Akane fulfills that promise. She transforms Midori's deadly spell into a wave of healing energy that rains down upon Kanagi, restoring his strength. Midori watches in disbelief, furious that his most powerful attack has been turned against him. As the dust settles, everyone realizes that the boy and the others have survived. With that, Kanagi's entire squad gathers around, ready for his command. Our boy, never one to back down, steps forward and orders them to free Midori from Number Zero. The moment they hear it, everyone launches into action. Kanagi and Suo strike from both sides, their blades cutting through the air with perfect timing. Hanada joins in, combining his strength and unleashing a powerful dwarf strike knee straight into Midori. Under the relentless barrage, Midori starts to falter. In a desperate attempt to counter, he activates the wall of cutting pearl, but to his shock, Shiki is already there, wrapping around the spell and disrupting it mid-channel. Before he can recover, Makoto delivers a fierce upcut, followed by a furious barrage of strikes that land all over his body. Even after taking heavy damage, Midori somehow manages to escape, only to be immediately caught again by Nishina's forbidden hair spell. Makoto then completes the assault with a massive blast from his magic circles, shaking the battlefield with a loud eruption. Meanwhile, Ichigo simply watches from a distance, letting her young students handle the fight, as Midori regains his footing in the air. Kanagi points his sword upward, declaring that he can see Midori's strength fading. Number Zero himself senses it too. The artifact's effect is wearing off, and he knows he has to defend himself somehow. At the same time, the boy prepares to use Hinoki's one-sword style. Channeling their energy together, they unleash a united slash that cuts straight through Number Zero's soul, triggering a massive burst of light that engulfs the entire forest. As the explosion settles, Midori's body is finally freed. This sword technique they just used, known as cut-off, doesn't just slice through the physical body, it strikes the soul itself, and it can even be performed without using an actual blade. Now, Number Zero writhes in agony, stunned that they managed to cut his soul with that attack, leaving Midori's body behind. As Midori slowly regains his senses, Akane rushes toward him, relief written all over her face. Suo, meanwhile, feels a huge weight lift right off his shoulders, almost like he can sense his big brother's presence returning. When Midori finally lands, Akane throws her arms right around him, and Kanagi greets him with a warm, genuine smile. But just as the two of them shake hands, a bright flame suddenly bursts from Midori's palm. Shocked by the sudden flare-up, he immediately wonders if Number Zero is somehow still inside him. Then, remembering the dangerous artifact, he yells for Kanagi to run. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Berserk Life activates and a powerful blinding light completely engulfs the entire scene. Everyone is stunned by what they see, but Midori quickly realizes that Number Zero is trying to hijack Kanagi's body. As the light blast erupts and the dust begins to clear, Midori's attention shifts toward the boy, sensing that something isn't right. However, Kanagi assures them that he is still in control. He explains that he already anticipated Number Zero would try to take over his body once cornered, which is why he came prepared. Even after the explanation, everyone is left in shock as it's clear that Number Zero has taken over Kanagi's body. And the boy confirms it himself. Inside, Number Zero brims with twisted excitement at finally possessing such a powerful vessel, only to be greeted by hundreds of the founders waiting for him, ready to deliver a merciless beating. Outside, Kanagi calmly reveals that within him lies the most dangerous place possible for Number Zero, or he'll be trapped in an endless cycle of pain thanks to the founders' combined power. With that matter settled, our boy casually suggests that they all head home for now. Back with Hijimi, Ichika brings him the news that his owner is dead, but he doesn't seem to care much. What really interests him is why she's keeping him alive. Ichika explains that she wants to take him under her own supervision, to train him as her apprentice. Meanwhile, as Kanagi's group returns with Midori, Makoto greets him with a sharp punch that stops just short of his face. A half-serious welcome back before dragging him into a new mission to search for any remaining Number Zero hideouts in England. Io's condition gradually improves thanks to the continuous healing, and as her strength returns, she shares a heartfelt moment with the girls. Relief washes over all of them as it's finally over, and they're simply grateful to have their grandmother back. On a nearby rooftop, Tengen and Yushima relax as they talk about the casualties, noticing Richard's helicopter approaching in the distance. They know the peace won't last long, so they decide to enjoy the calm while they can. The rest of the squad and the captains are all relieved to finally have Midori back, and their focus is entirely on him. But in the background, unnoticed by the others, our boy suddenly collapses, falling into a deep coma from which he may never wake up again. Everyone rushes toward him in confusion as he collapses, even though all his wounds are completely healed. Among them, Midori feels a strange sense of familiarity, something he's experienced before, and starts to wonder if it's really Kanagi lying there. To everyone's surprise, the spirit of the founder, Ryan, emerges from his body and calmly introduces herself. The group is left stunned, realizing that the legendary founder they've heard so much about is standing right before them. Ryan explains that revealing their existence was never part of the plan, but the circumstances have left her with no choice. Her expression turns serious as she continues, asking for a favor that she needs someone close to Kanagi to help bring him back. Meanwhile, inside his consciousness, Kanagi lies peacefully in a field of flowers. A while later, as Midori is scrolling through his phone, he comes across a video message sent by his friend Eridib before his death. In it, Eridib admits that he knew he would die helping his friend, but was at peace with that decision. He assures Midori not to blame himself, reminding him that it wasn't truly him who caused everything. It was number 0 in control of his body. Watching the heartfelt message, Midori gets emotional, but his friends quickly lift his spirits, inviting him to join them for a baseball game. Meanwhile, at the Everlasting Hut, the TV broadcasts a news report announcing that Midori, the one responsible for all the recent havoc, has been confirmed dead after being defeated by the American-Japanese Navy. Of course, it's just a cover story meant to keep the public unaware of the prophecies. That's why EO came up with that explanation. Richard, though slightly annoyed, agrees with the plan since they can't afford to lose Midori. They need him alive to help keep the world safe, even if it means working from the shadows. Outside, the boys are playing baseball. Makoto teases Midori, joking about how he went from being the world's strongest to a total disaster. The others suggest he stay hidden for now since he's far too recognizable, and Midori agrees. Moments later, Makoto smashes the ball with a powerful punt, but Midori easily catches it. But seeing him handle it so effortlessly gives the group a sense of relief that he's clearly starting to regain his strength. With that, Midori heads to the ICU of the anti-prophecy unit. When Akane sees him there, she's surprised, but they quickly fill him in on Kanagi's condition. Despite their efforts, Kanagi's breathing is slowing down, and even their strongest healing skills can't stop his decline. Realizing how dire the situation is, Midori steps forward and suggests they let him try his best to save him. As he does, Ryan suddenly appears, explaining that the boy has traded his own life force for that immense surge of power. And with that, an unexpected string of events happened with him when an enemy intervened. And hearing this, the whole group is left in shock, while our boy finds himself utterly confused, realizing he's no longer with them. Instead, he's standing alone in the middle of an open, flower-filled field, surrounded by towering mountains. As he tries to make sense of it all, he notices a strange figure in the distance holding a black squid-like creature. The figure calmly offers to help him remove the crest of nothingness from his body. The words hit him like a thunderclap, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Then, without warning, the entire atmosphere shifts as dimensional cracks begin to tear open around him. The figure's form twists and warps into a horrifying shadow with countless monstrous eyes staring from within its face. The presence introduces itself as clusters, revealing that they are the creators of prophecies and the very beings destined to bring about the end of the world, the clusters of destruction. All this information is relayed to the group through Ryan, and hearing it leaves everyone completely stunned. The clusters, as she explains, are beings from another dimension, connected to those mysterious towers from 300 years ago. According to her, they are basically humanity's greatest nemesis, and the only ones capable of facing them are those who bear the crest of nothingness, like Kanagi himself. The real problem now is that Kanagi's body is slowly being corrupted by the clusters. Ryan urgently requests his friends that they need to drive them out before it's too late. The group, still confused, doesn't understand how they're supposed to do that, but Ryan asks them to entrust their souls to her. Trusting her words, they follow her command and place their hands on Kanagi's body. In an instant, a bright light bursts out from the crest of nothingness, pulling everyone inside its glow as the energy channels through them. Ryan warns that this will be dangerous, since the cluster's attacks can shatter a person's very soul. Her voice trembles as she falls to her knees, pleading with them to save Kanagi for the sake of humanity. Seeing her desperation, the group reassures her that, as their captain, Kanagi is worth risking everything for. They'll go in no matter what. Once the channeling is complete, the blinding light engulfs them all. Inside, Kanagi finds himself facing a strange scene where the clusters are laying out his entire life before him, calling it nothing more than a common reincarnation story. The entity reveals that they are the ones who write the future. Observing humanity from another dimension, it predicts that humans will soon conquer space, and even cross into other dimensions within a few hundred years. Yet the clusters claim that every time humanity encounters another race, they bring war and destruction just as they did in the ancient past. And this time, the clusters intend to change that. Destroy humanity first and rewrite the future using their prophecies. Hearing all that, our boy is furious, but he still can't help questioning why the being didn't stop the fight if it already knew the future. The man just laughs maniacally, claiming that they will eventually be annihilated by an Awakener like Kanagi, someone who bears the crest of nothingness. With that, he makes his point clear, just as humans fear anything that threatens them. The clusters are also fighting for their own survival. He coldly adds that since Kanagi carries the crest of nothingness, it's only logical to eliminate him to protect themselves. Then, almost mockingly, he mentions number 0, calling him a fool who believed he was equal to them, and insists that giving him the artifact was the right choice. Hearing that, our boy's eyes widen in shock as he realizes that this being is behind all those strange artifacts that have been appearing across the world. The man recalls every moment an Awakener interfered with their plans in the past, but declares that this time it ends here. With that, he commands his squid-like creature forward. Its tentacles lash out, wrapping tightly around Kanagi and trapping him completely. In moments, our boy is bound, struggling against the crushing grip as the cluster mocks him, eager to watch him die. Meanwhile, inside the consciousness realm, Ryan takes the lead, guiding Kanagi's squad through the shifting space. She explains that the founders can't join the battle since Kanagi's power remains sealed, but she promises to lead them straight to him. As they follow her path, the group witnesses Kanagi's memories floating, his moments with the founders, his fights against countless enemies, and especially his bond with Makoto's squad. Particularly Makoto, who always stayed by his side. Soon they reach the dark, desolate grounds where the massive squid looms over Kanagi, holding him captive. Seeing their captain trapped like that, his squad doesn't hesitate and charge in together, unleashing their special powers with everything they've got. The giant squid braces itself and launches its massive tentacles toward the squad. They counter immediately with their own attacks, creating a thunderous explosion that shakes the dark realm. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kanagi is moments away from being completely engulfed by the writhing tentacles. His consciousness begins to fade, and he knows that if he loses it now, it's all over. His physical body starts thrashing violently as his energy slips away. Outside, Yushima and the remaining members of the anti-prophecy unit do everything they can to stabilize his body, fully aware that if something happens to Kanagi, everyone connected to him through their souls will suffer the same fate. Inside, Kanagi's form begins to lose its color, until in an instant it shatters into countless fragments. The shock echoes outside as his pulse starts to fade, making it seem like he's moments away from death. Just as the cluster begins to relish, believing it has finally secured its future by eliminating the only real threat, a faint crack appears in its dark shield. Light bursts through, followed by the arrival of Kanagi's squad, their voices calling out to him. Seeing them appear reignites something within him, and his body begins to reform as energy starts flowing back into his veins. He's stunned to see his comrades by his side, but that surprise quickly gives way to emotion when Suo reaches out, sharing the heavy burden that's been weighing on his heart. Their determination strengthens him, and together the group vows to keep fighting by his side no matter what. Relieved and grateful, Kanagi thanks them for trusting him, even in the face of despair. But their focus soon shifts back to the cluster, who seems to recognize Ryan. The creature even mentions her parents and sister, names that make her expression darken with rage. It's clear from her reaction that this being might be the very reason they're gone, as the cluster keeps running his mouth. Kanagi's group is already on the move. Despite Ryan shouting for them to stop, they charge straight ahead, unknowingly walking right into his trap. In an instant, their bodies begin to disintegrate, their souls getting pulled apart and twisted by the cluster's corruption. It's the same horrific technique he once used on Ryan's family, and now he's doing it again, this time to the entire Kanagi squad. Just as the cluster is about to consume them completely, the blinding beam of light cuts through the darkness, halting his attack. Check. Everyone turns toward the source in shock. Spotting two figures descending from above, they casually commend Kanagi's team for holding out this long. Both wear the badge and the mark of the anti-prophecy branch on their hands, radiating authority and calm confidence. Kanagi squints as their faces look familiar, but the memories don't click right away until he recalls faint glimpses from his early days in Makoto's squad. They were his fellow trainees, though he distinctly remembers hearing about their retirement long ago. Yet here they are, standing before him like they never left. The man introduces himself as Claude Friedman, and beside him stands the woman, Natasha Smirnov, both former trainees of the anti-prophecy branch, from the same grade as Kanagi himself. Now they've returned to handle business, and from the look in their eyes, they're more than ready to join the fight. They firmly warn the cluster to leave the boy's consciousness, and introduce Natasha as the Princess of Olet. The girl, however, is still calmly asleep, clutching her plush toy as if nothing around her matters. Seeing her like that, the whole group is stunned to realize she's actually a princess. Our boy steps closer, but before he can process it all, the Sleeping Beauty reveals her wish that she wants him to save their world. He's caught off guard, yet she promises that if he helps them, she'll help him escape this strange place. The cluster, hearing all this, loses patience and declares that Kanagi's death is inevitable. He mocks the Olet race as weak, claiming they're nothing but obstacles in his path. Dark tar-like liquid starts spreading from him, reaching toward the disintegrating squad members. But just as it's about to reach Claude, he quickly turns to Natasha, urging her to act. Still half asleep, the girl responds as if giving an upfront payment for Kanagi's help, and uses Sparklight, freezing the black tentacles midair. The cluster is left completely baffled, frustration boiling over from this unexpected move. That's when Claude steps forward, calm and confident. Without any flashy moves, he walks up to the cluster and simply touches his forehead. In an instant, the creature's form bursts into thick, icy smoke. Even while fading away, the cluster manages to throw out a final warning, but it's already too late. Everyone stands there in disbelief, realizing the enemy has been taken down just like that. Relief washes over them as their wounds begin to heal. But before they can even process what just happened, the ground beneath them splits open, a blinding light erupts, swallowing them whole. In the next moment, they're falling flat into an open, unfamiliar space. Despite everything that just happened, Natasha still seems completely relaxed, curled up like she's taking a nap in a cozy corner. Claude, on the other hand, suggests it's time to head back to the real world as they start fading away. They remind Kanagi that they've placed their bet on him, and now it's up to him to prove himself. With that final message, everything around him dissolves into light. When our boy opens his eyes again, he finds himself lying in a hospital ward. All of his squad members are scattered around, exhausted but alive. The sight makes him smile. Just then, Rin bursts into the room, clearly relieved that he's okay. She explains that by the time his squad returned, her healing magic had taken effect, pulling him back from the edge. Kanagi thanks her, but she quickly turns it around, saying it's because of him that Grandma Io and Midori are still alive. As they talk, the rest of the squad slowly wakes up, happy and relieved to see him conscious again. Claude and Natasha are there too, with Claude making his usual flashy femboy-style entrance that instantly earns Suo's confused look. But the confusion doesn't stop there. Things get even stranger when Natasha wakes up fully, greets Kanagi, and calmly reminds him of his promise to save their world. The whole group stares in disbelief, unsure what she's even talking about. Then she drops the real bombshell that the ancient towers are collapsing on her planet. That's when it clicks, the same 300-year-old towers once conquered by the founders. According to her, that ancient disaster has started repeating itself, and now the clusters are planning to use her world as their new base to launch an invasion. For that reason, she needs Kanagi's help to destroy every single tower before it's too late. Half a year ago in LA, strange towers began appearing out of nowhere, bringing chaos and destruction across the entire planet. Watching her home fall apart broke Natasha's heart. And even though she didn't want to. She was forced to flee. Before leaving, she made a vow to return one day with the bearer of the crest of nothingness and save her world from ruin. Back in the present, she explains that a war for supremacy is raging across multiple dimensions, and that's the real reason Earth has been shackled by so many strange events. Every planet, she says, fights for territory, influence, and resources, and now that same battle is happening on a universal scale. Hearing this, Kanagi is completely stunned, unable to process what he's just learned. To make him understand better, Natasha and Claude use his ability to transport the squad to her hometown in Olay. The moment they arrive, the whole team is taken aback by the sight of a small, bustling town filled with life and energy. But when Akane tries to interact with one of the locals, her hand passes straight through them. That's when Natasha explains that everything they're seeing is an illusion, created through an ancient artifact capable of reconstructing memories. Even so, the atmosphere feels warm and full of life. They spot Natasha's face on huge posters around the town, which is for her upcoming coronation. When she points toward her castle in the distance, the group can hardly believe their eyes. The place is massive, shimmering under the sunlight like something out of a dream. Kanagi can't help but admire it, impressed by how vibrant everything looks. But Natasha only tells them to keep watching. A moment later, the sky begins to twist and tear apart as dimensional cracks open above them. From those rifts, hundreds of towers crash down toward the ground. The squad stares in horror, especially Kanagi, who instantly recognizes them as the Towers of Destruction. Suddenly, the towers crash into the ground like missiles, unleashing pure chaos. Explosions ripple across the land, fire spreading, ice freezing everything in its path, and people screaming as destruction consumes the city. The once lively town turns into a scene of horror within seconds. Everyone stands frozen in shock while a heart-wrenching scream echoes from the castle. It's Natasha's voice, crying out for her people, desperate and confused about why this is happening to them. Kanagi's squad listens to the cries of agony, the sound of innocent lives being crushed under the weight of darkness. The pain and chaos feel too real, almost like they've stepped into someone's living nightmare. Kanagi wants to speak, to say something comforting, but no words come out, only silence. Natasha quietly explains that this is what she sees every time she sleeps, the same nightmare repeating again and again, her people being slaughtered by clusters, everything she worked to protect turned to ash. Watching it all unfold, Kanagi finally understands the words of the founders. The reason they sought to destroy the towers wasn't just for power. but to avenge the weak and stand against those who crushed everything in their path. Now realizing the weight of it all, our boy gently places a reassuring hand on Natasha's shoulder. With quiet determination, he promises her that they're ready to save her world from the darkness that once destroyed it. As the boy places his hand on her shoulder, his crest begins to glow, radiating the combined energy of all the founders standing behind him. With a calm yet determined voice, he commands everyone to get ready for the show. In an instant, the group exits the memory realm and splits into 2 cars. Kanagi and his team in the first, and Arian with the others in the second. Inside the car, Arian is chained to his seat, loudly demanding a vacation. He complains that they just rescued Midori and now they're already being sent to save an entire planet. His frustration only grows when he learns that Superintendent Io agreed to the mission without even hearing the full plan. But before he can rant any further, Akane gives him a chilling glare that instantly shuts him up, though the annoyance on his face clearly stays. Earlier that day, Kanagi visited the founders, where they apologized for not being able to help during the battle against the cluster. Patanjali in particular blamed herself, believing that Kanagi got into danger because of her technique. However, Ryan reassured her that it was that very skill which helped them defeat Midori in the first place. With that settled, she urged everyone to focus on their next mission, which is to save Natasha's planet. When Kanagi questioned how they'd handled clusters in the past, most of them simply replied that they just attacked until it worked, confused. Confused by the lack of strategy, Kanagi turned to Ryan, who explained that the best defense is offense. They needed to strike all out before it's too late. Still shocked by the suggestion, Kanagi was told to first visit the Mausoleum of Founders, the place where they had first met. According to Ryan, a massive portal device was hidden there, one that could lead them straight to their destination. Now, back in the present, as the squad's vehicles approach the area, they can already see a brilliant beam of light piercing the sky. However, everyone is taken by surprise when Kanagi reveals that they can use the portal to travel directly to Olet's planet. Normally, such a journey would take several weeks, requiring multiple transit stops between distant worlds. The idea that a device exists capable of skipping all that and sending them straight there leaves the entire squad stunned. As they try to process the revelation, Midori suddenly points toward the horizon. Noticing hundreds of clusters being drawn to the glowing beam, the sight leaves the group frozen in shock. But Kanagi remains calm. He recalls Hinoki once mentioning that the dormant monster fought long ago in the tower was also a type of cluster. Now it seems those creatures are reacting to the portal's activation. Watching the clusters gather in massive swarms, something inside Kanagi snaps, his energy surges, and in a burst of excitement, he channels Hinoki's power and leaps out of the car, just as he prepares his 10,000 slash. He's surprised to see Midori beside him, ready for battle, determined to make up for his past mistakes. Midori seems eager to release his frustration in the fight ahead. Kanagi gives a nod, signaling Suo to drive straight into the monstrous formation ahead. The clusters have fused together, forming a massive, writhing, tentacle-like beast made of tangled creatures, but instead of fear, Kanagi feels a rush of excitement. With his blade gleaming and a wild grin on his face, he's ready to go all out and slice through everything in his path. With all his excitement, the boy channels Hinoki's technique, Splitting Cloud, and launches it straight toward the massive tentacle monster. The blast tears through the creature effortlessly, leaving everyone stunned, especially Midori, who can't believe the sheer power behind that attack. It even seems stronger than before, and Hinoki himself confirms it, saying the energy feels different this time. He then glances at Midori with a knowing look, asking about his current state. As the group speeds toward the battlefield, they ram through smaller monsters blocking their path. But things quickly escalate when a giant creature appears directly in front of them. Suo floors the accelerator, trusting the 2 warriors standing on the hood to handle it. Holding his sword tightly, Kanagi recalls all the training he endured under Hinoki's style. Every cut, every motion, every lesson that shaped him. The moment he draws his blade, the air crackles. In a single swift motion, he slashes forward and every monster in front of them is sliced cleanly in half. A while back, right after both Kanagi and Midori recovered, Midori visited the Everlasting Hut to speak with Io. They discussed the Bhagavad Gita prophecy book, one that had long been hidden by Number Zero and was notoriously difficult to interpret. Despite their talk, Midori couldn't hide his disappointment in himself. He still carried the heavy guilt of having killed his own people while under the enemy's control. To everyone's surprise, even Io had no clear answer on how to ease that pain. After all, it was Midori's carelessness in that battle that led to the tragedy. Still, to help him move forward, Io urged him to keep fighting, to search for his own redemption through battle. He needed to stop living in the shadow of his past and start walking toward the future. With Io's words still echoing in his mind, Midori fights with renewed purpose, determined to find light in his disappointment and meaning in his struggle. As the battle rages on, Suo suddenly notices clusters swarming toward the cars, and shouts for everyone to protect the civilians inside. Kanagi immediately reacts, spotting one of the cars speeding straight toward him. In a flash, Midori uses his turbulent skill to lift the vehicle high into the air, keeping it safe from harm. Kanagi watches in shock, amazed at how Midori is using a combat technique so precisely for defense. to protect people instead of just destroying enemies. Inspired, Kanagi joins in, summoning a barrier around the car. He then flips the spell's energy, turning it into an offensive move that traps several clusters inside an orb, before slamming them into the ground. Everyone watching, including the founders, are impressed by how perfectly the two work together. Arian, on the other hand, looks terrified as a gigantic snake-like mass of clustered monsters charges straight at them. But Kanagi stays calm, admiring Midori's growth and control. Without hesitation, the two synchronize their attacks, striking the massive creatures from both sides. The resulting blast tears through the monster, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The civilians cheer as the winds from Kanagi's power swirl protectively around them. The monsters are down, the people are safe, and with that, the squad moves on toward their next destination, the mausoleum of the founders. Meanwhile, beneath the highway, a lone figure watches the battle unfold. Hanayagi Rui, the guardian of the mausoleum, smiles with relief, thankful that no lives were lost despite the chaos. Flipping through his book, he reads the prophecy that foretells Kanagi and his group's arrival at the temple. Looking at Kanagi's glowing crest in the distance, Rui softly mutters a wish, asking him to protect the world, just as the founder once did. A while later, the squad finally reaches the mausoleum and is greeted by its guardian, Rui. He introduces himself politely, but the group can't help feeling a little surprised when they learn what his job actually is. Rui explains that his family has been taking care of the mausoleum for generations, almost like monks devoted to protecting the temple. But with the entire structure glowing and pulsing with strange energy today, it's clear this isn't an ordinary day. As the team discusses the unusual situation, Kanagi suddenly freezes when Rui calls him by his full name. Seeing the confused look on his face, Rui smiles and reminds him that they used to play together a long time ago in the mausoleum's library. The memory hits instantly. Kanagi finally recognizes him and asks about Rui's father. Rui's expression softens as he brushes off the question, and instead requests them to follow him down the staircase. Though the squad hesitates at first, Rui explains that according to the ancient book, the stairs lead directly to the portal hidden beneath the temple. He promises to guide them safely to the bottom. Back when Kanagi and Rui were kids, they would spend hours in the library together, reading the old stories Rui's father loved to share. One of those books was The Crest of Nothingness, a mysterious volume that fascinated them both. Rui's father often told them tales about the founders, and those moments were among their fondest childhood memories. Returning to the present, Rui quietly reveals that his father passed away not long ago. He was killed defending the mausoleum from grave robbers, one of whom was actually a monster like the ones Kanagi just fought. Although a hunter managed to take the creature down, it was already too late to save his father. Hearing this, Ryan realizes the clusters must have been drawn to the Crest of Nothingness's lingering energy, setting a trap near the temple. Rui's father was simply caught in the middle. Kanagi feels a wave of guilt wash over him, but Ryan gently reminds him that none of this is his fault. The clusters are the real ones to blame. Sensing the heavy mood, Rui quickly changes the topic. With a faint smile, he shares that his father's ancestors admired the founders so deeply that they even married into the Hanayagi family. Because of that, Rui grew up in a strict, emotionally distant environment, one that shaped him into the calm, reserved person he is today. As they continue talking, the group eventually arrives at the gate leading to the deepest part of the mausoleum. The moment the heavy doors creak open, a blinding light fills the chamber. Everyone, especially Kanagi, stands frozen in awe as a massive portal comes into view, with its energy swirling like liquid light. Rui explains that the portal was created through the combined power of the Crest of Nothingness and the founders themselves before anyone can get too caught up in the moment. Hinoki brings everyone back to focus, reminding them to stay on task, which is still to save the planet. Kanagi nods and steps forward, ready to activate the portal. Rui explains that only Awakeners can use their crests as the key to teleport, so he'll stay behind to maintain the gate's stability. Just as Kanagi is about to enter, Rui stops him, as his eyes are welling with tears. He requests Kanagi to avenge his father, since he can't fight himself. Kanagi clasps Rui's hand firmly, promising that he'll defeat every last one of the clusters and make them pay for what they've done. With that vow hanging in the air, the group steps into the glowing portal. The light engulfs them instantly, pulling them through a rushing beam of energy as they soar toward Olet. Kanagi's mind is consumed with determination that this time he's fighting not just to save a planet, but to avenge his fallen comrade and end the terror of the clusters once and for all. After what feels like a blink of an eye, the Kanagi squad teleports and finally reaches the planet of Olet. But it looks nothing like the beautiful place they saw in Natasha's dream. The towers have reduced the entire planet to ruins, and even her palace has been taken over by those filthy clusters. Everyone is feeling a rush of anger, but Kanagi can actually feel the sheer rage of the founder bubbling up inside him, seeing the devastated state of the planet. Akane is suddenly shocked, though, because despite all the destruction, she notices there are still survivors living in hiding. As they're trying to figure out what to do next, they realize that something dangerous is quickly approaching their location. Without wasting a second, Princess Natasha zips past everyone to go save those survivors. Seeing her rush in, the Kanagi squad immediately decides to follow. Meanwhile, at the refugee camp, people are struggling with low food and awful living conditions, all while desperately hoping for the princess's return. To their absolute shock, the princess arrives, immediately apologizing for being late to save them. Even with her apology, the survivors' faces light up with joy, and they start chanting praises for her. Natasha gets emotional, knowing she abandoned them before, but she firmly announces that she is back now and takes full responsibility for keeping them safe. Just as she's giving them this much-needed hope, the large cluster worm sneaks up behind her. Luckily, the mages come in clutch, freezing the worm instantly right where it stands. Akane follows up with a brutal kick, and then they all quickly combine their respective spells and blast the monster, creating a loud, bright flash. Natasha, with a joyful look on her face, proudly announces to everyone that these people are their powerful allies. Seeing the sheer admiration and glimmer of hope on the faces of these survivors totally motivates the Kanagi squad to try their absolute best to help them out. But just as that feeling settles in, Kanagi notices something chilling. An armored knight sitting on a horse, completely surrounded by a dark aura. Natasha instantly freezes, recognizing him immediately as her brother Mihail. Unfortunately, it looks like he's been corrupted by the clusters, with disgusting black liquid dripping from his eyes. Despite the shock and the dark sight of the corrupted prince, our boy Kanagi stands ready for whatever Mihail has come to do. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Natasha's corrupted parents are having a pretty disgusting dinner, all while waiting for their daughter to return for a family reunion after such a long time. Outside, Mihail welcomes his sister back home. The sight of him completely shocks the entire Kanagi squad. Claude, seeing their worry, quickly explains that Mihail's body is being hijacked by the same creatures that invaded this land. These creatures use this strategy to quickly take over and rule. Midori instantly realizes that these things aren't just using the cluster's methods, they're hijacking the rulers' bodies to fulfill their own disgusting mission. Mihail confirms it himself, proudly claiming to be a part of them, and boasts that it feels more powerful than being a useless human species. With a twisted smile, he threatens Natasha, suggesting her to also become one of them, and even offers the whole Kanagi squad a chance to join and rule the planet together. However, as he's laughing maniacally, our boy Kanagi flashes toward him, instantly holding his sword to Mihail's neck. Seeing that, Hinoki leaves it entirely up to Kanagi to figure out for himself what kind of enemy he's truly facing. With that, our boy instantly uses Thunderbolt on Mihail's horse, then follows up by hitting him with the Hinoki sword style. However, Kanagi is shocked when he sees that Mihail's spear doesn't have a single scratch, even after being hit by his spell. Mihail quickly gathers up and counters by using his cluster tentacles. Trying to wrap everyone up, seeing them, Kanagi knows that if those tentacles touch them, they will negate their spells. Mihail immediately follows up, charging himself by drawing power from a nearby tower of destruction, and then blasts Kanagi with his own lightning spell. As their swords clash, our boy can feel the raw strength coming from him. Since he was a lineage knight and is now wielding the prince's spear, that thing is seriously sturdy. Watching the fight, the mage founder realizes that Mihail is a lightning user but maintains complete trust in their own boy, Kanagi. Just as the prince charges, our boy uses the Seal of Truth on his sword, which immediately nullifies all of his lightning. Mihail is definitely shocked by this move, but keeps charging. Quickly loading up his spell again, their two weapons collide, creating a massive shockwave that actually takes down all the towers surrounding them. However, both fighters remain completely unscathed. The possessed prince readies himself to charge in again, when he suddenly notices the large dark squid on the palace begin to glow. Knowing it's his mother calling, Mihail excuses himself right in the middle of the fight, and flashes toward the palace, before inviting them to come fight there instead. Our boy also notices Natasha's both parents standing at the window, clearly waiting for them. Meanwhile, Kanagi's founders are also ready for the grand finale and push the boy to strike the castle. Before the clusters attacked, life in the palace was peaceful and full of warmth. Natasha had a loving, caring family who adored her despite her quirks. She was always sleepy, even dozing off at the dinner table. But her father would just laugh it off, saying kids will be kids. Her mother often smiled, seeing a bit of herself in Natasha. She trained under one of Olet's best swordsmen, Karol Zakharov, though her lazy nature made her a rather unmotivated student. While her mother wanted her to be the next queen, Natasha had no real interest in ruling. She just wanted to nap and take things easy. Instead, she encouraged her brother to take the throne, but he knew their family followed a matriarchal line, and he believed in her completely. He often told her that no matter what, she would make a great queen someday. Natasha, on the other hand, only ever wanted one thing, her brother by her side. Their bond was close, strong, and genuine, but now, in the present, everything feels like it's falling apart. After Mihail leaves, everyone begins to lower their guard. Our boy turns to Natasha, asking what their next move should be. Akane looks uncertain, assuming the captain should be making that call. But Kanagi insists Natasha should decide, as it's her family they'll be facing after all. The weight of that decision sinks in. Natasha thinks about all the people who have suffered because of what's happened. Finally, she decides to confront her family at the castle. As the group arrives at the massive gates, a strange, almost living presence seems to stir in the air. As everyone tries to process the strange feeling around the castle, Suo suddenly spots a tall, heavy figure standing guard in front of the gate. To Natasha and Claude's shock, it's none other than Carol, their old swordsmanship teacher, now completely consumed by the black matter. Despite his corrupted state, he still recognizes the princess, but in an instant he charges straight at Suo, shouting for them to move aside, seeing Natasha's family just standing there. Watching the chaos unfold with amusement, the founders start to grow angry. Hinoki demands to take control of Kanagi, ready to end this nonsense. Meanwhile, Akane steps forward and asks for permission to engage. Natasha gives a quiet nod, knowing this fight is for the sake of her people. With this, Natasha moves fast, casting her Sparklight spell, and trapping Carol inside a freezing circle of light and ice. Our boy then transforms into his Hinoki form, with his energy flaring as he moves in for the final strike. With one clean, powerful hit, he takes down their former teacher, ending the battle in an instant. He unleashes the dice slash, slicing Carol into countless cubes. As the teacher begins to disintegrate, his fading voice calls out to the princess, joking that it's been a while since he last chased her down for skipping swordsmanship classes. Natasha's eyes soften as she raises her hand, ready to end his suffering. Before she casts her spell, he asks her one final favor to save their country. She gives him a quiet nod, assuring him she will. With that, a burst of ice from her Sparklight spell freezes what remains of him, ending his life peacefully. Watching this, Midori realizes the painful truth that those taken by the cluster can't return to their original selves again. In the terrace above, Natasha's family silently retreats back into the castle with cold and distant expressions. Kanagi wastes no time and orders the squad to charge in. Before entering the castle gate, he swings his sword toward the massive black squid guarding it, but the energy wave disperses instantly. The squad is stunned as it's acting like a shield. Without breaking it, there's no way to move forward. To handle the situation, Ryan steps up and requests Hinoki to let her take over. She explains that with the gate wide open and no one guarding it, she can easily aim directly for the throne chamber. As she takes control, she turns to Akane for insight about the giant squid. According to him, the creature can sense any threatening presence and speed up the hatching process of its spawn. The team is alarmed to hear the word hatchlings. Akane quickly explains that the towers absorb the planet's energy and fuse it with living beings, creating twisted life forms. Kanagi also warns everyone that these creatures can merge with anyone, himself and Midori included. Their first priority is to nullify the barrier and wipe them all out before that happens. As our boy steps into the Grand Castle Hall, he finds Mihail already waiting for him, his aura radiating immense power. Hinoki prepares to take control, but before she can, Calcis interrupts, calmly suggesting that if the enemy is a spear user, then this fight should be his. He doesn't even need a real spear, just his will is enough. Without hesitation, Calcis takes control of Kanagi's body right as Mihail charges forward. His weapon is crackling with lightning. In a blur, Calcis grabs a nearby flagpole and transforms it into a makeshift spear, meeting Mihail's strike head-on. The impact shakes the hall, but Calcis doesn't flinch. Everyone stands frozen, stunned that he managed to stop Mihail's attack so effortlessly. Mihail himself is in disbelief, feeling the sudden shift in the atmosphere around the boy. Even his horse begins to tremble, sensing the overwhelming presence of the Spearmaster now residing within Kanagi's body. In the biography of all the founders, the first chapter tells the story of the Spear Founders' very first battle. Several hundred years ago, a massive war broke out between two sides, one fighting simply for the hope of returning home to a peaceful and safe life. Among them was a formidable spearman named Shimmer Calcis, a man who carried a spear 3 times his height and looked as intimidating as his weapon. The leader of that group wanted his soldiers to survive and return home. But deep down, he knew the truth that many wouldn't make it back. Seeking guidance, he turned to Calcis for advice. Calcis, who had recently emerged from an uninhabitable forest and joined their ranks out of nowhere, simply said he wanted the war to end. He explained that the enemy they were facing was merciless, destroying, burning, and killing everything in their path. They were the same ones who had wiped out his village, and this battle was his chance to put an end to the destruction once and for all. All hearing this, the leader pointed toward a distant mountain behind the enemy lines, where the opposing general stood tall beneath his flag. He told Calcis that if they could defeat that general, the war would end, but before he could even finish, Calcis was already gone. In a blink, he tore through the enemy's front lines with blinding speed, vanishing into their midst. Moments later, he returned calmly, claiming that the general was dead. The soldiers also soon noticed chaos spreading through the enemy camp, realizing what had just happened. When the leader looked through his telescope, He was stunned as the general was truly down, and the battle had ended in an instant. Only one casualty was recorded, a miracle by all accounts. After the war, Calcis returned to the forest, resting peacefully on his wolf mother's lap, assuring her that their home was safe again. But just when peace seemed within reach, the sky darkened out of nowhere. The Tower of Destruction descended from above, obliterating everything, including the forest and the place Calcis once called home. Back in the present, Calcis is driven by the same determination that once fueled his past, a burning desire for revenge against those who destroyed his family. While the rest of the group makes their way up the tower to fulfill their mission, Calcis stands ready to face Mihail head-on. Consumed by rage, Mihail unleashes his lightning storm domain, turning the entire hall into a storm of flashing energy and roaring thunder. Calcis watches calmly, impressed by the sheer speed and intensity of Mihail's power, yet behind his steady expression lies the weight of memory. The countless innocent lives, taken by the cluster. He isn't the only one carrying that pain. Every founder has their own story, their own scars. Some grew stronger by blaming themselves, choosing to remain in the mausoleum of founders, waiting for the right bearer of nothingness to appear. And now that bearer is Kanagi. Thinking about it, Calcis silently thanks the boy before returning his focus to the battle. Mihail, fully empowered by his domain, moves like lightning itself, charging at Kanagi with deadly precision. But before he can strike, Calcis drives his spear straight through him at blinding speed, ending the fight in a single, decisive blow. The founders despise the cluster with everything they have. Each one of them longs for the chance to strike back, to finally release all the anger and pain they've been holding. And Kanagi, understanding that, silently promises to give them that opportunity. As Mihail's life begins to fade, his expression softens. In his final moment, he finds peace, seeing before him a spearman far more worthy than he ever was. Seeing the man take his final breaths, Kanagi quietly questions if he has any last words. Mihail weakly reaches out and hands him a small chain, requesting him to give it to his sister. Our boy takes it with a nod. With one clean swing, sends Mihail's fading body crashing into the rubble. In his last moments, Mihail gently praises his loyal horse, and murmurs how he wishes he could have seen his sister's coronation ceremony, as in his eyes, she is the true princess. With that unfulfilled wish lingering in the air, his body disintegrates into dust. Back with Kanagi, Calcis steps aside, his spirit fades. Rowan steps forward, asking to take on the next opponent. The sudden request catches the other founders off guard, as this guy never came to front like that. Meanwhile, the rest of Kanagi's squad finally reaches the Grand Theater Hall, where Natasha's father sits at a piano, playing the same gentle melody he once did when he was still human. As they approach, he calmly deduces that his son has died, then breaks into unsettled laughter. Midori steps forward to confront him, but the moment he extends his hand, a wave of torment hits him. The brutal memory of his brutal murders flashes before his eyes, dropping him to his knees. It's a curse left behind by Number Zero, one that now prevents him from attacking humans ever again. While everyone tries to process the situation, Natasha's father suddenly charges at her with his twisting and inhuman laughter. Knowing it's the cluster's influence, Natasha quickly casts her sparklight attack. But to her shock, her father dodges it effortlessly. Even Suo isn't able to land a hit on the father as he swiftly swings up in the air, landing back down. He immediately mocks Natasha's skill, questioning where on earth she learned it from. She doesn't reveal the exact origin, but firmly claims she got it from one of the founders, which completely shocks everyone present. The father suddenly closes the distance, but Claude comes in clutch, sliding in to save the girl just before the strike connects. This only enrages her father more, and he launches himself at them in a full uncontrolled rage. However, what he doesn't know is that Rowan the dragon is right behind him, mouth wide open and ready to take him down. Rowan's founder skill allows him to recreate or reanimate the power of ancient dragons. Whether they are from reality or fiction, using this terrifying ability, Rowan immediately starts munching on Natasha's father. It follows up by transforming into a massive T-Rex and begins tearing the father apart brutally.